Chapter 397. Lin Xian's identity was extraordinary, and the void spirit pills he refined had indeed allowed the three geniuses of the Jiang family to increase their cultivation by a small realm. This directly stimulated the people of the other factions. Many people anxiously looked for Lin Xian, ready to beg him to refine the void spirit pills. However, they received news that Lin Xian had entered the Spirit Mountain Villa. Everyone was a little hesitant. The Ghost Master of the Spirit Mountain Villa was famous in Heiyu City for being vicious. Moreover, the Spirit Mountain Villa was very strange, so they were not willing to go there without a special reason. The majestic castle was painted with eagles. This was the territory of the Eagle Fortress. "Father, that brat has entered the Spirit Mountain Villa. I think he's most likely dead. He definitely won't be able to come out. Serves him right for trying to snatch Yuding from me." Ing Shaoxiong sneered. Although the pills were attractive to him, nothing was more important than Yuding. "Actually, I hope he can come out alive. Yuding has taken the pills, and her cultivation has improved. Moreover, if she enters the Jiang family in the future, the gap between you two will become bigger and bigger. At that time, even if no one interferes, you might not be able to get her." Ing Taizhan said in a deep voice, "Now, I just hope that Brat can come out safely so that he can refine a few void spirit pills." On the other side, in the Jiang family, Jiang Tianyu and the others also received news that Lin Xian had gone to the Spirit Mountain Villa. Jiang Yuding was very anxious after hearing this. "Father, Lin Xian must be in danger. Why don't we go and save him? Don't make trouble. The Spirit Mountain Villa is not a place we can casually enter." Jiang Tianyu said in a deep voice, "But he has helped our family a lot. We can't just watch him fall into danger." Although the Spirit Mountain Villa is strange, Zhuangzhu is not a spirit detecting realm expert. Why should we be afraid of him? Ting, you know everything. The Ghost Master of the Spirit Mountain Villa has many strange moves and is impossible to guard against. Moreover, it is said that the Spirit Mountain Villa is a place of great danger. Something incredible is sealed there. It is not a place we can set foot in. In addition, his identity is very sensitive. It is said that he is inextricably linked to a large sect. Jiang Tianyu's frown deepened at the mention of the Great Banner sect. Jiang Yuding also frowned and stomped her feet anxiously. The Daki sect was one of the top 6 forces in the Longxing nation. Their strength was even above the Jiang clan's main clan. The Greenwater Lake Jiang Mansion was only one of the Jiang family subsects. Compared to the Great Banner sect, it was far inferior. Why would this fellow go to the Great Flag sect? Jiang Yuding was puzzled. Forget it. After all, we owe Lin Xian a debt of gratitude. I'll make a trip there. After he finished speaking, Jiang Tianyu's figure flashed and disappeared from the hall. The Spectre Mountain Villa was filled with fog, and it was extremely cold. When he knew that Lin Xian was willing to help, a smile appeared on Master Ghost's withered face. However, that look was even uglier than crying. Like a ghost, he floated to Lin Xian's room. "Kid, let your spirit beast come out and let me have a look." Master Ghost's voice was hoarse, like a poisonous snake rubbing against the ground. The little white monkey jumped out and looked at Master Ghost curiously. Then it stuck out its tongue and made a funny face. What an uneducated, stinky monkey. Master Ghost's face darkened, and he suddenly stretched out his withered, steel-like claws. The air fluctuated slightly, and an ear-piercing sound was heard. Master Ghost was as fast as a ghost. His steel-like black palm reached the little white monkey's head in an instant. The little white monkey showed disdain in its eyes. With a whoosh, it disappeared. Master Ghost's withered face finally showed some emotion after he missed his target. At that moment, the little white monkey jumped onto the table at the side. Master Ghost stared at the little white monkey with his deep-set eyes. His gaze was like a flickering ghost fire, which was extremely strange. He launched a few more strange attacks at the little white monkey, but the latter quickly dodged them all. At that moment, Master Ghost was extremely excited. His withered face trembled slightly. As an expert in the spirit transformation realm, his attack speed was extremely fast. Even so, he still could not touch the little white monkey at all. Even someone at the peak of the spirit transformation realm might not have such speed. Good, good, good. Master Ghost shouted 3 times in a low voice. He looked at the little white monkey as if he saw some hope. Boy, I didn't expect you to have such a rare beast. Master Ghost looked at Lin Xian, and his eyes softened a lot. I heard you're a swordsman. Master Ghost asked. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, I'm indeed a swordsman. If we succeed this time, I'll give you a spiritual level treasure sword. A spiritual level treasure sword. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. The nobility of a spiritual level treasure was well known. The black cloak behind him was a treasure weapon. With it, Lin Xian had avoided many dangers. Are you serious? Lin Xian asked excitedly. When have I ever lied to anyone? Besides, a spiritual level treasure weapon is nothing special to me. Master Ghost snorted. Then I'll thank you, Senior. Don't be happy yet. The place where we're going to get the treasure is very dangerous. It's not certain if we can take it out. We might even lose our lives. The little white monkey wasn't happy and gestured. It seemed to be saying that its ability was unique in the world, and it would be easy to get it. Xian also touched the little white monkey's head. I believe it. Master Ghost wanted to say something, but at this moment, a loud voice came into the mansion of spirits. Jiang Tianyu of the Jiang Mansion requests to see Master Ghost. This voice was very clear, and it spread to every corner of the mansion of spirits. Jiang Mansion? What is the Jiang family doing here at this time? Could it be that they also want the treasure? Master Ghost's face darkened. Lin Xian had a strange expression. He thought of a possibility. Could it be because of him? Sure enough, after a moment, Jiang Tianyu's loud voice sounded again. The young man Lin Xian, who came in a few days ago, is a guest of the Jiang Mansion. If he offended the Mansion of Spirits in any way, I hope Master Ghost will forgive him for the sake of the Jiang family. As expected. Lin Xian smiled bitterly and touched his nose. Master Ghost looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Young man, it seems like there are quite a lot of people who care about you. Let's go. Follow me out. Outside the Mansion of Spirits, Jiang Tianyu stood with his hands behind his back and looked forward. To be honest, he didn't have much hope in this matter. However, for Lin Xian, he decided to give it a try. In fact, such a big commotion had already attracted the attention of other forces. However, no one came out. They were all hiding in the dark to observe. It couldn't be helped. The Mansion of Spirits was very strange, and it was supported by a powerful sect. It wasn't a place where anyone could behave atrociously. Boom! Ghost fog rolled in the Mansion of Spirits, forming a dark cloud that floated to the outside world. Above the dark cloud, there was a skinny figure that emitted a cold and powerful aura. Beside him was a delicate and pretty youth with a snow-white little monkey sitting on his shoulder. Lin Xian. Chapter 398. At this moment, everyone was puzzled. Wasn't Lin Xian captured? Why was he standing beside Master Ghost and not hurt at all? Even Jiang Tianyu was stunned. Thank you for your kindness, clan leader Jiang. I'm fine here. I'm very safe, Lin Xian said loudly. He was surprised that Jiang Tianyu came to help. He would remember this kindness in his heart. Young friend Lin is an honored guest of the Mansion of Spirits. I won't harm him. You can go back, Master Ghost said coldly. Everyone was stunned. Since when did Lin Xian become an honored guest of the Mansion of Spirits? However, Master Ghost didn't look like he was lying. There was no need for him to lie. What a mysterious young man. First, He was treated as an honored guest by the Jiang family. Now he was an honored guest of the Mansion of Spirits. I wonder what his true identity is. Seeing that Lin Xian was fine, Jiang Tianyu was relieved. He said a few words and then left the Mansion of Spirits. Those forces hidden in the dark also retreated one after another. However, these people were regretful. Now that Lin Xian was an honored guest of the Mansion of Spirits, it would be much more difficult to get him to refine pills in the future. Moreover, no one dared to make things difficult for him. After all, the Mansion of Spirits was not to be trifled with. Moreover, he had the Great Banners sect behind him. In the Mansion of Spirits, Yi Qianxing left after sending Lin Xian over. Only Master Ghost and Lin Xian were alive in the Mansion of Spirits. The rest were mechanical puppets. 10 days later, a powerful aura landed in the Mansion of Spirits. Lin Xian's body tensed up. He felt an indescribable pressure as if countless mountains were pressing down on him. At the same time, the blood in his body was boiling. His blood vessels were about to burst. So terrifying! What kind of aura is this? Lin Xian's face changed. He quickly circulated the art of longevity. At the same time, he activated the Great Dragon Sword Essence to destroy the pressure. Fortunately, he had comprehended 70% of the Great Dragon Sword Essence. With the help of the Wind Essence, he was able to withstand the pressure. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian's face turned pale. He looked out of the window in horror. This is the aura of a spirit-detecting realm martial artist, Wine Lord transmitted. Spirit-detecting martial artist. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He had long heard of the miraculous and powerful spirit-detecting experts, but this was the first time he felt such a powerful aura. However, he was even more confused. Why would a spirit-detecting realm expert come to the secluded Spirit Mountain Villa? Could it be related to this treasure hunt? Lin Xian was surprised. Not only him, but the entire Black Feather City also felt an oppressive aura. Many of the tycoons of the various forces were terrified as they looked in the direction of the Mansion of Spirits. For a time, all kinds of perception quickly probed in that direction. At this moment, the clouds above the Mansion of Spirits were rolling, and the faint roar of a dragon could be heard. The blood-colored radiance shone like a sun, piercing through the clouds. 3 ferocious and terrifying blood-colored flood dragons were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws in the clouds. Each of them was more than 30 meters long, and the blood-colored spiritual inscriptions on their bodies were clearly visible. That aura was even stronger than that of an ordinary spirit transformation realm warrior. Behind them was a black palanquin with 2 blood-colored flags on both sides. Flood dragons as slaves. Iron blood flag. When everyone saw this scene, they were all stunned. Those warriors who wanted to scout quickly retracted their spiritual energy, afraid that they would disturb the person in the sky. Lin Xian also saw this scene from the window, and his heart was in turmoil. They were actually rank 8 monsters comparable to the spirit transformation realm, and there were 3 of them. This was too terrifying. At this moment, all the major families in Black Feather City had given the order that no one was to go out tonight. Jiang Tianyu looked at the arrogant and huge shadow in the sky and sighed in his heart. He hoped that Lin Xian was fine. Otherwise, even if the head of the Jiang family came, it would be difficult to save him. Inside the Mansion of Spirits, Lin Xian stood in front of the window, unable to speak for a long time. This aura should belong to a spirit-detecting realm warrior, and it's at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. Wine Lord said in a deep voice, "Little Xian, don't act rashly, or I won't be able to save you." At this moment, a ghostly figure appeared behind Lin Xian and quickly brought him to the courtyard. That person was Master Ghost. He brought Lin Xian to the courtyard and then looked up at the sky. "Welcome, Lord Iron Hand." Master Ghost was very respectful, and there was no trace of the coldness from before. "Is everything ready?" A dignified voice rang out. Then a black figure descended from the sky and landed in the courtyard like a comet. The cold fog around them dissipated, as if they were afraid of the figure in the center. Lin Xian stood behind Master Ghost and looked at the black figure in front of him. His muscles were tense, and he couldn't breathe properly. It was a middle-aged man with a face as firm as a knife, and he had the aura of a superior. He was dressed in a black and red robe with a blood-colored flag that seemed to flutter in the wind. His body was completely hidden in the black robe, but his exposed hands were suffused with a bronze glow. "My lord, this is Lin Xian, the person who will assist us," Master Ghost said respectfully from the side. Hearing this, the black-robed man looked at Lin Xian. His gaze was extremely deep, like two sharp swords that pierced through Lin Xian. Feeling this gaze, Lin Xian felt as if his body was fixed in the void and he couldn't move. What a terrifying gaze! Lin Xian was horrified. Under this gaze, it was as if all his secrets were exposed. Stimulated by this pressure, the great dragon sword in Lin Xian's body roared and quickly resisted. However, in front of this black-robed man, the great dragon's sword lost its effect. Lin Xian only felt cold sweat dripping down his forehead. At this critical moment, the mysterious dagger in his body trembled slightly and emitted a gentle, mysterious power. It wandered around Lin Xian's body and offset this pressure. Feeling the spiritual power in his body return to normal, he breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was just a glance, Lin Xian felt as if he had experienced 10,000 years. The black-robed man was slightly surprised. "You're not affected. Interesting." Hearing this, Master Ghost's body trembled slightly, and he looked at Lin Xian with a horrified gaze. To be able to interest Lord Iron Hand, this young man was indeed not simple. Wuji at this moment, the snow-white monkey on Lin Xian's shoulder, was also constantly gesturing. It was also not affected by the pressure. "This little monkey is the key to our plan this time," Master Ghost explained. The black-robed man nodded slightly. "Although I don't know what kind of mutant it is, it must be extraordinary to be able to ignore my pressure." "All right, there's no time to lose. Let's get started." The black-robed man didn't want to waste time. Master Ghost nodded, and then his palms began to clap rhythmically. Suddenly, dozens of black iron men covered in black light quickly walked out. Each of them held a blood-red flag in their hands, and they quickly rotated in different directions. This is a formation. Wine Lord felt this scene through Lin Xian's soul power and was slightly surprised. Chapter 399. The 12 iron men stood in all directions, waving the flags in their hands, forming a mysterious force. Suddenly, the fog in the courtyard rolled and covered the entire mansion of specters. Lin Xian realized that the fog was very viscous and could block the detection of soul power. It seemed that the black-robed man and Master Ghost did not want others to know what was going to happen. After forming a defensive array, the 12 iron men changed the flags in their hands again and unleashed the power of the array. Suddenly, a mysterious blood-red pattern appeared on the ground, emitting a shocking, murderous aura. As the blood-red light became brighter, it was as if the gates of hell had opened and a blood-red pit appeared. Lin Xian's eyes flashed, and he could see the scene inside. There were mountains of bones and a sea of blood. Any one of the bones was the size of a small mountain. "What is this place?" Lin Xian was shocked. The bones did not look like a human's, but even demonic beasts would not be so big, right? "These are all ancient beasts. It should be an ancient battlefield," Wine Lord said slowly. "I did not expect an ancient battlefield to be buried under the black feather ancient city. No wonder I felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity." Ancient battlefield. Lin Xian was very curious, but Wine Lord did not say much, so he could only suppress his curiosity. Compared to Lin Xian, the black-robed man and Master Ghost were much calmer. The two of them looked at the blood-red pit with a burning light in their eyes. "Do you see that blood-red flag? That is our target this time," the black-robed man said. Even someone as powerful as him was excited by the sight of the blood-red pit. Lin Xian looked in the direction of the voice and saw a rusty blood-red flag in the sea of bones. The flag was broken, and only about 1/3 of it was left. "If you can take out that flag, you will be the benefactor of the Great Flag Sect," the black-robed man said. "Great Flag Sect?" Lin Xian's eyelids twitched. That was one of the top forces in the Dragonstar Kingdom. Could this black-robed man be from the Great Flag Sect? Just as Lin Xian was surprised, the little monkey on his shoulder was also scratching its ears and cheeks. It was very anxious. What happened? Lin Xian was moved. He knew that the snow-white monkey was very special and could always find some mysterious treasures. But at this moment, he didn't want anything to happen to the little white monkey. After comforting the little white monkey for a while, Lin Xian said softly, "If you think you can take out the flag, go ahead. If you can't afford it, don't force yourself." The little white monkey nodded and then looked anxiously at the bloody pit. The black-robed man took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "I can only open it for 3 breaths of time. If you don't come out after 3 breaths of time, you will stay inside forever." 3 breaths. Lin Xian clenched his fists. Then the black-robed man's hands, which were covered in bronze, condensed a large flag in the air. On the flag, there were intersecting swords and sabers. With a wave of the flag, a destructive energy gushed out. Feeling this aura, Lin Xian's heart trembled. This aura was very violent. Even if a spirit transformation realm cultivator came into contact with it, they would definitely be turned into ashes. The violent energy bombarded the bloody pit and instantly tore open a millstone-sized crack. The little white monkey's body flickered and then disappeared. The next moment, its body appeared in the bloody pit. However, the little white monkey didn't rush towards the broken flag. Instead, it ran towards another corner that was filled with corpses. Lin Xian's expression changed greatly as he stared at the bloody pit. The black-robed man's expression also sank and a terrifying aura spread out from his body. The little white monkey moved quickly and dug out a tattered flag from the pile of bones. There were even cracks and gaps on it. The next moment, it put the small bowl on its head and quickly ran toward the bloody flag. In an instant, it arrived before the bloody flag, and its furry paws picked up the rusty flagpole. "Hurry up, there's no time," the black-robed man whispered. His whole body was covered in bloody light as he waved the flag in his hand. The little white monkey's figure disappeared. At this moment, the 3 breaths of time were up. The bloody pit closed again and emitted a hellish aura. 1 breath, 2 breaths. The little white monkey's figure didn't appear. Could it be trapped inside? Lin Xian's face darkened as his soul power quickly spread out. The black-robed man also looked around and frowned. Sigh. He sighed heavily, and his eyes were filled with disappointment. At this moment, the void trembled and ripples appeared in the air. A white figure quickly appeared with a broken flag that was more than 2 meters long in its hand. The moment the flag appeared, the entire villa trembled as if there was an earthquake. The black-robed man's eyes changed from disappointment to shock. Finally, he looked up and laughed. His hand quickly grabbed the flag. Suddenly, a bloody pillar of light shot up into the sky like a mountain. However, the black-robed man was faster. With a flip of his hand, he quickly put away the broken flag. A bloody pillar appeared in Blackfeather City and quickly rushed into the sky. The terrifying aura made all the strong people in Blackfeather City tremble. Ha 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 ha. The black-robed man laughed. On the opposite side, the little white monkey had a small bowl on its head. Its big gem-like eyes squinted into the shape of a crescent moon. Whoosh! It turned into a shadow and went into Lin Xian's storage ring. Lin Xian, you are the savior of the Great Flag Sect. Now I'm going to refine this flag. Take this flag and find me in Barren Flame City in 2 months. If you have any requests, just let me know." After that, the black-robed man's body swayed and quickly rushed to the black sedan in the sky. The 3 ferocious blood dragons roared into the sky and turned into bloody light, rushing into the sky and disappearing. Barren Flame City. Lin Xian whispered, his eyes flickering. "I didn't expect it to work. Boy, your luck is here." Master Ghost said enviously, "Iron Hand Master is a man of his word. He will definitely agree to any request you have." "Any request?" Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. He had an idea in his mind. If he asked to join the Green Dragon Society, would Iron Hand Master agree and do it? "What if my request is difficult?" Lin Xian looked at Master Ghost and asked. "Difficult?" Master Ghost was stunned and then sneered. "No matter how difficult it is, as long as Iron Hand Master wants to do it, he will definitely do it. Iron Hand Master is one of the top figures in the Dragon Star Kingdom. There is nothing he can't do." "Oh, one of the top figures." Lin Xian was shocked. Iron Hand Master must be a high-ranking figure in the Great Flag Sect. Lin Xian asked, "Wine Lord, what kind of treasure is that iron blood flag? It can actually make a spirit detecting expert so excited. Also, what is that small bowl that Little White is holding?" "You will know these things in the future." Wine Lord seemed to be still immersed in the scene of the ancient battlefield and didn't want to say anything. Chapter 400. On the side, Master Ghost kept making hand seals, and the 12 black iron men quickly changed the formation. All of a sudden, the bloody light disappeared, and the horrifying bloody hole disappeared. The mansion of spirits returned to normal. After the 12 iron men left, Master Ghost looked at Lin Xian. "Kid, I said before that if you succeed, I will give you a spiritual rank artifact. I will not go back on my words. Follow me." Finishing his words, he turned around and walked into the depths of the mansion of spirits. Spiritual rank sword. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Iron Hand Lord's promise was still an empty promise, but the spiritual rank sword mentioned by Master Ghost was a real treasure. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Lin Xian quickly followed. Soon, the 2 arrived at a treasure room. Master Ghost pulled out a long sword from the pile of materials and weapons. The sword was 3 feet long and 3 fingers wide. It was blue in color, as dazzling as the stars. This sword is called Star Extinction. It was made with meteorite from outer space. It is a mid-rank spiritual rank sword. Lin Xian was ecstatic. Mid-rank spiritual rank. This sword was even higher than his black cloak. As a swordsman, he could naturally feel the powerful energy contained in the Star Extinction sword. Holding the long sword in his hand, Lin Xian slightly channeled his spirit power. Rays of blue sword chi flew out, quickly turning into fine sword marks, forming a full moon-like ripple in the air. "Good sword," Lin Xian praised. The reason why artifacts were called artifacts was because they could increase a warrior's fighting power. Like this mid-rank spiritual rank artifact, Lin Xian estimated that it could increase his attacking power by 2 times. This was a very rare thing. After entering the harmonious spirit realm, a warrior's cultivation speed would slow down greatly, and the number of warriors in the same realm would increase greatly. In the same realm, whoever had a better weapon would be able to increase their strength greatly. Although the Dragon Star Strong Country was vast, mid-rank spiritual rank artifacts were not as common as cabbages. Even in the Dragon Star Strong Country, they were considered top-tier artifacts. "Thank you for the sword, Senior," Lin Xian said, then took out the black scabbard. This Star Extinction sword was similar to his Autumn Scar sword. It should be able to fit into the black scabbard. Clang! The star sword returned to its scabbard perfectly. However, when Master Ghost saw the black scabbard, his body trembled slightly. "Kid, show him the black scabbard." Wine Lord transmitted. Lin Xian was slightly taken aback. At this moment, Master Ghost said excitedly, "Kid, can you show me your scabbard?" With Wine Lord's reminder, Lin Xian handed the black scabbard over without hesitation. The black scabbard was very simple and unadorned. It was pitch black all over like black jade. Moreover, it was enough to form the power of wind and thunder. Back then, Lin Xian had relied on it to unleash the wind and thunder sword technique. Now that he could use his own strength to unleash the power of wind and thunder, the black scabbard was no longer of much use to him. Next to him, Master Ghost stroked the black scabbard gently, using a special method to quickly examine it. What an exquisite scabbard! This should be an ancient item. Master Ghost exclaimed, "Kid, where did you get this scabbard?" He had gotten it from a street stall in the past. Lin Xian did not explain in detail. This scabbard contains the power of wind and thunder. If you put it into a long sword of the same element, it will be greatly nourished. As time goes by, it might be able to increase the grade of the long sword. Master Ghost said, "Increase the grade? That's so magical." Lin Xian was surprised. When he used the scabbard before, he did not feel anything special about it. Perhaps it was because the Autumn Scar sword did not have any element to begin with. The inside of the scabbard is a bit damaged, but I can fix it. If you can get a sword of the wind and thunder element with this scabbard, your strength will definitely increase tremendously. Master Ghost continued, "This Star of Extinction sword can be said to be of the thunder element because the meteorite that made it contains powerful thunder. If you can find a sword of the wind element, then this scabbard will be perfect." Lin Xian was a bit confused. A sword of the wind and thunder element? But there is only one scabbard. Humph! One scabbard with two swords. You don't even know this? Master Ghost said with disdain. "All right, leave it with me. Give me 3 days. I guarantee that I will make your eyes light up." As he finished speaking, Master Ghost hurried Lin Xian out. "Trust him. With his strength, he should be able to do it," Wine Lord said. "Can that black scabbard really hold 2 swords?" Lin Xian was still doubtful. "Yes, I have even seen a scabbard with 3 swords. Wine Lord said, "Your scabbard should be a replica of that thing." "Whatever. You just need to find a sword of the wind element." Being able to increase his strength, Lin Xian was naturally happy. The stronger he was, the higher his chances of winning the championship in the Green Dragon Gathering. As long as he won the championship, he would be able to sense the direction of the Great Dragon Sword after merging with the True Dragon Chi. The Great Dragon Sword, that was his final goal. While waiting for Master Ghost for 3 days, Lin Xian trained step by step. After 3 days, Master Ghost floated into Lin Xian's room like a ghost. "Here." He threw the black scabbard over. Lin Xian caught it and inserted the Star of Extinction sword. With his outstanding soul power, he could feel that the Star of Extinction sword seemed to be letting out a carefree cry. This phenomenon was rarely seen in the past. Lin Xian looked over and saw that the black scabbard had unknowingly become 2 sword slots. The Star of Extinction sword occupied one of them, leaving the other one. A sword of the wind element? Lin Xian touched his chin and tried hard to recall. He had never heard of a sword of the wind element in the Dragon Star Strong country. "Forget it. Since you have helped Master Iron Hand, I will give you a piece of information for free." Master Ghost said, "There is a map here. Legend has it that a wind shadow sword is buried here. If you feel that you are strong enough, you can go and try." After saying that, Master Ghost tossed out another yellowed scroll. "Wind shadow sword, what rank is that?" Lin Xian asked. "Don't worry, it is definitely not lower than the Star of Extinction sword." Master Ghost was full of confidence. Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. The Star of Extinction sword was a mid-tier spiritual rank treasure. It was not lower than the Wind Shadow sword, so it was at least a mid-tier spiritual rank treasure. Looking at Master Ghost's expression, it might even be higher. Opening the yellowed scroll, Lin Xian found that the information on it was very detailed. At the same time, he took out the map of the Dragon Star Strong country that he had obtained earlier and began to compare it seriously. Baiyun Mountain was in the west of the Dragon Star Strong country, and it was also the only way to get to Barren Flame City. Since we are going to Barren Flame City, why don't we go to Baiyun Mountain first? Lin Xian thought to himself, "Thank you for your guidance, Senior. I want to leave now and prepare to go to Baiyun Mountain immediately." "Go! I also want to study a new puppet," Master Ghost said. Soon, Lin Xian left the spirit villa and walked out of the city with Blackfeather. Recently, the various forces in Blackfeather City had been very quiet, but they were secretly paying attention to every move of the spirit villa. Chapter 401. Some of the major forces wanted the spiritual void pill, so they wanted to invite Lin Xian over. However, Lin Xian was very fast and did not seem to have any intention of staying in Blackfeather City. Those forces were afraid of the Mansion of Spirits and did not continue to follow Lin Xian. However, a small group of forces continued to follow. The leader wore a black robe with a golden eagle on it. It was the young master of the Eagle Fortress, Ing Shaoxiong. At this moment, he led 8 martial arts experts and rushed toward Lin Xian. I must get the spiritual void pill." Ing Shaoxiong's face was fierce. He only had one purpose for getting the spiritual void pill, and that was to be a match for Jiang Yuding. "That kid is speeding up. Hurry up and catch up." Lin Xian was in a hurry, so he was faster than usual. It did not take long for him to leave Blackfeather City. During this time, he had received many invitations, but he had politely rejected them. He did not come to Dragonstar to refine pills for these people. Not long after leaving Blackfeather City and entering the forest, Lin Xian frowned. Relying on his soul power, he could clearly feel that there was a team behind him that was quickly approaching him. "It's this guy." When Lin Xian saw Ing Shaoxiong, he raised his eyebrows. Ing Shaoxiong had opposed him during the Jiang family's meeting. Lin Xian did not have a good impression of this person. Whoosh! 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 The people behind him suddenly accelerated and turned into colorful lights, instantly overtaking Lin Xian. Whoosh! In just a moment, these people surrounded Lin Xian. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. His body was as straight as the heavens. He turned around and looked at Ing Shaoxiong with a trace of killing intent in his eyes. Ing Shaoxiong's voice was cold. "If you know what's good for you, follow me back to refine pills. As long as you can refine the spiritual void pill, I can guarantee that you'll be fine. This is not the Eagle Fortress, and it's not a place where you can order people around. Get out of here, or you'll have to bear the consequences," Lin Xian said coldly. Lin Xian was not a member of the Eagle Stronghold, so Ing Shaoxiong's commanding words made him extremely unhappy. "Brat, don't be arrogant. Don't think that you're amazing just because you can refine pills. Besides, even if I kill you in the wilderness, no one will know. So, your best choice is to obediently follow me back." With that, Ing Shaoxiong looked at Lin Xian with a mocking expression. In his opinion, if Lin Xian wanted to keep his life, he would definitely follow him back obediently. After all, he had brought 8 elite warriors with him, and he himself was a late, harmonious spirit warrior. With such a lineup, Lin Xian, an early harmonious spirit realm warrior, would not be able to escape. 8 harmonious spirit realm warriors surrounded Lin Xian. Their bodies emitted a terrifying and powerful aura. When the aura gathered together, it caused the void to tremble. Lin Xian glanced around and found out that the strongest among them was a mid-harmonious spirit realm warrior. The remaining 6 were early harmonious spirit realm warriors. Such a lineup would be considered as a tyrant in Xia country, but right now they were only hired thugs. One had to admit that Longxing country was very strong in martial arts. It was not something that Xia country and other countries could compare with. However, Lin Xian was not afraid. "Don't provoke me. You won't be able to bear the consequences. Lin Xian said coldly. You don't want to do this? Go. Ing Xiaoxiong shouted. Immediately, the 8 warriors rushed forward. Heavenly Eagle Hand. Great Sorrow Heaven, Splitting Palm. For a moment, all kinds of attacks were thrown at Lin Xian. Even a late harmonious spirit realm warrior would not be able to withstand these attacks. However, Lin Xian just waited coldly. When these attacks were about to reach him, he suddenly pulled out his sword with his right hand. Buzz! A blue sword light flashed and appeared in the sky, drawing a half-moon trajectory. Wind, thunder, sword wave. With Lin Xian as the center, a blue sword wave quickly spread out in all directions. This sword wave contained 50% of the great dragon sword intent. Its attacking power was extremely strong. With the help of the Star Extinction Sword, a mid-grade Zhong Spirit Realm treasure, even a late harmonious Spirit Realm warrior would not dare to take this attack head-on. Puff! 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 The defense in front of 3 warriors was ruthlessly torn apart. The blue sword light split them in half. The other 3 warriors were sent flying while vomiting blood. They were severely injured and had lost their ability to fight. 1 sword wave, 3 dead and 3 injured. This horrifying scene immediately stunned the other 2 mid-harmonious spirit realm warriors and Ing Xiaoxiong's group. What is this kid's background? He doesn't look like an alchemist at all. The 2 mid-harmonious spirit realm warriors were sweating profusely. Ing Xiaoxiong's face was also gloomy. Although the Eagle Fortress was strong, harmonious spirit realm warriors were not like cabbages. How dare you kill the people of the Eagle Fortress? You will die today. Ing Xiaoxiong's voice was filled with killing intent. Young master, this kid is stronger than we thought. Should we retreat first? No need. His sword should be a mid-grade spiritual rank treasure. I think he relied on that treasure to attack just now. You guys help me from the side. I will do it myself. Ing Xiaoxiong took a step forward. His aura was like an erupting volcano. The shadow of a goshawk appeared behind him. It was extremely sharp. Don't think that you are the only one who has a mid-grade spiritual rank treasure. I will let you know the true power of a mid-grade spiritual rank treasure. After saying that, Ing Xiaoxiong took out a pair of dark green gloves and put them on his hands. Space-splitting cross attack. Ing Xiaoxiong's body was like an arrow leaving the bow. He quickly rushed out and waved his hand in the air. The air trembled. A few 10-meter-long blood-red claw marks appeared. The void was torn apart by the claw marks. Lin Xian's feet flashed, and his body suddenly disappeared. A few deep claw marks appeared at the place where he was standing before. Each of the claw marks was like a sword cutting through the earth. Humph! Let's see how long you can hide. Ing Xiaoxiong waved both of his claws. Countless goshawks flew up and surrounded Lin Xian. Thunderclap! Lin Xian held the Star Extinction sword tightly with both of his hands. The tip of the sword faced the sky and suddenly fell down. Suddenly, the clouds in the sky rolled. 5 blue lightning formed a pentagram and fell down. Clang! 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 The goshawk's shadow beside him was hit by the lightning and made a metallic sound. The lightning dispersed, and the shadows of the goshawks that filled the sky disappeared. Ing Xiaoxiong and Lin Xian were hit by the energy, and both of them took 3 steps back. At this time, 2 mid-harmonious spirit warriors suddenly attacked from both sides of Lin Xian. 2 30-meter-long blood-red eagle claws swept across the sky, grabbing at Lin Xian. Wind Emperor's sword. Lin Xian's body suddenly rotated and quickly rushed out. He used the wind mentality and merged it with the Wind Emperor's sword. There was no dazzling sword light or terrifying aura. This sword was like a gentle breeze that no one noticed. When Lin Xian appeared again, the pupils of the 2 mid-harmonious spirit warriors gradually enlarged. Their faces were filled with fear. Plop! A line of blood appeared between their eyebrows. Their bodies slowly fell down. On the opposite side, Ing Xiaoxiong's pupils shrank. He looked at Lin Xian in disbelief. The sword just now was too ordinary. He didn't notice it at all. However, such an ordinary sword strike had killed 2 mid-harmonious spirit realm warriors. Chapter 402. He was no longer as arrogant as before because the 8 elite warriors he brought with him had all fallen. Lin Xian had only swung his sword 3 times throughout the whole process. The 3 sword strikes seemed simple, but they were filled with endless killing intent. Each sword strike contained 50% of the fire monkey's great dragon sword intent, and the last strike was infused with the wind concept. Even a late harmonious spirit realm warrior would not dare to take on such an attack, let alone a mid-harmonious spirit realm warrior. Brat, consider yourself lucky this time. Don't let me see you again. Ing Xiaoxiong snorted and turned to leave. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? Lin Xian's cloak fluttered as he appeared in front of Ing Xiaoxiong. How dare you block my way? You're courting death. Ing Xiaoxiong was furious. Who was he? He was the young lord of Eagle Fortress. Normally, he was the one who bullied others in Blackfeather City. No one was like Lin Xian and dared to block his way. What do you want? Ing Xiaoxiong asked coldly. What do I want? Lin Xian sneered. You brought people to kill me, and now you want to leave because you can't beat me? How can there be such an easy thing in this world? I, Lin Xian, am not a pushover. If you want to kill me, you'll have to pay the price. Price? What price do you want? I am the young lord of Eagle Fortress. What can you do to me? Ing Xiaoxiong became arrogant again. If you want to kill someone, you should be prepared to be killed. Lin Xian pulled out his star extinction sword. You dare to kill me? Ing Xiaoxiong laughed. Aren't you afraid of Eagle Fortress revenge? Do you think I'll return to Blackfeather City? Lin Xian said coldly. Today I'll teach you a lesson. You'll have to pay the price for what you've done. A blue sword light suddenly flashed out as fast as lightning. Flying Rainbow, the 4th style of Azure Cloud sword art. With the support of Lin Xian's 5 cities dragon sword intent, the sword light was like a rainbow in the sky floating down. Eagle splitting the sky. Ing Xiaoxiong's aura burst out as he also unleashed a terrifying attack. As a late harmonious spirit realm warrior, Ing Xiaoxiong's strength was extraordinary, coupled with the fact that he also had a mid-grade spirit treasure. This attack was extremely terrifying. You want to kill me? You're too naive. Ing Xiaoxiong laughed madly. I also have a mid-grade spirit step artifact, and my cultivation is 2 levels higher than yours. How are you going to kill me? I will capture you personally and turn you into a pill slave so that you can refine pills for our Eagle Castle forever. Resisting Lin Xian's sword qi, Ing Xiaoxiong's confident sword. Eagle soars the earth. He soared into the air and made strange movements in the air. Like a goshawk, he pounced towards Lin Xian. An indescribable power appeared, and at this moment Ing Xiaoxiong was truly like a heavenly eagle, spreading his wings and soaring. The terrifying aura was vast and mighty, and a gale swept up within 100 meters. The momentum was shocking. Flying Star. Looking at the terrifying attack in the sky, Lin Xian once again used his ultimate skill. 70% of the great dragon sword intent gushed out. Lin Xian turned into a meteor and soared into the sky. At this moment, his whole body was burning with a dark blue light, dragging a long tail of light, drawing a strange arc in the sky. Swoosh! The whole sky seemed to have been split into 2, and a large area of vacuum appeared. Ing Xiaoxiong's body trembled and froze in the air. He lowered his head slightly and saw that the defensive barrier in front of his body had been completely shattered, and a fist-sized bloody hole had appeared in his chest. You! He wanted to open his mouth, but could only spit out blood. He was unwilling, extremely unwilling. Ing Xiaoxiong's pupils were dilated, and his face was filled with fear. He felt that his consciousness was rapidly weakening. At this moment, he suddenly regretted his actions. If he didn't provoke Lin Xian, perhaps he wouldn't have died now. But time couldn't be reversed, and he could only pay the price for his mistake. Boom! Ing Xiaoxiong's body fell from the sky and smashed onto the ground. Lin Xian quickly flashed, took his storage ring and the pair of middle-grade spiritual gloves, and then used thunder and lightning to burn the body to ashes. Although he wasn't afraid of being hunted down by the Eagle Fortress, he didn't want to attract unnecessary trouble for himself. The other bodies were also disposed of. After doing all this, Lin Xian quickly hurried and disappeared into the forest. Far away from Blackfeather City, Lin Xian summoned the Golden Frog and began to search Ing Xiaoxiong's storage ring. It had to be said that as the young fort lord of the Eagle Castle, Ing Xiaoxiong was extremely wealthy. Just the middle-grade spirit stones he carried with him were more than 30,000. In addition, he also had some spiritual martial arts techniques. Of course, the most expensive thing was the pair of middle-grade spiritual gloves. Although he didn't need them, he could sell them for a lot of middle-grade spirit stones. After putting away the storage ring, Lin Xian began to cultivate. Half a month later, he arrived at the Baiyun mountain range. Looking at the misty Baiyun mountain range, Lin Xian took a deep breath. In this half a month, his cultivation had improved again. The art of longevity was indeed a magical technique. It allowed him to improve again in just half a month. Opening the yellowed scroll, Lin Xian looked for the marked location on the map. According to the scroll, the Wind Shadow Sword was in a tomb, and this tomb was the tomb of a spirit detecting expert called the Evil King. The 32nd mountain. Lin Xian looked at the mountains, then put away the scroll and patted Xiaojin. His body turned into an afterimage and rushed toward the mountain. The Baiyun mountain range was covered in dense forests. Birds, beasts, and apes cried, and it was full of vitality. In the mountains, there was a group of martial artists with steady footsteps rushing toward the 32nd mountain. This group of people had dark red killing intent on their bodies. Their faces were ferocious, and it was obvious that they weren't good people. Second Master, is there really a treasure here? A few of the martial artists asked. It can't be wrong. It took me a long time to find this information. There must be a peerless treasure here. After I get those treasures, I will no longer be the Second Master. I will be the real leader of the Black Tiger Gang. You are all heroes who have helped me. After I become the leader, I will reward you. Thank you, boss. The group of martial artists was excited. The one leading the group was a middle-aged man with messy brown hair. There was a cross-shaped scar on his face, which made people feel intimidated. This middle-aged man's aura had reached the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. He was very powerful. The martial artists behind him were also at the harmonious spirit realm. None of them were weak. This group of people was also looking for the Evil King's tomb. Boss, what is in the tomb? A young martial artist asked. The middle-aged man looked back. You just broke through to the harmonious spirit realm. It's normal that you don't know. The Evil King, Yu Xiangchuan, was very famous in the Longxing country. He didn't care whether he was righteous or evil. He did everything according to his personal preference. That was why he offended many forces. However, his cultivation was very high. He had reached the late stage of the spirit detecting realm. Ordinary forces in the Longxing country couldn't do anything to him. Later on, there were experts from the top forces who tried to encircle him, but he still managed to escape. However, after that battle, he was seriously injured and went into seclusion. It was said that he had the 4 ultimate skills of wind, flower, snow, and moon. After his death, these 4 ultimate skills were buried in his tomb. Chapter 403. As long as I can find one of them, I won't be afraid of Wang Hu anymore. The brown-haired man said, Hee, I heard that the Evil King called himself the Flower Sect. Who knows how many beauties of the Dragon Star Kingdom he had raped. If boss can get this technique, you will be happy. Ha ha ha. The brown-haired man laughed wildly and led the group to the 32nd mountain. Soon, this group of vicious people arrived at the top of a steep mountain. The entrance to the evil king's tomb should be around here. Hurry up and find it, the brown-haired man ordered. The group dispersed and began to search for the legendary evil king's tomb. There's someone. A disciple of the Black Tiger Gang noticed the situation. Boss, there's someone in front. The brown-haired man's eyes widened. He quickly gathered his men and led them forward. The group moved forward cautiously. They saw a young man in a black robe standing at the top of the mountain. He seemed to be looking for something. Kid, who are you? Why are you here? A skinny man next to the brown-haired man shouted. The young man in black robe turned around and glanced at the group with a sharp gaze. Those who were glanced at felt a chill in their hearts, as if they were pierced by the sword light. Even the brown-haired man frowned. What a sharp gaze! This young man was Lin Xian, who came to find the Wind Shadow Sword. He looked at the people behind him and raised his eyebrows. The others were ignored, but the brown-haired man made him feel pressured. Peak of the harmonious spirit realm. Lin Xian's heart sank. His current strength was enough to defeat a late harmonious spirit realm expert, but there was still a gap between him and a peak harmonious spirit realm expert. But even if he couldn't defeat them, he couldn't leave them. Who are you? What are you doing here? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. Seeing that Lin Xian didn't answer and instead asked a question, the disciples of the Black Tiger Gang were furious, but they didn't dare to be presumptuous when they thought of the sharp gaze from before. The brown-haired man snorted, just an early harmonious spirit realm brat. I will be kind and spare your life today. Get lost. With just you? Lin Xian sneered. A sharp aura gushed out. Immediately, the sky changed color. Everyone felt a shocking sword chi, as if it was going to split them in half. What a terrifying sword chi! Who is this person? How could he be so powerful? The Black Tiger Gang's hearts palpitated. They could not remember when such a powerful young man had appeared in the White Cloud mountain range. The brown-haired man's eyes were gloomy. His cultivation was the highest, so he could sense the difference. This sword chi contained an indestructible will, like a slumbering, ferocious beast. This aura, could it be sword intent? The brown-haired man was bewildered. Forget it. Maybe he's just a disciple of some big sect passing by. There's no need to cause trouble. The evil king's tomb is more important. The brown-haired man ignored Lin Xian. I have something to do today. Count yourself lucky. Let's go and take a look at other places. Soon these people left. Could it be that these people are also here to look for the evil king's tombstone? Lin Xian was puzzled. Could it be that more than one person knew about this? Shaking his head, Lin Xian stopped thinking about these things. The most important thing right now was to find the entrance to the evil king's tomb. Lin Xian spread out his soul power and quickly scanned the surroundings. At the same time, Wine Lord could also sense everything that was going on outside from the mysterious little sword. Although Lin Xian did not know how to find the evil king's tomb, with Wine Lord's ability, he should be able to find it. How is it? Lin Xian asked. Found it. It's 350 meters ahead. Wine Lord said. 350 meters ahead. Lin Xian was stunned. It was no wonder that he was shocked. He was now standing near the cliff. 350 meters ahead of him was a bottomless abyss. Lord Alcohol, are you sure you're not mistaken? Lin Xian asked again. How is that possible? Who am I? Wine Lord snorted. Anyway, I've already told you the entrance. It's up to you whether you want to go in or not. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Although harmonious spirit realm warriors could fly, this cliff was very strange. There was an inexplicable suction force below that could suck living things down. Not long ago, Lin Xian saw a seventh-grade demonic bird being pulled down the cliff. Forget it. Since Wine Lord said so, then so be it. Lin Xian spread out his soul power and quickly found the corresponding position. According to Wine Lord, there could not be any difference in this position. Otherwise, he would be sucked down the cliff by the suction force. Found it. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He then jumped up into the sky. This scene was seen by the Black Tiger Gang. Damn, it's a stupid kid who wants to jump off the cliff. What bad luck. A group of people cursed. However, Lin Xian was not sucked into the abyss as they expected. Instead, he suddenly disappeared in midair. What happened? The Black Tiger Gang disciples were confused. The brown-haired man's face was gloomy. He quickly rushed to the edge of the cliff. Unfortunately, he did not find anything. Could it be the entrance to the evil king's tomb? The brown-haired man was surprised. It was said that the entrance to the tomb was very strange. Ordinary people would not be able to find it. Moreover, they had been searching here for half a day, but they did not find anything suspicious. However, that young man disappeared into thin air. He could not help but be suspicious. You try. The middle-aged man said to the warrior beside him, Boss, this is a bottomless abyss. Even a harmonious spirit realm warrior would be sucked to the bottom. The disciple said with a sobbing tone, What are you afraid of? The middle-aged man shouted coldly, That kid went in. This must be the entrance. Hurry up and open the way for me. Be boss. The warrior still wanted to say something, but he was kicked away by the middle-aged man. He screamed, and his body flew forward in a parabola. The strength of the kick was a little too strong. Even though he adjusted his body in the air, the inexplicable suction force locked him down and dragged him down. The miserable scream echoed at the bottom of the mountain. It made everyone's hair stand on end. Motherfucker, that's too much strength. The brown-haired man cursed in a low voice. Who saw the distance that kid jumped? Hurry up and come here. After sacrificing 3 warriors, the Black Tiger Gang finally found the mysterious entrance. Why is it in such a dangerous place? The evil king is really a bastard. The group cursed in their hearts. This was the rhythm of sending them to their deaths. However, they finally found the evil king's tomb. The sacrifice was worth it. Follow me. The middle-aged man shouted and quickly jumped into the tomb. The other warriors also jumped in one after another. However, not long after the brown-haired man jumped in, 2 figures quickly rushed up from the bottom of the mountain. Chapter 404. It was a man and a woman. The man was wearing a long robe and a silver mask with golden patterns on his face. He looked mysterious. The woman's face was like a peach blossom. She was wearing an emerald green dress and 2 accessories made of bones on her hands. The 2 looked at the Black Tiger Gang's warriors who were entering the tomb and sneered. Old thing, you really know how to find a place. You actually put the tomb in this place. The mysterious masked man said coldly, Senior brother, don't be angry. We found it anyway. The emerald green girl said in a sweet voice. At this moment, the Black Tiger Gang's disciples who had not entered the tomb turned around. What are you doing? This is the Black Tiger Gang's territory. Get out of here or I will kill you all. What a beautiful girl. Why don't you play with me? The warriors laughed evilly. Soon, they couldn't laugh anymore because the mysterious young man with the half-mask was emitting a terrifying aura. Spirit transformation, realm warrior. The Black Tiger Gang's disciples' faces changed. They quickly jumped toward the entrance of the tomb. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several pink flower petals flew out, drawing a strange arc in the air and piercing the warriors' bodies. Suddenly, the warriors' bodies stiffened. Pink light rushed out from their bodies. Finally, their bodies were split into several pieces and exploded. It only took a moment for them to escape and die. They didn't even have time to scream. This was the power of a spirit transformation realm warrior. He could instantly kill a harmonious spirit realm warrior. Let's go and see what's so special about our teacher's tomb, the masked man said. If someone was here, they would definitely scream. These two were the disciples of evil King Yu Xiangchuan. The two of them quickly entered the king of evil's tomb. Ripples appeared in the air and spread out like a whirlpool. When Lin Xian came back to his senses, he found himself in a strange space. There was the sound of water flowing in front of him. He could hear it from far away. There is the sound of water. What a magical place! Lin Xian exclaimed. He remembered that he jumped into the sky but ended up in this place. It seems like this is a small, sealed space. Spirit-detecting realm cultivators don't have the ability to open up spaces, so this place must have been discovered by that person by chance, Wine Lord said. However, he actually dares to call himself the Evil King. He sure has guts. Fortunately, this is a remote place. If he were on the other continent, he would have been killed with a single palm strike. Wine Lord muttered to himself. Lin Xian tapped his feet lightly and flew out like a rainbow. Soon he arrived at the riverbank. It was a large black river. The river water was torrential and it flowed endlessly. However, with his outstanding soul power, Lin Xian sensed a cold and corrosive aura from the lake. That feeling was somewhat similar to that of the Yinshuanha. However, it was even more sinister than the Yinshan River. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air came from behind, and several figures landed quickly. Brat, you really came to explore the Evil King's tomb. The brown-haired man looked at Lin Xian, his eyes cold. Yes, so what? Lin Xian was not afraid at all. Even if the opponent was a peak harmonious spirit realm cultivator, as long as he wanted to leave, the man would not be able to stop him. Moreover, this strange space was very wide, so the man could not seal him. Humph! The middle-aged man harumphed coldly. You? An early harmonious spirit realm cultivator dares to touch the Evil King's tomb? You really have guts. Let's see if I dare or not. Lin Xian held the black scabbard tightly. Just as the battle was about to break out, the snow-white monkey suddenly jumped out and sat on Lin Xian's shoulder. Its furry little head was holding the worn-out bowl. Its black, gem-like eyes kept looking around. Then it took out 2 dice and threw them into the bowl. Ding-dong! The 2 dice shook and finally stopped. Wu-ji, wu-ji. The snow-white monkey held the bowl again and pointed to the right. Lin Xian frowned. Since when did this guy become a fraud? Seeing that Lin Xian did not believe it, the snow-white monkey jumped up in anger. All right, I believe you. Ignoring the black tiger gang, Lin Xian's body swayed and ran to the right like a ghost. The people on the black tiger list were dumbfounded. How could such a big man believe a monkey? This was too much of a joke. You ran fast enough, or else I would have let you know the power of my iron fist. The middle-aged man harumphed coldly. You 3, follow him and see what he is up to. The rest of you, follow me to the left. The middle-aged man led a group of people to the left side of the river, while the other 3 quickly followed Lin Xian. Under the snow-white monkey's guidance, Lin Xian ran all the way. Along the way, the light was dim, but with his outstanding soul power, he was safe. Splash! Stepping into the pool of water, Lin Xian's body moved horizontally. At this moment, the black liquid in the pool suddenly emitted a black light. Countless black needles flew out from the pool and attacked Lin Xian. Get lost! Lin Xian bent his finger and flicked it backwards. A blue half-moon lake sword energy rushed out from his back and hit the black needles. Dang, dang, dang! All the black needles were cut off. Suddenly, Lin Xian felt a sense of danger. His black cloak fluttered, and his body moved 10 meters to the side to dodge. Dozens of black curved light blades bombarded the place where he was standing. After dodging these strange attacks, Lin Xian was shocked. He quickly turned around and covered his body with silver lightning body. Suddenly, a black figure rose from the pool. Liquid kept dripping from his body. An aura comparable to a mid-harmonious spirit realm expert was emitted. What is this thing? Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't feel that there was a living person in the pool. I'm afraid it's derived from the corpse dissolving water. It's normal that you can't feel it. Wine Lord explained. With your strength, it shouldn't be hard to deal with him. Thunder Tyrant Fist. Lin Xian swung his fist again and unleashed a bolt of silver lightning. At the same time, his 5 fingers formed into a claw, forming a huge palm in the air and grabbing at the black figure. Above him, the silver palm was like a small mountain, bringing with it an endless pressure. Gulp! The black figure suddenly opened his mouth. The mouth was dozens of meters long. His sharp black teeth were like 2 rows of cutting machines, glowing with a dark light. He bit at the silver palm in the sky. At the same time, he swung his 2 arms forward. They instantly lengthened and slapped at Lin Xian. This strange attack was not something that a human could perform. Moon Break. Lin Xian placed the Star Extinction sword in front of his chest and drew out a half-moon arc. A blue sword light quickly flew out like a blue moon and hit the lengthened arms. Chi-chi. The 2 collided, producing the sound of fire and water mixing. The long black arm quickly melted the half-moon sword energy. The half-moon sword energy contained the great dragon's sword intent and quickly destroyed the black arm. Chapter 405. The sword intent was invincible. This was not a boast, it was the truth. The great dragon's sword intent represented an offensive saint art. It could even kill strange creatures like the corpse dissolving water. The black creature felt Lin Xian's great dragon sword intent and was frightened like a mouse. It was no longer attacking, but quickly turned into a puddle of water and ran towards the ground. Trying to run away? Lin Xian used his wind intent and dragon counter-step to reach the extreme. He arrived in front of the black creature in a flash. Lightning intertwined as he waved his palms. A huge cage enveloped the creature. In a flash, dozens of lightning bolts drilled into the black creature's body. Drip, drip. The black creature turned into a puddle of black water and fell to the ground, returning to the black river. After dealing with the black creature, Lin Xian ran towards the right again. After a while, his speed gradually decreased because a stone cave appeared in front of him. The stone cave was blocked by a thick and heavy stone door. It was covered with vines. It seemed like it had not been opened for a long time. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. He was slightly happy. It seemed like the little white monkey was not bad. He wanted to go forward and check, but a few sneers came from behind him. I didn't expect you to be so lucky. You actually found a treasure cave. This cave is ours. You can get lost now. The voice was so domineering that it did not put Lin Xian in its eyes at all. Lin Xian turned around and found 3 mid-harmonious spirit realm warriors standing not far away. They formed a triangle with a fixed distance between each other. The advantage of this was that they could attack or retreat, forming a small group. Obviously, the 3 of them were battle veterans. You want this treasure cave? Lin Xian showed a faint smile. Cut the crap and get lost. Otherwise, you will stay here forever. The 3 of them emitted 3 waves of qi that merged into one. It was like 1,000 zhang tall mountain, pressing down on Lin Xian. To be honest, they were shocked by Lin Xian's sword intent when they were outside. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so cautious when facing an early harmonious spirit brat. However, the 3 of them were very confident that they could defeat a late harmonious spirit warrior with their combined attack. However, Lin Xian possessed 70% of the great dragon sword intent, so he was not afraid of their combined attacks. With a cold snort, Lin Xian's gigantic sword shadow appeared behind his back, pressing down on the 3,000 zhang tall mountain like a heavenly pillar. Rumble! The void trembled as if a huge explosion had occurred. Under the horrified gazes of the three, Lin Xian's firmament sword slashed the 1,000-foot tall mountain in half as if it was tofu. Then, with a boundless aura, it pressed down on the three. Retreat! Their expressions changed drastically as they retreated at lightning speed. Wind Emperor's sword. Since he had made his move, Lin Xian had no reason to stop. The Absolute Star sword turned into a cold light and blended into the void. After comprehending the wind intent, his understanding of the wind had become more skillful. He could unleash a profound sword art with just a raise of his hand. His sword pierced toward a man wearing a blue scarf. There was no sword light or terrifying aura. It was like a gust of wind. The Absolute Star sword arrived in front of the man in a flash. Block it! The warrior wearing the blue scarf shouted crazily. Both of his palms converged in front of him. The surrounding spiritual energy was pulled over like flowing water, forming a thick spiritual energy defense in front of him. An earthy yellow light surged out of his body, and ancient patterns appeared in the air. He even has an inner armor. Lin Xian was slightly surprised. The long sword in his hand became even sharper. 50% of the sword intent exploded, and the wind intent was also integrated into it. Crack, crack, crack. 3 cracking sounds were heard. The Absolute Star sword instantly pierced through the spiritual energy barrier. Immediately after, the man's defensive inner armor was also split in 2. His body's defense was even weaker, and a terrifying bloody hole appeared. The man wearing the blue scarf flew out. It seemed that he would not survive. At this moment, the 2 companions beside him suddenly attacked Lin Xian. They attacked viciously. One of them attacked Lin Xian's head. It was a mace that was as thick as an arm. It was like a small mountain, smashing toward Lin Xian. The other person kicked Lin Xian's waist. At the same time, 2 hidden weapons were shot toward Lin Xian's eyes. The 2 of them cooperated well, and in an instant they attacked quickly. Returning Wind Whisk's willow sword. Lin Xian held his long sword in front of him and spun it quickly. The wind intent spread out. The indestructible Absolute Star sword seemed to have become a soft willow twig, circling around him. Dang! 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 All the attacks were blocked by the sword screen. The returning Wind Whisk's willow sword was a consummate skill of the Sword Pool Mansion. At this moment, under the effect of Lin Xian's wind intent, its power was even more powerful. The blue sword light was like a willow twig swaying in the air. It was hard and soft, and it was impossible to guard against. Qi, the martial artist on the left, was swept by the Absolute Star sword. Dozens of sword qi instantly wrapped around him. Instantly, countless sword marks appeared on his body, and blood splattered everywhere. Flying willow kill. The long sword moved, and the sword qi in the sky floated like willow catkins. There was no pattern to it. The other person tried his best to dodge, but he was still pierced by countless sword qi. After easily dealing with the 3 of them, Lin Xian put away the Absolute Star sword and walked toward the stone door. The stone door was tightly sealed. There must be a formation mechanism. Little Xian, let me test you. See how you've learned? Wine Lord smiled. During his free time, 9th Master imparted all his knowledge to Lin Xian, and now was a good time to test Lin Xian. Okay. Lin Xian nodded slightly, then walked back and forth with his hands behind his back. His gaze quickly swept around, and he quickly found something. There are no obvious mechanisms. It should be a secret groove or a formation mechanism. According to my observations, the mechanism should be on this stone door. Lin Xian's left hand released lightning and touched the stone door. Instantly, the withered vine turned to ashes and fell to the ground. He placed his palm on it and carefully examined it. There really is a formation. Lin Xian sensed it. Then his fingers moved, and several inscriptions entered the stone door. Suddenly, obscure patterns appeared on the stone door, quickly forming 3 small holes. Each hole was as thick as a chopstick. "It's done!" Lin Xian's face was filled with joy. Not bad." Wine Lord nodded slightly. "Looks like you've understood everything I taught you." Lin Xian smiled and injected spiritual power into the 3 holes. Suddenly, the entire stone door trembled. The stone door opened, revealing an even wider space. Lin Xian's body flashed, and he entered the stone door. Just as Lin Xian entered, 2 more figures appeared in the evil king's tomb. It was the man and woman who called the evil king their master. The 2 of them looked around with excited expressions. "He's in, he's finally in." The mysterious man with the half-mask took out a jade scroll and quickly compared it. Soon, the 2 of them swayed and rushed to the right. However, not long after the 2 of them left, 2 more figures came in and quickly disappeared. These 2 figures were very fast. They didn't stop at all. One could only see the 2 figures, one white and one red, enter and disappear from the riverbank. Chapter 406. This time, there were more forks in front of him. There were a total of 3 paths that led to different directions. Lin Xian looked at the little white monkey. The little monkey was very excited. It took down the broken bowl on its head and threw 2 more dice. Clank! The little monkey was like a little charlatan, pointing at the middle path. Lin Xian quickly stepped into the middle path. Not long after, the man and the woman arrived at the stone door. Someone actually opened the stone door. "Senior brother, what should we do?" The woman in the green dress asked. "It should have just been opened. Plus, this is only the outer area of the graveyard. I think that person opened the stone door by chance. But we have the map left by our master. No one is more familiar with this place than us." The masked man was very confident. After the 2 entered the stone door, they chose the right path. Lin Xian walked along the middle path. Soon he saw a stone house. After walking in, Lin Xian found 2 shining prized artifacts. After so much effort, it's finally time to reap the rewards. Lin Xian's lips curled up. He glanced around. After confirming that there was no danger, he went to grab the 2 treasures. One of them was a purple armor, while the other was a jade green belt. Just as Lin Xian was about to grab the 2 treasures, a black smoke suddenly came out of the box where the purple armor was placed, covering everything in an instant. The box where the green belt was placed shot out countless green poisonous needles. Each of the poisonous needles carried a frightening, baleful aura. In an instant, Lin Xian increased his spirit energy to the extreme and quickly dodged the black smoke. He also used the black cloak to create a clone to block the poisonous needles. Meanwhile, his real body quickly grabbed the green belt and retreated. All of these happened in an instant. When Lin Xian's real body retreated to the corner, his clone and everything around him were covered by the black light. That was close. Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. He found that the purple armor had been corroded by the black smoke. That was a spirit-grade treasure. It was extremely hard. Even a harmonious spirit realm warrior couldn't break it. However, such a precious artifact had been damaged by the black poisonous fog. One could only imagine how terrifying the poisonous fog was. If Lin Xian had been a step slower, she might have become a corpse by now. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian looked at the jade belt in his hand. For it to be placed together with the purple inner armor, it was enough to show how extraordinary this belt was. It must also be a spirit step treasure. Hey, this is a storage belt. Lin Xian was stunned for a moment, then became overjoyed. His storage ring's grade was very low, and the space inside was limited. Apart from some precious items that he carried with him, the rest of his spirit stones and other things were all distributed in other storage rings. However, a spirit-grade storage belt was completely different. The space inside was several hundred times larger than a normal storage ring. It was more than enough to hold everything. Lin Xian's soul force surged and rushed towards the storage belt. At first, he felt a rebounding force. As expected of a spirit-grade storage belt, it actually has a self-protection function. He chuckled. His soul force turned into an awl and suddenly pierced into the belt. A 1-mile-wide storage space appeared in front of Lin Xian's eyes. Lin Xian exited the space in his belt and placed everything inside. Then, he tied the belt around his waist. Walking out of the hut, Lin Xian ran towards the second hut. However, he was stopped this time because the Black Tiger Gang also appeared near the second hut. Looking at Lin Xian's figure, the middle-aged man, Bao, whose face turned gloomy. "Kid, hand over the things you got." He clearly saw Lin Xian coming out from the first hut. The things that could appear in the Evil King's tomb were definitely not ordinary items. Therefore, he coveted the things that Lin Xian got. Lin Xian sneered. How could he spit out what he took? Not only would he not hand over the things he got from the first hut, he would also fight for the things in the second hut. If you want the treasures, you have to talk with your strength, Lin Xian coldly said. At the same time, his body turned into a blur and rushed into the hut. "Stop him!" Bao Hu angrily shouted. In an instant, the 4 martial artists beside him quickly rushed towards Lin Xian. The 4 of them joined forces to form a terrifying attack. Lin Xian slashed out with his sword. A terrifying sword intent tore through the sky and instantly sent the 5 of them flying. "Kid, you dare!" Bao Hu's figure leaped out. A huge palm covered the sky and slapped towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian once again used the black cloak to form a clone. He used the clone to block the terrifying palm while his real body went into the hut. Boom! The heaven-shaking palm shattered the clone. Bao, who was like a meteor as he also rushed in. Everything in the hut was broken, but there was a golden inner armor in the center of the table. The golden light was like the sun. Although it was bright, it was not dazzling. Mid-grade spiritual treasure. Bao, who was overjoyed. Mid-grade spiritual treasures were not common. Even he only had one. In the Dragon Star country, low-grade spiritual treasures were more common. Mid-grade spiritual treasures were also rare items. With this golden inner armor, it could even block the attack of a spirit transformation realm martial artist. Lin Xian also liked it. Although the silver thunder body was strong, it could not withstand a single blow from a spirit transformation realm martial artist. With this inner armor, he could make up for his lack of defense. Therefore, he had to get this inner armor. Woo woo woo! An ear-piercing sound suddenly rang out. Dozens of black lights intertwined in the air and blasted towards Lin Xian. This was Bao Hu's surprise attack. He used 80% of his strength in this punch. The terrifying aura caused the air to tremble. If this hut was not a strange existence in the Evil King's tomb, it would have already been destroyed. Lin Xian was already prepared. His Star Scar sword slashed towards the air. 50% sword intent was integrated into the sword light, as if it could cut through everything. The terrifying attacks collided. Sword chi filled the hut, forming a terrifying killing light. Lin Xian and Bao Hu fought together, quickly approaching the golden inner armor. Iron arms suppressing mountains and rivers. Bao Hu took a step forward and punched out with both of his fists. The violent energy sucked the air out of the hut. Wind slaying. The absolute star sword swept out. Wind, mentality, and 50% sword intent were integrated into the sword light. Boom! A huge explosion occurred in the hut. Cracks appeared on the hard walls. It could not be helped. Although the hut was an ancient building, it still cracked under such a terrifying attack. The golden inner armor was blown into the sky by the overflowing chi. Outside the hut, the Black Tiger Gang members' eyes were red. They all jumped up. 2 of them were the fastest. They were at the late, harmonious spirit realm. They arrived in front of the golden inner armor almost instantly. Wind Emperor's sword. The absolute star sword pierced through the air. 5 sword chi blended into the wind. Buzz, buzz, buzz. On the other side, the air around the golden inner armor vibrated. Translucent sword chi appeared and attacked. Pooh! A late, harmonious spirit realm warrior was caught off guard. He was hit by the sword chi, and one of his arms was blown away. You are looking for death. Bao Hu roared. As a peak harmonious spirit realm warrior, he could not take down Lin Xian. This made him lose face. Boom! The spirit power in his body burned like a ball of flame. This time he used all of his power. He clenched both of his fists and punched down like a huge hammer. Star explosion. Chapter 407. Countless amounts of spirit chi swirled around him like thousands of wind blades, forming a strange power. This was the 5th style of the green cloud sword art. It allowed the spiritual energies to move in different paths and collide with each other, creating a terrifying explosion. If it was before, Lin Xian wouldn't be able to use this technique. But now he had comprehended the concept of wind and had the star extinction sword, which allowed him to use the star explosion technique. Like a beautiful meteor, it bombarded Bao Hu's body in an instant. Boom! In a flash, a huge explosion occurred in the dazzling sword light. A blue energy ball formed on the spot and gradually expanded, covering an area of 100 meters. Strong winds swept across the area, causing the spiritual energies to scatter. Some of the weaker ones were swept up by the strong winds. When they touched the energy ball, they were instantly crushed into a bloody mist. This scene frightened the rest of the Black Tiger Gang. They quickly retreated and ran for their lives. Hu Pachong! Bao Hu's eyes turned red and he roared. Black stripes appeared on his body, and his body grew 10 meters taller. An aura similar to that of a demon king was emitted from his body. It was extremely ferocious. Roar! With a low roar, the surrounding spiritual energies gathered and formed a ferocious black tiger, head behind him. The shadow instantly entered Bao Hu's body and emitted a dazzling light. Brat, I want you dead. Bao Hu's body was covered by a terrifying energy, forming a destructive attack. Lin Xian tapped his feet lightly and used the dragon counter step to retreat quickly. Some parts of his body had horrible cracks. Some of them were caused by the energy of the starburst explosion, but most of them were caused by the tiger head behind Tiger Burst. Fortunately, the silver lightning mark was extraordinary. It could withstand the attack of a peak harmonious spirit realm expert. Suddenly a roar was heard. The terrifying energy ball suddenly split from the middle as if it was torn into 2 halves. A big hand covered in black stripes quickly grabbed the golden inner armor in the sky. Lin Xian's expression changed. That hand was obviously Bao Hu's. Bao Hu jumped up. His body was covered in blood, but his eyes were cold. He grabbed the golden inner armor in his hand and roared into the sky. Terrifying sound waves swept out in all directions. Brat, I'm going to cut you off bit by bit. He had never suffered such a serious injury before. Moreover, he was injured by an early harmonious spirit brat. He wanted revenge. He wanted to make Lin Xian beg for death. It's too early to say that. Lin Xian said coldly. He didn't want to reveal his trump card, but he had no choice but to use it now. Holding the absolute star sword in his hand, a horrifying sword intent gushed out. The 50% sword intent annihilated everything around him. So what if you have sword intent? You still can't hit me if you don't have enough strength. Lin Xian ignored him and continued to urge his sword intent. There seemed to be a dragon's roar in his body. Then, an even more violent sword intent surged out. Lin Xian's spiritual energy vibrated, forming a gust of wind that soared into the sky. Behind him, a ferocious azure dragon spiraled upwards. The 70% great dragon sword intent was completely displayed by him. The sky changed color as if countless divine swords were flying across the sky. In the distance, the disciples of the Black Tiger Gang looked at Lin Xian in horror. Many of them were so scared that they peed their pants. In the sky, Bao Hu's face turned gloomy. This sword intent was enough to threaten his life. Damn it, he's just a young man. How can he have such a powerful sword intent? Bao Hu was shocked. He looked young, but he was actually over 100 years old. In these 100 years, he had seen countless experts, but it was his first time seeing someone as young as Lin Xian who had such a powerful sword intent. This brat can't be left alive. In a flash, Bao Hu made a decision. He couldn't allow Lin Xian to live in this world. Otherwise, his future would be a nightmare. Brat, I don't care who you are. Die today. Bao Hu stretched out his palm. A ferocious tiger head appeared in the sky. Its cold eyes looked down at Lin Xian without a trace of emotion. The black tiger head let out a wild roar, and countless black lights rushed towards Lin Xian. Heavenly meteor! Lin Xian held the star extinction sword in his hand and rushed into the sky. He had already used his 70% sword intent and wind essence without holding back. His body disappeared instantly. Above the ground, countless black lights pierced into the ground, forming a bottomless black hole. Not good. Seeing Lin Xian disappear, Bao Hu's pupils shrank. He subconsciously put up a defense. Crack! Crack! But just as he was about to defend, the cold sword tip suddenly pierced his body. In a flash, the violent dragon sword intent was like a flood. It drilled into his body and destroyed everything. Impossible. Bao Hu was still shocked. He didn't see the sword's trajectory. He didn't even have time to defend. Puff! Bao Hu spat out blood and fell down powerlessly. Phew! Lin Xian landed on the ground. His face was slightly pale. The heavenly meteor was magical. As his cultivation increased, the power of the sword became stronger. Just now, he tried his best to absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. But that sword still consumed more than half of his spiritual energy. Fortunately, after entering the harmonious spirit realm, a warrior could absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth at any time. Plus, Lin Xian's art of long life absorbed spiritual qi at a very fast speed. So he didn't have to worry about running out of spiritual energy. Boom! Bao Hu's body fell to the ground, stirring up a lot of dust. His hand was still holding the golden inner armor. He didn't put it on until the moment of his death. Lin Xian walked over and took off the golden inner armor. He quickly put it on and let out a sigh of relief. Then he looked at the disciples of the Black Tiger Gang. More than half of the Black Tiger Gang members were killed in the battle, but there were still more than 10 warriors who survived. When these people saw Lin Xian, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Lin Xian flicked his finger. Dozens of sword qi were formed and sank into these people's bodies, destroying their spiritual qi whirlpools. I won't kill you, but I can't let you continue to do evil. Now, I'll destroy your cultivation. Whether you can survive or not will depend on your luck. After saying that, he ran away without looking back. A moment later, 2 figures appeared in the ruins. They were the 2 disciples of the evil king. What a fierce battle. It seems like someone has already started fighting. The lady in green said with a delicate voice, It's those people from the Black Tiger Gang. Isn't that Black Tiger? He was killed. The masked man frowned. Although he didn't think much of Bao Hu's strength, it was still out of his expectation that a peak harmonious spirit realm warrior could be killed. Are there other spirit transformation realm warriors in this place? The lady in green was puzzled. No, if they were spirit transformation realm warriors, they wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to kill Bao Hu. The masked man shook his head. Look at the traces of the battle. It's obvious that they were people of similar strength. Moreover, these cuts contained sword intent. It's obvious that they were swordsmen. Swordsmen. The lady in green was surprised. Are they here for the Wind Shadow Sword? Chapter 408. You guys get over here. The masked man, Jade Face Playboy, looked at the disciples of the Black Tiger Gang whose cultivation had been destroyed. Who killed Tiger Bao? Devil. Those people looked frightened and kept shaking their heads. Jade Face Playboy's expression was cold. His 5 fingers formed a claw and suddenly grabbed one of the disciples of the Black Tiger Gang. The next moment, that person's head was pierced. Traces of blood rose and quickly evaporated. Jade Face Playboy closed his eyes slightly and then opened them. It turned out to be a young man. He revealed a relaxed expression. Just now, he used a special soul-searching technique and saw the scene when Lin Xian killed Tiger Bao. Could it be a disciple of a top sect? Jade Face Playboy was confused. At this age, only the disciples of the big sects could have such means. There was almost no other possibility. No matter who it is, as long as he dares to have ideas about the evil king's tomb, I will let him come and go. He had a trace of an evil smile on his face. Let's go and meet this swordsman. Jade Face Playboy took out a folding fan and gently waved it. Suddenly, a blood mark appeared on the necks of the disciples of the Black Tiger Gang. Dozens of people died. Then, the 2 figures swayed and disappeared into the ruins like ghosts. After a long time, a slight sound suddenly came from the ruins. Tiger Bao, who was supposed to be dead, suddenly trembled. He opened his eyes with difficulty, and a trace of blood appeared. Damn it! Fortunately, I mastered the art of fake death and deceived Jade Face Playboy. This hatred, I will definitely take revenge. Tiger Bao struggled with difficulty and began to crazily absorb the surrounding spiritual chi of heaven and earth. His storage ring had been taken away by Lin, so he could not get any elixirs to nourish himself. Little thief, today's hatred will be repaid 100-fold. Tiger Bao's voice was hoarse with endless murderous intent. As the second in command of the Black Tiger Gang, he had never suffered such humiliation. Today, he almost died in the evil king's tomb. However, although he was angry, he did not lose his mind. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to take revenge. Moreover, he had a deep fear of Jade Face Playboy. Jade Face Playboy, I didn't expect him to come. Tiger Bao's voice was dignified. It was rumored that Jade Face Playboy was the disciple of the evil king. He was even crueler than the evil king. Ordinary harmonious spirit realm warriors wouldn't be able to survive if they met him. Even spirit transformation realm warriors wouldn't dare to provoke him. It seemed that he could only use the blood demon body fusion technique. Bao Hu's expression was solemn. After thinking for a long time, he gritted his teeth and made a decision. He propped up his broken body and quickly formed a strange seal with his palms. Immediately, the surrounding blood gathered and rushed into his body. Soon his body was enveloped by a ball of blood. After a long time, the blood mist exploded, and a withered figure appeared above the ruins. That figure's entire body was withered, like a zombie. It did not look like a human at all. This was Violent Tiger using the 10,000 secret technique. The peak of the harmonious spirit realm. This time, I will definitely kill that brat. Bao Hu's voice was cold. Then he flew away like a gust of wind. Everywhere he went, blood chi shot up into the sky. After Lin Xian obtained the golden inner armor, he ran like mad. Finally, he arrived in front of a huge stone cave. Countless gusts of wind formed into astral energy, blowing out from the stone cave. The energy was like a sharp sword light blowing on a person's body. Ordinary harmonious spirit realm warriors couldn't withstand this astral wind. Fortunately, Lin Xian had comprehended the concept of wind, so this astral wind had no effect on him. His body was erratic like a willow in the wind, drifting with the wind. If one looked closely, one would find that Lin Xian's every step was very mysterious, as if he had merged with the wind. Such a terrifying wind force. Is this stone cave related to the wind shadow sword? Lin Xian frowned slightly. He came to the evil king's tomb to find the wind shadow sword to increase his strength. Now that this stone cave was very suspicious, he wouldn't miss it. Brat, run quickly. A spirit transformation realm warrior is coming. Wine Lord suddenly reminded. Lin Xian also felt a violent force quickly approaching. This force was very strong, far stronger than Violent Tiger. With his current strength, he couldn't stop it. He didn't dare to stay. His body turned into a gust of wind, quickly entering the stone cave. However, the moment he entered the stone cave, the violent force behind him had already arrived at the entrance of the cave. Stay! A cold voice rang out. Then, Lin Xian felt the spirit energy around him quickly condensing, like two mountains pressing down on him. Such a terrifying use of spirit energy. Lin Xian was shocked. He fully utilized the concept of wind, allowing his body to cooperate with the astral wind. Spirit transformation realm warriors not only had a strong cultivation, but they also had a better understanding of spirit energy. A harmonious spirit realm warrior could only manipulate spirit energy, but a spirit transformation realm warrior could turn the surrounding spirit energy into a part of his body, making it even more powerful. Lin Xian relied on the concept of wind to narrowly escape the calamity. He turned into a sword light, quickly entering the stone cave. He actually dodged it. Jade-faced Playboy was surprised. Even a peak harmonious spirit realm warrior would have a hard time dodging her attack. Lin Xian was only an early harmonious spirit realm warrior, yet he was able to enter the stone cave safely. You have some skills, worthy of being the swordsman who killed Violent Tiger. Jade-faced Playboy sneered, but it was still not enough to face me. Senior brother, is this stone cave the place where the wind shadow sword is kept? The green-clothed girl asked. It is indeed the place where the wind shadow sword is sealed, but I don't know how this brat knew about it. Let's go in quickly, before that brat gets there first. The wind shadow sword is not that easy to get. Even if he went in 100 years earlier, he still wouldn't be able to get it. Jade-faced Playboy was very confident. However, he didn't want to waste any time, so he waved his palm. The violent astral wind tore apart, creating a vacuum in the middle. The two quickly entered the stone cave. Lin Xian ran madly after entering the stone cave. He was able to find the stone cave because of the snow-white little monkey. There was another world inside the stone cave, but Lin Xian wasn't in the mood to appreciate it, and he didn't dare to stay. After all, there was a spirit transformation realm warrior behind him, who could take his life at any time. Wuji the snow-white little monkey did a divination, then pointed in a direction and shouted. Lin Xian understood and was about to go. Suddenly, a terrifying spirit energy fluctuation came from behind him. Brat, be a good boy and stay here. A large crystal-colored hand grabbed at him. There were strange patterns on the palm, causing the surrounding spirit energy to tremble. Not good. Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't expect the person behind him to catch up so quickly. Lin Xian used the Dragon Rebel Steps with all his strength, increasing his speed to the extreme. At the same time, he activated the Black Cloak, increasing his speed once again. At the critical moment, he finally brushed past the large jade hand. The terrifying spirit energy fluctuation made him continuously retreat. Wind Emperor's sword. Lin Xian waved his long sword, splitting the spirit energy rushing towards him. At the same time, the soundless sword light rushed towards Jade-faced Playboy. Chapter 409. Ding ding ding. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and the soundless sword chi was shattered, quickly dissipating in the air. What other tricks do you have? Show them all. Jade-faced Playboy waved the folding fan in his hand. He was very calm. Wind Slayer Sudden, Thunderlin Xian, brandished his sword twice in a row, and a green sword light quickly surged out. At the same time, a pentagonal lightning array descended from the sky. Too weak. Yu Langjun waved his folding fan and drew an arc in front of him. All of a sudden, all of the attacks were blocked outside. Jade-faced Playboy waved his folding fan and blocked all of Lin Xian's attacks outside his body. In front of me, you are just an ant. Do you think an ant can shake a giant dragon? Jade-faced Playboy laughed disdainfully. Now it's my turn to attack. Killing geniuses is a very fun thing to do. Jade-faced Playboy took a step forward with a folding fan in his hand. In a flash, he arrived in front of Lin Xian. As he waved his fan, a heart-palpitating power gushed out. Not good. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He instantly used the black cloak to create a doppelganger, while his real body retreated. Puff! The black-cloaked clone was instantly sliced in half, and intense stellar energy swept out in all directions. Lin Xian's true body was shaken out of the void and staggered back. Interesting. It can even create doppelgangers. This cloak is not bad. I want it. Jade-faced Playboy strolled leisurely as if he was the ruler. Damn it, the gap is too big. If I can break through to the mid-harmonious spirit realm, I might be able to fight a spirit transformation realm warrior. Lin Xian's heart sank. However, it wouldn't be that easy to take his life. All right, game over. Jade-faced Playboy had obviously lost his patience. He waved his palm and launched a mysterious attack towards Lin Xian's forehead. Soul Sword. At the critical moment, Lin Xian used a soul attack. The runes in his right eye scattered, and his soul power formed an invisible sword, stabbing towards Jade-faced Playboy. This sword attack had gathered all of Lin Xian's soul power, and it also contained 70% of his sword intent. It could be said to be terrifying. In addition, the soul attack was strange and unpredictable. It was really impossible to guard against it. Jade-faced Playboy was instantly hit by the soul attack. His body trembled, and a pained expression appeared on his face. Once a warrior entered the harmonious spirit realm, other than being able to use the power of heaven and earth, his soul power would also increase along with his realm. Although Jade-faced Playboy wasn't a warrior who specialized in soul power, he was a warrior in the spirit transformation realm, so he quickly regained his senses. However, the piercing pain that penetrated deep into his soul drove him crazy. Clang! The Absolute Star sword collided with Jade-faced Playboy's body, creating countless sparks. Lin Xian felt his arm go numb, and he quickly retreated. The defense of a warrior at the spirit transformation realm was incomparably strong. He was actually unable to break through in a short period of time. Brat, I will use the cruelest means to kill you. Jade-faced Playboy's face was ferocious. Since his debut, he had never suffered such a loss. Moreover, his opponent was a little cultivator who was far behind him. For a moment, Jade-faced Playboy's heart was filled with killing intent. He wished he could chop Lin Xian into pieces. On the side, the green-clothed woman's beautiful face also turned pale. She knew how powerful Jade-faced Playboy was. He only needed one move to kill a harmonious spirit realm warrior. However, this young man who was only at the early harmonious spirit realm had repeatedly created miracles. First, he used his clone to avoid a fatal blow. Then he used his strange soul power to injure Jade-faced Playboy. She had followed Jade-faced Playboy for dozens of years, but she had never seen such a thing. Fortunately, Jade-faced Playboy was very powerful. It was impossible to kill him. Go to hell! Jade-faced Playboy waved his folding fan. The spirit energy in the sky rolled, forming countless pink petals that floated toward Lin Xian. These petals looked beautiful, but they contained endless killing intent. Each petal was able to kill a mid-harmonious spirit realm warrior. Moreover, these petals seemed to contain a mysterious intent realm. Peach Blossom in Tent Realm. Senior brother even used the Peach Blossom in Tent Realm. It seems that Brat is dead for sure. The woman's heart calmed down. Jade-Face Playboy was a spirit transformation realm warrior. Naturally, he had also comprehended the intent realm. Moreover, the Peach Blossom intent realm was even more powerful. It was incomparably illusory. It could often kill enemies without them noticing. Lin Xian could also feel the terror of this intent realm. He immediately used the wind intent realm, causing the surrounding airflow to become extremely strange. It blocked the sky full of peach blossoms. At the same time, he fully activated the 70% Great Dragon Sword intent. He held the Star Extinction sword with both hands and slashed toward the void. Lin Xian had just comprehended the wind intent realm. His usage of the intent realm was not as good as Jade-Faced Playboy's. Therefore, his wind intent realm was defeated by the Peach Blossom intent realm. Fortunately, his 70% Great Dragon Sword intent was extremely powerful. It had already surpassed the Peach Blossom intent realm. Although Lin Xian's cultivation was not high enough, with the help of the Great Dragon Sword intent, he was still able to forcefully create a small cut. What? Impossible! He actually split open the Peach Blossom intent realm. The green-clothed woman exclaimed in shock. Jade-Faced Playboy's face was ferocious. His gaze was uncertain as he looked at Lin Xian. To be honest, he did not want to believe that this little brat could split open his Peach Blossom intent realm. However, the truth was right in front of him. Besides the sword intent, there is also the wind intent realm. Who is this little brat? How can he comprehend two intents? Jade-Faced Playboy was jealous. Intents were not something that could be found anywhere. Generally, only peerless geniuses could comprehend them. As the evil king's disciple, he had only comprehended one intent realm. However, Lin Xian was actually able to comprehend two intents. This was simply impossible. Moreover, that sword intent was really terrifying. It actually threatened his Peach Blossom intent realm. Since he is an enemy, I will definitely not let him grow. Jade-Faced Playboy had a deep fear of Lin Xian in his heart. However, it was fortunate that Lin Xian's cultivation was too weak. He could easily kill him. I have to admit that you are indeed a genius. However, since you have offended me, you can only die. Jade-Faced Playboy laughed sinisterly. The peach blossoms in the sky suddenly spun, quickly. Each petal was crystal clear, like a divine weapon, piercing through the void. The peach blossoms from all directions all rushed toward Lin Xian. Not good. The peach blossom intent realm has become stronger again. Lin Xian clearly felt the changes in the peach blossom intent realm in the sky. His expression changed. It seemed that a spirit transformation realm warrior was indeed not someone he could fight against. However, it would not be so easy to kill him. Secret blood sacrifice technique. Lin Xian instantly integrated the essence blood in his body into the black cloak. His body turned into a streak of blood and quickly rushed out. This speed was very fast. It even surpassed the speed of an ordinary spirit transformation realm warrior. Whoosh! Lin Xian quickly dodged. The place where he was originally standing was covered by the petals and turned into ruins. He dodged again. Jade-Faced Playboy's face was terrifyingly gloomy. His body was slightly trembling. As a spirit transformation realm warrior, it was very embarrassing for him to let a little brat escape from his hands one after another. Was the bloodline just now the effect of the cloak? Jade-Faced Playboy's eyes were sharp. He did not believe that Lin Xian had this ability. He thought that he must have borrowed the power of the black cloak. The black cloak seems to be a spirit-level treasure. Moreover, the sword in the kid's hand is also a spirit-level treasure. Chapter 410. After you die, these two treasures will be mine. Jade-Faced Playboy sneered. Just as he was about to make a move, countless strong astral winds suddenly blew in all directions. The strong killing intent contained in the wind caused the surrounding walls and the ground to have terrifying cracks. This is sword qi. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. The fierce wind swept in all directions as if it could destroy everything. Jade, face playboy, also felt the sword qi and immediately looked at the sky in horror. This is the power of the wind shadow sword. There was a trace of excitement in his voice. Buzz! The void vibrated and a green sword shadow appeared in the sky. It was like an illusory door emitting a hazy light. After the illusory door appeared, the surrounding air fluctuated and rippled. Countless black qi rushed into the void. Lin Xian's expression changed greatly. He used his eye technique to look at the void. He saw that the sky was densely packed with fingernail-sized black insects. Not good. These are bloodthirsty, poisonous insects. These insects can kill a harmonious spirit realm warrior. Leave quickly. Wine Lord quickly transmitted his voice. What? Lin Xian was surprised. If one insect could kill a harmonious spirit realm warrior, then there were at least hundreds of thousands of them. Wouldn't that be heaven-defying? If he forced his way in, he would certainly die. However, the entrance of the wind shadow sword was right there. If he left, he would lose his last chance. For a moment, Lin Xian was in a dilemma. Jade-Face Playboy was also in a dilemma. He looked at the sea of insects in the sky with a face as black as an iron pot. Damn, old thing, it's actually a sea of bloodthirsty insects. Jade-Face Playboy no longer had his previous calmness. He was so angry that he stomped his feet. The old thing he was talking about was naturally the evil king. This kind of insect sea was not only something a harmonious spirit realm warrior would be afraid of, but even a spirit transformation realm warrior would find it difficult to resist. Perhaps only a spirit detecting realm warrior could break through the sea of insects and enter the illusory door. Senior brother, what should we do? The woman beside him was worried. She was completely unable to resist this terrifying insect sea. Let's try. Jade-Face Playboy gritted his teeth and said. He was unwilling to give up just like that. His body emitted a powerful qi. At the same time, countless pink peach blossoms around him. Peach blossom concept. As soon as he came up, Jade-Face Playboy used his strongest artistic conception to attack the sea of insects. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Ding, ding. Peach blossoms danced in the air. Each peach blossom contained boundless killing intent. When they collided with the black bugs, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Jade-Face Playboy's peach blossom intent realm could kill any harmonious spirit realm warrior. But this terrifying attack only created countless sparks when it hit the black insect. The insects were pushed back by the terrifying force, but they didn't die. Instead, they surged forward even more violently. The sea of insects in the sky was like a layer of black gauze, quickly enveloping Jade-Faced Playboy. You go first, Jade-Faced Playboy said to the woman in green. He unleashed the peach blossom concept with all his might to resist the sea of insects. As long as he could repel these insects, he would be able to enter the green sword shadow. Lin Xian tried to attack as well. He displayed 70% of the sword shadows and slashed out a resplendent sword qi towards the void. The sword radiance flashed, forming a crescent arc that slashed toward the void. Countless bugs were forced back, but those bugs were still intact and flew over again. Don't waste your energy. These bloodthirsty bugs are very hard. Those below the spirit detecting realm can't kill them. You should leave quickly. Wuji, just as Lin Xian was about to leave, the snow-white monkey suddenly jumped up. It patted its chest and looked at me with an expression that said, "Look at me!" You have a way. Lin Xian was surprised. I almost forgot about this monkey. Maybe it can. Wine Lord said. Lin Xian took a deep breath. His eyes shone with hope again. The snow-white monkey kept jumping up and down. Its body emitted an indescribable aura. Although this aura was very faint, It contained an inviolable king's aura. These black bugs felt this aura and their bodies suddenly trembled. They unconsciously made a path. Lin Xian opened his eyes wide. He was curious about the snow-white monkey's identity again. The snow-white little monkey squinted its big eyes and cheered on his shoulder. Lin Xian didn't delay. His body swayed and rushed toward the green sword shadow in the void. "Kid, how dare you?" Jade-faced playboy, who was still in the sea of bugs, was furious. The scene, just now, almost made him vomit blood. He tried his best but couldn't move forward. However, Lin Xian could easily enter. Jade-faced playboy looked up to the sky and roared. The wind shadow sword was the evil king's sword. Although it wasn't his main goal, he didn't want to miss it. His body emitted endless light. Jade-faced playboy quickly absorbed the spirit energy of heaven and earth. The surrounding peach blossom concept became stronger and stronger. Finally, it formed a peach blossom storm. However, more and more black bugs pounced on him, gnawing away at everything around him. Holes appeared in his peach blossom concept. Some of the petals were eaten by the bugs. Crack! Crack! His body defense was bitten, revealing a fist-sized hole. Countless bugs drilled into it. Jade-faced playboy was scared out of his wits. He didn't dare to stay any longer. His body turned into a pink light and quickly ran outside. At the same time, he pushed the peach blossom concept to the extreme, knocking away all the bugs nearby. In the end, he managed to escape. Jade-faced playboy's hair was disheveled. There were many holes on his body. He looked very embarrassed. "Senior brother, are you all right?" The green-clothed girl, hiding in the distance, ran over. Jade-faced playboy didn't answer. His eyes were like divine spears, looking at the cyan shadow in the void. When he saw Lin Xian step into the cyan sword shadow, he roared angrily to the sky. The spirit energy in his body vibrated, forming a strong impact. "Ah, little bastard, I'm going to kill you." Jade-faced playboy roared angrily. The cyan sword shadow was so close to him, but he couldn't get in. On the contrary, that hateful little bastard walked in without any effort. He couldn't accept it. After Lin Xian entered, the sea of bugs in the sky quickly disappeared into the cyan sword shadow. Buzz! The cyan sword shadow completely disappeared from the sky. "Senior brother, what should we do?" the green-clothed girl asked anxiously. "Why don't we wait here for that brat to come out? Then we can kill him and take the wind shadow sword." "No, since the wind shadow sword has been opened, the other 3 treasures should also be opened. Even if he enters the sealed place, he may not be able to get the wind shadow sword. Why don't we go to the other places first and get that treasure first? As long as that brat hasn't come out of the evil king's tomb, we will have a chance to kill him." Jade-faced playboy said in a low voice. His original goal was not the wind shadow sword, but the other treasure. As long as he got that treasure, even if Lin Xian got the wind shadow sword, he was confident that he could kill him. "Okay, let's listen to senior brother," the green-clothed girl said. The 2 figures flashed and quickly left the grotto. Chapter 411. He looked at the inside of the cave and sneered. "If I can get the wind shadow sword, I won't be afraid of spirit transformation realm warriors anymore." After saying that, his body swayed and he hit again. This Bao was waiting for Lin Xian to come out so that he could get the wind shadow sword. After Lin Xian entered the green sword shadow, he arrived at a strange place. It was a valley. It wasn't very big, and one could see the end of it. There was a giant tree in the middle of the valley. There were dozens of big green birds around the tree. Each of them was 30 meters long. These big green birds had crystal-clear feathers. Their dark green tails were 3 meters long. When they flapped their wings, it created a strong wind. The strong wind condensed into a small tornado whistling in the valley. Under the giant tree, there was a green treasure sword. It looked simple like a green jade. Wind shadow sword. Lin Xian's pupils shrunk. He came to the evil king's tomb to find the wind shadow sword. Now, the sword was right in front of him. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lin Xian looked around cautiously. He found that the only trouble was these green demonic birds. The green tornadoes created by the blue birds contained a terrifying killing power. Even a peak harmonious spirit warrior wouldn't dare to touch the tornadoes. Luckily, he just needed to avoid the tornadoes and the birds. Although it wasn't easy, Lin Xian's soul force was outstanding. He also comprehended the concept of wind, so it wasn't too difficult. He used the dragon reverse step and flew out like a ghost. At the same time, he circulated the concept of wind. His whole body seemed to have merged with the wind, quickly avoiding the green tornadoes. When he got close to the giant tree, all the green birds turned around and stared at him with their cold eyes. They flapped their wings and created tornadoes that swept in all directions. Moreover, these tornadoes had a suction force that could suck everything in the surroundings. In a flash, Lin Xian felt at least 3 or 4 suction forces pulling his body. Cut! He waved the star extinction sword in his hand. The dragon's sword intent gushed out and cut this strange force in half. With a leap, Lin Xian arrived at a safe place and heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like these tornadoes were harder to deal with than expected. Would the tornadoes disappear if he killed these strange birds? Lin Xian's eyes flashed. Soon he gave up on this idea, because if he killed one of the birds, the others would go berserk immediately. This valley wasn't big. If he was surrounded, it would be hard to get out. It seemed like he could only rely on his movement skill. Lin Xian was not in a hurry. He could use this opportunity to comprehend the concept of wind. His black cloak fluttered as Lin Xian moved again. A green air current flashed under his feet, and he flew out like a gust of wind. This time he used the concept of wind to the limit and quickly sensed the direction of the tornadoes. This process was very difficult. He couldn't make a single mistake. If the distance was not right, he would be pulled by the suction force. As powerful as he was, he could only cut off the suction force with his sword intent. Once the suction force exceeded 5, he would be powerless. However, everything was going smoothly. He had covered half of the distance. At this moment, a black shadow shrouded him. Lin Xian wasn't the only one. A large black shadow appeared on the ground of the entire valley. He suddenly looked up and saw a huge body slowly descending above the valley. It was a huge, strange green bird. Its body was 100 meters long. Its wings flapped and created a fierce wind. The air current was like a huge mountain. It made people's bodies tremble. It was unbearable. Not good. Lin Xian's expression changed. This ancient aura was even above the spirit transformation realm. He couldn't bear it. Instantly, he retreated like a sword and retreated to a safe area. Standing at the edge of the valley, Lin Xian looked at the towering tree in horror. He saw the 100-meter-long green bird land on the towering tree. It folded its wings and closed its eyes, falling into a deep sleep. Under the tree, the green jade sword emitted a faint light. Damn it, this giant tree is actually the nest of the ghost bird. Lin Xian cursed anxiously in a low voice. He could only wait patiently. Gradually, he discovered the uniqueness of this valley. The strange bird on the giant tree was emitting a green aura. It could manipulate the air around it with every breath. The entire valley was filled with a strange aura. Is this the wind concept? Lin Xian's expression became very strange. He looked in front of him in surprise and silently experienced it. Yes, it is the wind concept. He sighed in the end. The wind concept that emerged from the strange green bird was very skillful. It was far beyond what he had comprehended. It was hard to believe that a green bird could have such a profound concept. However, Lin Xian was not upset at all. His eyes flashed, and he fully comprehended the concept. His concept of wind was not considered perfect yet. He only fumbled around with a trace of superficial knowledge. Now, in this valley, he seemed to have a new understanding. sitting down cross-legged. Lin Xian ignored everything else and began to comprehend with all his strength. Time passed slowly. After a while, the giant green bird woke up and left. However, Lin Xian did not move. He was already immersed in a mysterious realm. After a long time, he opened his eyes. The aura on his body was very mysterious. It had improved a lot. This was a good place. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. His wind child intent realm had clearly improved by quite a bit. Let's test my speed. Lin Xian stood up and rushed to the giant tree in the center. The strange green birds began to attack. However, this time, Lin Xian dodged very quickly. He was not in a sorry state like before. It seemed that this was the effect of his newly comprehended wind concept. Without much effort, Lin Xian successfully arrived under the giant tree. Looking at the green, jade-like treasure sword, Lin Xian did not make a move, because he still wanted to comprehend. If he pulled out the treasure sword, he did not know what would happen. Retreating rapidly, Lin Xian came to the edge of the valley again and sat down cross-legged. Before long, the giant green bird returned to its nest. Lin Xian sensed that aura and became excited. In the next few days, his wind concept finally reached the small success stage. At this moment, Lin Xian felt very mysterious. It was as if he could control the air around him and use it for his own use. The division of realms was very vague. However, it was generally recognized that there were small success, large success, and perfection. Now, Lin Xian's wind concept was small success. It would be difficult to improve again in a short time. It's time to leave. Lin Xian took a deep breath. After waiting for the giant green bird to leave the valley, he quickly arrived in front of the giant tree. Using strength in his palm, Lin Xian held the green, jade-like treasure sword and suddenly pulled it out. The ground trembled and the wind shadow sword left the ground. Suddenly, a strong wind blew in the valley, turning into countless green sword chi that swept in all directions. Chapter 412. The grade of the wind shadow sword was probably even higher than the star of extinction sword. Could it be a high-grade spiritual treasure? Lin Xian was excited. However, before he could take a closer look, the wind shadow sword vibrated and emitted a green sword aura. It cut through the void and sent Lin Xian out. Evil King's Tomb, Stone Cave. Lin Xian had been in the green sword shadow for 7 days. The stone cave had returned to normal as if nothing had happened. In the dark, Bao Hu was getting impatient and was about to leave. At that moment, there was a slight fluctuation in the air in the depths of the stone cave. The fluctuation became more and more intense until it spread in all directions like boiling water. Is he coming out? Bao Hu stopped and looked at the void with cruel eyes. In the void, a sword light flashed, followed by the appearance of a black figure. This figure was Lin Xian. He was brought out of the mysterious valley by the wind shadow sword. Gently landing on the ground, Lin Xian stroked the wind shadow sword and revealed a satisfied smile. It was a high-grade spiritual treasure, 1 grade higher than the star of extinction sword. This kind of treasure was not common in the Dragon Star Kingdom. Even many spirit transformation realm warriors could not have a high-grade spiritual treasure. This was enough to show how precious it was. It seems that I can't use the wind shadow sword unless I have no other choice, Lin Xian thought. After all, if he did not have enough strength to intimidate everyone, he could be targeted by spirit transformation realm warriors. This was not a situation he wanted to see. I've got the treasure sword. I wonder if there are any other treasures in the Evil King's tomb? Lin Xian did not plan to leave immediately. He was here to train and increase his cultivation. If there were other treasures, he would not mind taking them all. He took out the black scabbard and slowly inserted the wind shadow sword. Clang! The green, jade-like sword entered the black scabbard. It was perfect. The black scabbard was simple and unadorned. There were 2 treasured swords on it. It was as if they were born like this, a scabbard with 2 swords. It is indeed a treasure. Lin Xian laughed. It was time to leave the stone cave. With a light tap of his feet, he quickly ran out of the cave. However, at this moment, 2 sinister attacks quickly rushed towards the back of his heart and head. The 2 attacks were extremely sinister and swift. By the time Lin Xian reacted, the 2 attacks were already behind him. If they had not entered the mysterious valley, these 2 attacks would have severely injured Lin Xian. But now his concept of wind had reached small success, which was a great improvement compared to before. Moreover, he could control the flow of air around him. The air currents in the void swirled as if they were being distorted. They quickly formed a strange arc behind him, blocking the 2 vicious attacks. At the same time, his body flickered and disappeared. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 streaks of blood-red light flew past, and a terrifying wound appeared on the wall. Meanwhile, Lin Xian had already arrived at another location. Who is it? Come out. He searched his surroundings with his soul and quickly locked onto the direction of the attack. The star sword was unsheathed, and the terrifying sword Qi blasted the side. A figure walked out from the side of the ruins like a mummy. Kid, I didn't expect your luck to be so good, but today will be the day you die. The mummy stared at the black scabbard in Lin Xian's hand, revealing a greedy gaze. 2 spiritual treasures, and one of them is a high-grade spiritual treasure. This is a great harvest. The mummy laughed maniacally. Who are you? Lin Xian's gaze was gloomy as he looked at the mummy in front of him. He felt like he had seen this person before. Although the aura was covered by the blood qi, it was very familiar. It's you. You're not dead. Lin Xian exclaimed. He finally remembered this person. The second in command of the Black Tiger Gang, Bao Hu. Of course I'm not dead. How could a little thief like you kill me? Today, I will break your bones one by one and let you taste the most painful torture in the world. Only then can I vent the hatred in my heart. Bao Hu's voice was hoarse as if it came from hell. Humph! I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Lin Xian sneered. I don't know what method you used to come back to life, but if I can kill you once, I can kill you twice. Twice? Ha 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 ha! Bao Hu laughed maniacally. His aura swept out like a flood. My current cultivation has surpassed the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. I have reached the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. No one below the spirit transformation realm can kill me. Killing you is as easy as taking something out of my pocket. Is that so? I just got a treasure sword. You're the perfect sacrifice. Lin Xian was not afraid. He put away the star extinction sword and held the wind shadow sword in his hand. Kid, go to hell. Bao Hu shouted angrily. His body rose from the ground and rushed toward Lin Xian. Above his palms, an endless amount of blood qi was like a bloodless sea, emitting a terrifying aura. Wind Slayer. The wind shadow sword was pulled out and drew an arc in the air. With this sword, the wind in the air seemed to have been slashed apart and quickly scattered to the sides. It was as if the space was forcefully torn apart by someone. The sea of blood that filled the sky was split in half from the middle. The wind shadow sword danced, and the terrifying sword Qi rushed toward Bao Hu. Impossible! Bao Hu was shocked and screamed. That attack just now had exceeded his original power. Even a peak harmonious spirit realm warrior would not be able to escape death. However, this terrifying attack was split apart by Lin Xian's sword. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Bao Hu was furious. This was completely different from what he had expected. He thought that after reaching the peak of the harmonious spirit realm, he could kill Lin Xian as easily as turning his hand. But now he felt that Lin Xian's strength had far surpassed his. Impossible! This must be an illusion. Blood, devil, galloping wave. Bao Hu roared. Endless blood light fell from the sky as if it was rushing out from hell. The sea of blood and the mountain of bones surrounded him and rushed toward Lin Xian with a monstrous blood chi. Let's end this. Wind Emperor's sword. The wind shadow sword stabbed out. The concept of wind and the great dragon's sword intent perfectly merged together. The sword light flashed and the terrifying scene disappeared. Bao, whose body was still rushing forward at a fast speed. When the dazzling sword light passed through his body, he still had a frightened expression on his face. His body was slightly trembling. Asterisk gulp asterisk a head suddenly flew up from his running body and rushed into the sky. Asterisk puff asterisk the head exploded in the sky. One sword, with only one sword, Lin Xian killed Bao, who was at the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. It seems like the small success of the concept of wind has greatly increased my strength. Lin Xian was happy. He had a general understanding of his own strength. With his current strength, even if he met Jade-Faced Playboy again, he still had the strength to fight. Jade-Faced Playboy, I hope you don't meet me. Otherwise, I will let you know the power of a swordsman. Lin Xian harumphed. Previously, Jade-Faced Playboy relied on his powerful cultivation to kill and rob. Fortunately, he had many tricks up his sleeve. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. Lin Xian would definitely take revenge for this. Chapter 413. After leaving the grotto, Lin Xian stopped. Little White, where are we going this time? He turned around and asked. The little white monkey was like a little charlatan. It continued to perform divination and then pointed in a direction and shouted cheerfully, "Oh, I'll listen to you." Lin Xian smiled and ran in that direction. Not long after the wind shadow sword appeared in the evil king's tomb, strange phenomena appeared in other places. There was one place where there was a strong fluctuation of spiritual power. Of course, it was the jade-faced playboy and the green-clothed girl. They were fighting against a girl in a white dress. Her whole body was hazy, like moonlight covering her body. This girl was only at the late stage of the harmonious spirit realm, but her attack was very strange. It was similar to Lin Xian's soul attack. Relying on this strange attack, the white-clothed girl was able to deal with the jade-faced playboy. However, even so, her situation was getting more and more dangerous. Little bitch, you actually got that thing. If you know what's good for you, take it out quickly. Otherwise, you will suffer. The jade-faced playboy snorted. As he spoke, he continuously threw out 3 palms. Each palm contained a terrifying force. Even the void couldn't withstand this force and exploded. The hazy moonlight on the girl in white dress rippled and formed a protection to resist this force. Humph! Treasures belong to those who are destined to get them. If you want the treasure, then it depends on your ability. The voice was unusually cold. However, in the next moment, it became very strange. Look, your junior sister is sneakily attacking you. The white-clothed girl's voice floated as if it had endless magic. The jade-faced playboy frowned. Suddenly, he felt a sound of air breaking behind him. He quickly turned his head and found that the green-clothed girl beside him was raising her sword and slashing at him. Bitch, you are courting death. The jade-faced playboy was furious. He quickly waved the folding fan in his hand. An unstoppable and violent force gushed out and instantly collided with the long sword, sending the green-robed woman flying. Puff! The green-clothed girl was sent flying and vomited blood. She trembled and shouted, "Senior brother, why did you attack me?" Damn it! The jade-faced playboy's body slightly shook and he suddenly woke up. Damn it! I've fallen into an illusion. His face became extremely ugly, and his body flashed to the side of the green-clothed woman. Taking out 2 medicinal pills, jade-faced playboy had the green-clothed woman take them. Just now, I was affected by that slut's illusion, so I attacked you. Junior sister, you're also an illusionist. Can you help me stall her? Hearing this, the woman in green nodded. Then, she slowly stood up with a dazzling light in her eyes. A strange green light appeared in his eyes. pulsing rapidly like the fire of the underworld. A strange and unpredictable soul power gushed out, enveloping the white-robed woman. At the same time, jade-faced Playboy struck out the peach blossom artistic conception, which covered an area of 10 feet. Humph! The woman in white seemed to know how powerful it was and didn't dare to take it head-on. Runes floated out of her eyes and blocked the green light. Then she ran backward. Peach blossom chi. Jade-faced Playboy waved his folding fan, and the peach blossoms in the sky rotated. Countless pink mist floated out of the petals. The woman in white could not resist the suction and inhaled a little. Immediately, her body trembled and she almost fell to the ground. Ha ha ha! You've sucked in my peach blossom chi. Let's see how you can escape. Jade-faced Playboy laughed wildly. Little beauty, I'll let you have your fill in a moment. The peach blossom chi had an evil power. The woman in white felt powerless, as if there were flames burning on her body. An abnormal pink color appeared on her face, and even some hallucinations appeared in front of her eyes. Fortunately, the woman in white was also an illusionist. Her soul power was extremely strong, so she could stay awake for the time being. Looking at jade-faced Playboy who was slowly walking toward her, the woman in white clenched her teeth. She turned her jade-like hand and took out a fist-sized stone bead. The stone bead had a strange shape, like an eyeball. After taking out the stone eyeball, the woman in white fully activated her soul power. Suddenly, the stone bead emitted a simple light. The eyeball in the center seemed to pulsate. A heart-palpitating power gushed out of the stone bead, diffusing between the heaven and the earth. This power had already surpassed a warrior of the spirit transformation realm. Jade-faced Playboy's body stiffened, and he felt a heart-palpitating pressure. Oh no! His face changed greatly, and he stared at the stone eyeball in horror. His face revealed a look of fear and greed. Senior brother, is this the eyeball that Master left behind? The woman in green exclaimed. Little bitch, quickly hand over the eyeball, or I'll let you know how powerful I am. Jade-faced Playboy shouted. The stone eyeball was extremely powerful, so he didn't dare to move forward. He could only wait for the woman in white's peach blossom chi to take effect. If you want the stone bead, you'll have to kill me. The woman in white clenched her teeth and said, Humph, you've been hit by my peach blossom chi. Let's see how long you can last. Jade-faced Playboy laughed evilly. Hand over the stone bead, and after I'm done, I may let you go. Go to hell, the woman in white said with hatred. Senior brother, you haven't even seen the person yet, and you're already so anxious? The demonic woman in green said, Let me help you. After saying that, she waved her hand and shot out a green light, which quickly bombarded the hazy moonlight outside the woman in white clouds. Suddenly, the air surged, and the hazy moonlight was torn apart, revealing the true face of the woman in white. Haha, I didn't expect her to be such a beauty. Seeing the face of the woman in white, Jade-faced Playboy showed a satisfied smile. The woman in green, next to him, also showed a jealous expression. Senior brother, why don't you give her to me? I promise I'll train her into a qualified slave. With junior sister's help, I'll naturally rest assured. Jade-faced Playboy smiled evilly. The two of them spoke lewdly, treating the woman in white as a lamb to be slaughtered. The woman in white's face flushed. She didn't want to fall into their hands, even if she died. When she was ready to launch a desperate attack, there was suddenly a brilliant sword light in the sky. Seeing that sword light, the woman in white showed a hopeful expression. She used all her strength to shout, Lin Xian, help me! Lin Xian, hearing that, Jade-faced Playboy and the demonic woman in green both looked at the sky. The dazzling sword light in the sky abruptly came to a halt. The man in the sword light was Lin Xian. He heard someone shouting and looked down. When he saw the scene below, he suddenly stopped. The two people below were his enemies, Jade-faced Playboy and the one who shouted was Zhao Shui, who he hadn't seen for a long time. Seeing Zhao Shui's state, Lin Xian's face immediately sank. Damn guy, how dare he hurt Zhao Shui? Lin Xian turned into a sword light and quickly descended from the sky. Whoosh! Endless wind rushed, blowing the gravel on the ground. The sword light disappeared, and Lin Xian appeared in front of Zhao Shui. How is it? He asked anxiously, and at the same time he used his soul power to sense. Take me away quickly. Zhao Shui's eyes were blurred, and she said weakly. Okay. Lin Xian nodded. Chapter 414. Not only did this brat ruin his chance to obtain the Wind Shadow Sword, he even ignored him. As a spirit transformation realm warrior, how could jade-faced playboy endure this? You want to leave? Naive. Jade-faced playboy sneered. Both of you, don't even think about leaving here alive. I don't have time to fight with you. Get lost. Lin Xian said in a domineering tone. Brat, you're courting death. Jade-faced playboy was furious. His aura surged and countless peach blossoms spun around him at high speed, emitting a terrifying aura. Who was he? He was a spirit transformation realm warrior. Even warriors of the same level wouldn't dare to talk to him like this. But now, harmonious spirit, brat, dared to tell him to get lost? You're just an early harmonious spirit, brat. How dare you talk big like this? Jade-faced playboy was furious. You've ruined my plans time and time again. I'm going to skin you alive and torture you for 100 days, then chop you into pieces. His voice was extremely vicious. Every word of his made the air tremble. In the end, the peach blossoms formed a huge pink folding fan, fluttering in the air. Lin Xian run. Zhao Shui gasped for breath. He's a spirit transformation realm warrior. You can't beat him. Don't fight him head-on. Don't worry, he's just a trash who only knows how to play dirty tricks. I can handle him. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. You can handle him? Jade-faced playboy's tone was ferocious. If it wasn't for those insects last time, you would have died. How dare you talk big here? Let's see who can save you now. Jade-faced playboy stretched out his palm. A huge glass-like hand appeared in the air. There were countless lines on it, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Slash! Lin Xian shouted in a low voice. The Wind Shadow Sword was quickly unsheathed, drawing a sword light in the air. Boom! The air was sucked dry. Endless gusts of wind spread to both sides. The Wind Shadow Sword was as fast as the wind, colliding with the glass-like hand. The two collided, causing an explosion of energy that rolled in all directions. The glass-like hand trembled and deviated from its original direction, piercing through the ground nearby. Lin Xian, on the other hand, suddenly took 3 steps back, each step causing the ground to crack. What? That's impossible. The woman in green beside him screamed as if she had seen a ghost. He blocked it. Zhao Shui, who was behind him, was also surprised. Lin Xian had actually managed to block that palm strike. He didn't rely on his movement technique to dodge it, but had actually blocked it. How is this possible? That was the attack of a spirit transformation realm cultivator. Could it be that he's hiding his cultivation level? The green-robed woman's eyes darted around. However, no matter how he looked at it, Lin Xian's cultivation was only at the early harmonious spirit realm. Beside him, Jade-faced playboy was silent, and his face was very ugly. He didn't think that Lin Xian could block his attack, but such a thing really happened. Jade-faced playboy stared at Lin Xian. When he saw the green jade sword, his pupils suddenly shrank. Wind Shadow Sword. You actually got the Wind Shadow Sword. Jade-faced playboy cried out involuntarily, his eyes filled with killing intent. Humph. What spirit transformation realm cultivator? In my opinion, it's just SOZO. Lin Xian said with disdain. He helped Zhao Shui up and prepared to leave. It's worthy of being called the Wind Shadow Sword. It can actually allow an early harmonious spirit realm cultivator to display the strength of a spirit transformation realm cultivator. If I can get it, I will be invincible under the spirit detecting realm. Jade-faced Playboy's heart was burning with passion. Brat, I have to thank you this time. I originally thought that I had no fate with the Wind Shadow Sword, but I didn't expect that you would actually deliver it to me. Jade-faced Playboy laughed wildly. Self-righteous. Lin Xian sneered. I will take your dog life with my own hands another day. Lin Xian saw that Zhao Xue's condition wasn't good, so he didn't want to continue fighting. After all, he had plenty of chances to kill Jade-faced Playboy. Let's go. Carrying Zhao Xue with one hand, Lin Xian used the dragon counterstep and soared into the sky. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Stay here. Jade-faced Playboy soared into the sky. Countless pink peach blossoms appeared around his body, enveloping the entire area. Lin Xian and Zhao Xue were two fat sheep in his eyes. How could he let them go? Strands of pink qi floated out from the peach blossoms and quickly filled the entire space. Not good. This is the qi of peach blossoms. Don't breathe it in. Zhao Xue tried her best to suppress the qi of peach blossoms in her body while reminding Lin Xian. Returning wind whisks willow sword. Rays of sword light surrounded Lin Xian and Zhao Xue, quickly forming an impact force. The willow, twig-like sword qi wrapped around the two of them and soared into the sky, sweeping away all the qi of peach blossoms in the surroundings. Moonbreak. Lin Xian slashed out the half-moon sword qi, fusing the great dragon sword intent and the concept of wind, tearing a crack in the concept of peach blossoms. Jade-faced Playboy, the next time we meet will be the day I take your dog life. Lin Xian's voice came from the sky and spread out. His body quickly flew into the sky. Damn it! Jade-faced Playboy crazily attacked, but Lin Xian's speed was beyond his imagination. In an instant, he disappeared into the sky. Jade-faced Playboy was furious. Peach blossoms filled the sky and emitted a terrifying qi, destroying everything in the surroundings. However, even so, it was still difficult to resolve the hatred in his heart. Stone bead, wind shadow sword. Jade-faced Playboy clenched his fist. Originally, he thought that Lin Xian would not be able to get the wind shadow sword since he came out of the grotto so early. However, he did not expect that not only did Lin Xian get the wind shadow sword, but his strength also increased greatly. In the past, Lin Xian could not resist his attacks at all. However, this time, Lin Xian could actually fight him head-on and even easily break through his peach blossoms concept. If this news were to spread, it would probably scare a lot of people to death. There was a huge gap between the spirit transformation realm and the spirit harmonious realm. There were very few people who could fight across realms. However, not only did Lin Xian do it, but he also looked very relaxed. This kind of performance was too heaven-defying. This brat must be eliminated as soon as possible. Jade-faced Playboy's heart had a trace of uneasiness. If Lin Xian was allowed to grow, it was very likely that he would be killed by Lin Xian in the future. Only by eliminating Lin Xian could he live in peace. Senior brother, what should we do now? The green-clothed girl was so scared that her face turned pale. She did not have any ideas. We must find the inheritance left by Master. As long as we get the inheritance crystal, I will not be afraid of anyone. Jade-faced Playboy took a deep breath. The two of them began to search among the surrounding stone statues. On the other side, Lin Xian brought Zhao Xue to a safe place. How are you? Lin Xian asked anxiously. Hot, so hot. Zhao Xue's eyes were blurred and she began to tear her clothes. Don't move. I will help you expel the poison. Lin Xian controlled Zhao Xue and quickly urged the great dragon sword intent. Traces of the great dragon sword intent entered Zhao Xue's body, and quickly extinguished the peach blossom chi in her body. This peach blossom chi was very insidious. It could burn a person's body and make them lose their mind. Fortunately, Lin Xian had the great dragon sword intent and could destroy everything. In the past, he could even destroy the immortal flame, let alone this peach blossom chi. Soon, Zhao Shue's complexion returned to normal, but her body was still a little weak. Glancing at Lin Xian, who was helping her expel the poison, Zhao Shue's cheeks blushed again. Chapter 415. You scoundrel! Zhao Shue angrily glared at him. She clenched her teeth and said, "Do you have any common sense? You have to use your body to detoxify this kind of poison. Am I really that unattractive?" Lin Xian! Seeing Lin Xian's deflated appearance, Zhao Shue laughed until she bent over. She once again regained her charming appearance. She lifted Lin Xian's chin with one hand and said, "Little brother, I still have some residual poison. Why don't you help me take a look?" "You!" Lin Xian slapped away Zhao Shue's jade fingers and pinched her little face. "Don't come to such a dangerous place alone. Tell me, why are you here?" Lin Xian said as he handed her a cup of spirit wine. Zhao Shue playfully blinked her eyes. "I also want to ask you, this is the Evil King's tomb. Why are you here? Also, when did you become so strong? You can actually resist a spirit transformation realm martial artist." Zhao Shue curiously stared at Lin Xian. "I'm here for this." Lin Xian pointed at the wind shadow sword in his hand. "I'm also here to look for the stone beads," Zhao Shue slowly said as she took out the stone eyeball. "This stone eyeball is a pair. It originally belonged to the Evil King. Later, one of them was lost outside, and I obtained it. Now, I want to find the other one. If I can find it, my cultivation method will be complete. So it's like this. This is also the Evil King's item. This Evil King is really mysterious." Lin Xian suddenly understood. This stone eyeball was something he had cultivated before. However, it was after being modified by Wine Lord. "Do you need my help?" Lin Xian asked. "Of course." Zhao Shue revealed a sly smile. "Without you, how can I defeat the jade-faced playboy?" Lin Xian smiled. "All right, we'll set off once you've recovered." Half a day later, Zhao Shue returned to normal. The two of them turned into rays of light and rushed towards the horizon. Evil King's Tomb, Stone Statue Complex. At this time, the surroundings of the stone statue had already changed. Trenches appeared around it, as if an underground palace had been opened. Underground, there was a huge mausoleum. It was very majestic. At this moment, Jade-Faced Playboy and the green-clothed woman were busy around the mausoleum. The jade-faced playboy held the jade slip in his hand and released an indescribable spiritual energy. The green-clothed woman beside him was also assisting. It was very obvious that the two of them were breaking the restrictions around the mausoleum. After a long time, the two of them finally opened a gap. Instantly, the aura of the mausoleum leaked out, bringing with it a monstrous pressure that swept out in all directions. Jade-Faced Playboy waved his folding fan and split the violent aura apart. This was the aura of a spirit detecting realm expert. Although he was dead, he was still inviolable. However, the Evil King was dead after all. Moreover, Jade-Faced Playboy was the Evil King's disciple, so he had a better understanding of these methods. As a result, he did not spend much effort to block this pressure. Looking at the gap that was torn open, Jade-Faced Playboy and the green-clothed woman both revealed smiles. What was recorded in the jade slip is indeed correct. As long as we follow this method, we will soon be able to enter the mausoleum and obtain the real treasure. The two of them worked even harder. Moreover, as the restrictions were broken, a few scattered items appeared on the ground around them. In the past, the Evil King did not distinguish between good and evil. He only did things according to his personal preferences. The amount of treasures in his hands was definitely unimaginable. "Junior sister, hurry up. Jade-faced playboy said to the green-clothed woman beside him. The two of them continued to make hand seals. At this time, there was the sound of something breaking through the air in the sky. A black-clothed youth and a white-clothed woman descended from the sky. They were like an immortal couple. "Brat, it's you again!" Jade-faced playboy raised his head to look at the sky. When he saw Lin Xian, the corner of his mouth raised into a cruel smile. When he saw Zhao Shui, his expression was astonished. At this time, Zhao Shui was no longer covered by the hazy moonlight. Her beautiful face and exquisite figure were completely revealed. Moreover, within her frown and smile, there was an endless temptation that made people unable to resist. Although jade-faced playboy had seen countless women, when he saw Zhao Shui, he still felt the blood in his entire body boil as if it was burning. This woman was simply the best in the world. The green-clothed woman beside him looked at Zhao Shui. Her eyes revealed a strong sense of jealousy. Her appearance was also considered to be top-notch. However, when compared to Zhao Shui, it was like a firefly compared to the bright moon. "Ha ha ha ha. Little beauty, why did you take the initiative to deliver yourself to me? Could it be that the little one cannot satisfy you?" Jade-faced playboy laughed sinisterly. "Brat, to be able to enjoy such a beauty before you die, it is not a loss for you." He looked at Lin Xian with a trace of malevolence on his face. "Originally, I wanted to let you live for a while longer. Since you delivered yourself to me, then don't blame me. I won't kill you, but I will cripple you. I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Moreover, I will properly asterisk this little beauty in front of you." Ha ha ha. Jade-faced playboy laughed wildly. The green-clothed woman beside him also revealed a sneer. None of the women that jade-faced playboy took a fancy to could escape. Moreover, their fates were very miserable. His enemies were even more miserable. They all died in endless despair. Therefore, in her opinion, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were already dead. Lin Xian slightly raised the corner of his mouth. Although he did not have the confidence to kill Jade-faced playboy, it was also impossible for him to kill him. Ignoring Jade-faced playboy, Lin Xian looked at the tomb below. Suddenly his pupils shrank. His soul force was outstanding. Naturally, he could feel the extraordinariness of this tomb. Could this be the evil king's tomb? Zhao Shui beside him had an excited expression. That stone eyeball definitely lived in the evil king's tomb. However, in order to enter the evil king's tomb, they had to first get rid of jade-faced playboy. Seeing that the two of them ignored him, jade-faced playboy was extremely angry. Just as he was about to shout, something strange happened again. The sound of something breaking through the air came from the sky again. A blood-red light streaked across the sky and quickly descended, bringing with it endless wind. Lin Xian and the others looked over. They saw a person in a blood-red robe that covered his entire body. His body exuded a terrifying aura. That aura was much stronger than that of Violent Tiger, who had turned into a mummy. Beside him, there was a strange bird. Its entire body was red, and it had 3 heads. The 2 heads on both sides were unconscious. Only the head in the middle was very alert. 3-headed crimson blood bird. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He had met the mysterious monster again. This person was the blood-robed man who had fought with Lin Xian not long ago in Blackfeather City. The 3-headed crimson blood bird looked around and put on a disdainful expression. However, when he saw the snow-white monkey on Lin Xian's shoulder, he suddenly screamed. As an ancient mutant, he had never been defeated. However, not long ago, he had been defeated by the snow-white monkey. This made him very angry. Now that he saw the snow-white monkey, his eyes were exceptionally red. "Kid, it's you," the blood-robed man said in a hoarse voice. His words were filled with endless murderous intent. "Since we have met here, it's just the right time to get rid of you." Chapter 416. Jade-faced playboy frowned. That glance, just now, made his heart palpitate. Needless to say, the other party was also a spirit transformation realm martial artist, and his cultivation was a bit stronger than his. Damn it, when did this person come in? Jade-faced playboy felt irritated. The blood-robed man had a serious expression. Although jade-faced playboy's aura was weaker than his, as a spirit transformation realm martial artist, none of them were easy to deal with. The two of them were on guard against each other, which actually left Lin Xian to the side. Lin Xian was also happy with this. Although his strength could contend against a spirit transformation realm martial artist, if two spirit transformation realm martial artists wanted to deal with him, then he could only run for his life. Fortunately, he had a tempting item like the Evil King would. Presumably, the two of them would not be able to work together. Taking advantage of this time, Lin Xian quickly sized up the tomb below. Soon, Lin Xian sighed. The restriction outside was very complicated. Even if he had the Wine Lord, he would not be able to break it in a short amount of time. At this moment, jade-faced playboy suddenly smiled and said, "Fellow, how about we work together to break this restriction?" The blood-robed man was slightly stunned, then nodded. Sure. Firstly, he was not good at breaking restrictions. Secondly, with his cultivation, he was not afraid of jade-faced playboy playing any tricks. Therefore, temporarily working together was the best choice. They actually worked together. Lin Xian sighed again. This was not good news for him. Fellow, before we break the restriction, shouldn't we first deal with this brat? Jade-faced playboy sneered as he looked at Lin Xian. Seeing jade-faced playboy's malicious smile, Lin Xian's gaze became gloomy. He pulled Zhao Shui and quickly retreated, temporarily distancing themselves from the tomb. Now that he was facing two spirit transformation realm martial artists working together, he could not contend at all. He could only retreat first. However, this did not mean that he had given up on the treasures in the tomb. "I'll let you live a little longer." Jade-faced playboy sneered as he watched Lin Xian escape. Now was not the time to deal with Lin Xian. The most important thing right now was to destroy the mausoleum. The crimson-robed man didn't chase after him. In his opinion, Lin Xian's cultivation was weak, and he could kill him with a wave of his hand. It didn't matter if he died sooner or later. Soon, the two of them reached an agreement and began to work together to break the restriction. As for the distribution of the treasures, the two of them also had a reasonable plan. However, it was unknown whether this plan would be carried out in the end. Wait until I get the evil monarch's crystal. Let's see who can stop me. Jade-faced playboy sneered in his heart. The woman in green beside him also revealed a playful smile. As long as they could obtain the evil king's crystal, jade-faced playboy's strength would increase greatly. At that time, it would not be impossible for them to kill the man in the red robe. Although the blood-robed man didn't know what jade-faced playboy was thinking, he had his own plans. His purpose in coming here was to find a powerful elemental energy source for the 3 crimson blood birds. According to the information he received, there was such a source of energy in the Diablo's tomb. The restriction was quickly lifted. Jade-faced playboy and the man in the red robe quickly took over the tomb. Soon, all the restrictions around them were lifted. However, the two of them didn't relax. Instead, they focused on the tomb. There were also restrictions in the tomb, and they were more powerful than those outside. However, jade-faced playboy had the jade slip, so the two of them could deal with them easily. After a period of time, the first layer of restriction was lifted, revealing the treasures inside. There were dozens of treasures, including cultivation methods, precious weapons, and elixirs. Among them, there was an inconspicuous stone bead. When jade-faced playboy saw this stone bead, he was ecstatic. This stone bead looked exactly the same as Zhao Shui's stone bead. They should be the same thing. He had seen the power of Zhao Shui's stone bead that day. However, jade-faced playboy and the woman in green concealed it very well. Although the man in the red robe didn't know the magic of making stone eyeballs, the 3 crimson blood birds beside him showed an excited expression. He was shocked and inadvertently glanced at the stone bead. Something that could make the 3 crimson bloodbirds excited was definitely not ordinary. He slightly probed and found that the woman in green was a little abnormal. Humph! The man in the red robe sneered and secretly became vigilant. In the distance, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui didn't leave. Instead, they nervously watched every movement in the tomb. Fortunately, the 2 of them had strong soul power and could clearly see the situation in the tomb. When the stone bead appeared, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows, and Zhao Shui's whole body trembled. Her body shook, and she was about to rush over. Fortunately, Lin Xian was quick and pulled her back. "If you go now, you are obviously going to die. But I can't just watch them take the stone bead." Zhao Shui looked anxious. "Wine Lord, do you have a way?" Lin Xian asked through sound transmission. He also didn't want this treasure to fall into the hands of those 2 people. "There are 2 ways. One is to let the little girl activate the stone bead in her hand and see if there is a connection. Or you can try Little White's bowl," said Lord Alcohol with a voice transmission. "Little bowl?" Lin Xian looked at the little white monkey in surprise. It still had the old bowl on its head. Although the little white monkey treated the bowl as a treasure, Lin Xian still couldn't find what was so special about the bowl. "Forget it. Let's try the first method," Lin Xian thought. "Activate the stone bead and see if there is a connection," he said to Zhao Shui. Hearing this, Zhao Shui nodded and took out the stone bead, activating her soul power. Suddenly, the stone bead in her hand bloomed with a simple light, and the eyeball in the middle seemed to move. Buzz! Inside the tomb, the stone bead also suddenly emitted light. It spun quickly, as if it was trying to break free from the restriction. This scene directly alarmed Jade-Faced Playboy and the blood-robed man. In an instant, the 2 released a shocking light, and the aura on their bodies surged. The air roared as if 2 mountains had collided, causing the entire Imperial Mausoleum to tremble. The green-clothed girl quickly retreated to avoid the energy storm. Jade-Faced Playboy quickly used the peach blossom conception and rushed towards the stone bead. The surrounding peach blossoms fell, forming a terrifying, murderous aura. Humph! The blood-robed man snorted, and the blood chi around his body shook, forming a sea of blood around him and colliding with the peach blossom conception. At the same time, the 3 crimson bloodbirds beside him rushed towards the stone bead. Jade-Faced Playboy roared. He had seen the power of the stone bead, and he wouldn't give it to his opponent. He waved the folding fan in his hand, and countless pink lights flashed in the air, all attacking the 3 crimson bloodbirds. The 3 crimson bloodbirds screamed and spat out flames, forming a 10-jon-high wall of fire in front of them. At the same time, he spat out a small ball of purple flame, carrying a terrifying heat, flying towards Jade-Faced Playboy. Peach blossom cut. The sky full of peach blossoms condensed, forming a huge folding fan, and fell down with a loud bang. The terrifying energy collided, and a storm swept in all directions. The 2 used all their strength to fight for the simple stone bead. In the distance, Zhao Shui tried her best, but she still couldn't break through the restriction. Wuji Wuji the snow-white monkey held a small bowl, swaying in front of Lin Xian. Chapter 417. The snow-white little monkey nodded, then extended its little paw and gestured. Zhao Shui was amazed, while Lin Xian helplessly covered his face with his hands. This guy actually wanted to make a deal with him, and the item to be traded was top-quality spirit wine. In the past, the snow-white little monkey had secretly drunk a lot of Lin Xian's spirit wine. Now, the snow-white little monkey's taste had become picky, and it disdained normal spirit wine. It wanted Lin Xian to make a special spirit wine for it. Lin Xian's forehead was full of black lines. This snow-white little monkey was a fraud and loved to drink. It was not like a monkey at all. "Okay, I agree," Lin Xian helplessly said. The snow-white little monkey's eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Then it took down the small bowl on its head and put it on the ground. Then it began to walk around the small bowl. Its hands constantly gestured, and an indescribable aura surged out from its body. Suddenly, the shabby little bowl emitted a ray of light. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui, on the other hand, had suspicious looks on their faces as they waited quietly. In the tomb, the stone bead was moving back and forth as the two spirit transformation realm experts fought over it. At this moment, black ripples suddenly appeared around the stone bead and quickly wrapped around it. In the next moment, the stone bead flashed and disappeared. Jade-faced Playboy and the blood-robed man were both stunned. The two of them quickly searched around the tomb, but they did not find anything. Impossible! How could the stone bead disappear into thin air? Someone must have secretly made a move. Jade-faced Playboy angrily shouted, "Could it be that brat?" Jade-faced Playboy frowned, and the blood-robed man also had a suspicious expression. The two of them thought of Lin Xian at the same time. Impossible! How could that brat have such a method? The two of them were very good at denying this idea. Is that a spirit detecting realm expert? Jade-faced Playboy became vigilant. If it was a spirit detecting realm expert, why would he be so sneaky? The blood-robed man sneered. The two of them continued to speculate, but neither of them was willing to leave. The two of them gave up on the stone bead and once again fought over the remaining treasures. In the distance, in the stone forest, the snow-white little monkey happily opened the small bowl and then picked up a stone eyeball. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui's eyes were wide open, and their expressions were very interesting. "This is that stone bead." Zhao Shui's voice trembled. Lin Xian also fiercely rubbed his eyes. This was too miraculous. But how did he get it? Zhao Shui was very confused. Not only did he look at it, Playboy, but he also looked at it, Playboy. Then, under the unwilling gaze of the little white monkey, he picked up the small bowl and studied it carefully. Was calm. And Lin Xian was excited. If that's the case, then won't he be able to steal treasures as he pleases? In your dreams. Wine Lord coldly snorted. That bowl is broken. It's already not bad that it can use 10 or 20% of its power. What is this thing? Lin Xian was very curious. Have you heard of a treasure basin? A treasure basin that can gather all the treasures in the world. Lin Xian was shocked. That's something from legends. This little bowl is a treasure basin. His mouth twitched. It shouldn't be a real treasure basin, but it's not far from it, Wine Lord said. If used properly, it can also be very useful. Lin Xian nodded. That was indeed the case. For example, this time he didn't even enter the tomb, but he was able to easily steal the treasures inside. Lin Xian, thank you so much. Zhao Shui said with a smile. Then she picked up the little white monkey and kissed it fiercely. Zhao Shui was indeed very happy. The stone bead was too important to her. Now that she could obtain the stone bead, her future cultivation method would be complete. What do we do now? Do we leave? Zhao Shui asked. No rush. Let's wait a little longer, Lin Xian said with a smile. Since Little White had a treasure basin, there was no reason for him to leave. According to his observation, there must be other treasures in the tomb. Then Lin Xian closely observed the situation inside the tomb, while Zhao Shui began to comprehend the stone bead. Inside the tomb of the evil king, Jade-faced Playboy and the blood-robed man temporarily separated and frantically seized the treasures inside the tomb. The two spirit transformation realm warriors didn't care about ordinary treasures. They only took some precious treasures. The rest were taken by the woman in green and the three-headed vermilion blood bird. However, there were still some treasures that were quietly disappearing. However, these treasures disappeared very stealthily. In addition, everyone was eager to get the treasures, so they didn't notice. The missing treasures all went into the little white monkey's bowl. Soon, Lin Xian obtained 5 or 6 treasures. As more and more treasures disappeared, the woman in green and the 3-headed vermilion blood bird became vigilant. During this time, the woman in green grabbed a precious weapon. However, with a flash of black light, the precious weapon disappeared in front of her eyes. The 3-headed vermilion blood bird bit at a crystal core the size of a longan. However, before it could touch it, the crystal core had already disappeared. "Who is it? Come out!" the woman in green screamed. This was not the first time, but she didn't even see the shadow of the person. The treasures being stolen one after another attracted the attention of Jade-Faced Playboy and the blood-robed man. However, the two of them didn't find anything after searching several times, so they could only give up. Whoosh! Jade-Faced Playboy's face was gloomy. His glazed hand grabbed the brocade pouch in the distance. Buzz! With a flash of black light, the brocade pouch quickly disappeared. "Stay here!" The glazed hand suddenly fell, shattering the air, but it still couldn't stop it. "Who is attacking? Come out!" Jade-Faced Playboy roared angrily. The brocade pouch was compatible with his cultivation method. If he obtained it, his strength would greatly increase. However, such a treasure had disappeared in front of his eyes. How could Jade-Faced Playboy not be angry? His voice was like a wave that swept in all directions. However, no matter how angry he was, the brocade pouch didn't appear. In the distance, Lin Xian held the brocade pouch with a satisfied smile. This method was much more refreshing than entering the tomb to seize treasures himself. Moreover, this method of being stealthy could also avoid some trouble. "Oh, another restriction has been broken!" Lin Xian raised his eyebrows and looked at the tomb again. Inside the tomb, the blood-robed man and Jade-Faced Playboy had been rushing all the way. They had already broken through most of the restrictions and arrived at the center of the tomb. There was a pitch-black coffin emitting a faint pressure. On top of it, there was an irregular crystal that was slowly floating. The Evil King's crystal. Jade-Faced Playboy looked excited. On the side, the 3-headed crimson bloodbird also let out a cheerful cry. Boom! A terrifying aura exploded. The blood-robed man and Jade-Faced Playboy burst out with powerful auras and collided with each other. "This belongs to the flowery sect. Get out of here!" Jade-Faced Playboy shouted angrily. The sky full of peach blossoms quickly revolved around him, forming a terrifying attack. "Humph! Treasures belong to those who are capable. Give this to me!" The blood-robed man sneered. Behind him, the shadow of a sea of blood appeared. It was extremely terrifying. In the sea of blood, demonic beasts appeared one after another, their roars shaking the sky. The two of them fought, destroying everything around them. Fortunately, the black coffin buried a psychic elite. The pressure it emitted resisted the aftermath of the two's energy, so it was preserved. Chapter 4:18. He was no longer the ignorant boy he used to be. Over the years, he had learned all kinds of knowledge from Wine Lord. His knowledge was far greater than before. The Diablo crystal was a treasure that contained terrifying energy. The Diablo must have injected his power into it before he died and left it for his descendants. If he could get this kind of thing, he would definitely be able to improve his cultivation in a short time. After all, it contained very pure spiritual power. Jade-Faced Playboy knew about this, and his ultimate goal in the Diablo tomb was to get the Diablo crystal. If he could get the Diablo crystal, he might be able to break through to the spirit-detecting realm. By then, he would be the overlord of the Dragon Star Kingdom. Thinking of this, Jade-Faced Playboy's moves became fiercer. The spiritual power in his whole body seemed to be burning. The sky was full of peach blossoms, forming a terrifying attack. The red-robed man also fought back. His cultivation was higher than Jade-Faced Playboy's, so he was very powerful. Moreover, he had to get the Diablo Crystal. With the Diablo Crystal, he could completely awaken the second head of the three-headed crimson blood bird. Just as the two of them were fighting fiercely, the evil king's crystal suddenly shook violently, and black cracks appeared around it, quickly wrapping it up. Not good. Jade-faced Playboy's face changed. Thinking of the treasure that had disappeared, he suddenly became vigilant. Boom! Countless peach blossoms gushed out, covering everything in front of him. The red-robed man also condensed blood arrows and stabbed at the Diablo Crystal. No matter what, they would not let the Diablo Crystal disappear this time. Seeing that the Diablo Crystal was about to disappear, Jade-faced Playboy and the red-robed man tried to stop it. However, the black ripples had a mysterious power that quickly wrapped the Diablo Crystal and disappeared. Ah! Jade-faced Playboy roared crazily, and his voice spread in all directions. The peach blossoms around him fluctuated and released a dazzling light, as if they were going to burn. Little bastard, I will kill you. Jade-faced Playboy released an endless murderous aura, which turned into a cold light and pierced into the void. The red-robed man next to him also looked ferocious. The bloody aura on his body was surging as if it was going to devour people. The Diablo Crystal was needed to awaken the second head of the three-headed crimson blood bird. Now that it had been taken away, how could he not be angry? Who was behind this? The two of them quickly sensed their surroundings. In the forest far away, the snow-white monkey opened its small bowl and took out a palm-sized transparent crystal, jumping happily. Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised and quickly put it away. Zhao Shui, on the other hand, had a stunned look on her face. This little bowl was too miraculous. Not only did it snatch her stone bead, it even snatched the evil monarch's crystal. He couldn't stay here for long. He had to leave quickly. Lin Xian knew that after the disappearance of the evil monarch crystal, the jade-faced Playboy and the blood-robed man would definitely be furious. If the two of them searched frantically, they would definitely discover them. Since that was the case, it was better to steal it now. Indeed, it was as Lin Xian had thought. After the evil monarch crystal disappeared, Jade-faced Playboy and the blood-robed man quickly searched for it. Their terrifying power directly shrouded the entire area. The two of them quickly discovered that something was amiss. It was that brat. He actually didn't leave. After Jade-faced Playboy and blood-robed man detected the existence of Lin Xian, their faces turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Could it be that this brat really knew about ghosts? Although the two of them didn't believe it, there was only Lin Xian and his group of suspicious people around. They would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let go of one. In addition, Lin Xian was originally the person they wanted to kill, so the two of them didn't hesitate at all. Two powerful auras approached at lightning speed. Not good, let's go. Lin Xian sensed the two auras, and his face changed greatly. He and Zhao Shui quickly fled into the distance. Brat, hand over the treasure. Otherwise, there will be no place for you in this world. Jade-faced Playboy crazily roared. The evil monarch crystal was his hope of dominating a region. This time he came to the evil monarch's tomb and placed all his hopes on it. However, when he was about to get the evil monarch crystal, it was forcibly taken away by someone. This feeling was even worse than killing him. Brat, did you take the crystal or not? The blood-robed man also shouted in a deep voice. Beside him, the 3 vermilion blood birds let out anxious cries. Their eyes directly locked onto Lin Xian. Humph! It was me who took it. You 2 pieces of trash. Didn't you want to kill me? Come on. Although Lin Xian was running for his life, he was very happy in his heart. To be able to snatch such a precious treasure from the hands of his 2 enemies, that feeling was too great. Brat, it really was you. Jade-faced Playboy's face was ferocious, and his heart was filled with regret. If he had killed Lin Xian back then, this wouldn't have happened. When I catch you, I'll pull out your tendons and pull out your bones. I'll let you taste all the torture in the world." Jade-faced playboy crazily roared. "Threatening me?" Lin Xian sneered. "I'll refine it now." After saying that, he took out the crystal-clear, evil monarch crystal, held it in his hand, and then activated it with all his strength. Buzz! The air trembled, and traces of white gas rushed out from the evil monarch crystal and quickly entered Lin Xian's body. Such pure energy! Lin Xian's face was filled with joy. He could feel that this spiritual energy was not inferior to the energy produced by the art of longevity at all. Moreover, this energy would not be rejected by his body at all. As long as he absorbed it with all his strength, it would be fine. It was indeed a peerless treasure. No wonder those two people were so crazy. Lin Xian could not help but hold the evil monarch crystal tightly. This kind of thing could be very precious. Not to mention Jade-faced playboy and the blood-robed man. Even a spirit-detecting realm martial artist would find it hard to resist this temptation. After all, the evil monarch's cultivation was at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. His strength was so strong that almost no one could stop him. The inheritance that he left behind would definitely make everyone's eyes red with envy. Ah! Jade-faced playboy and the blood-robed man saw that Lin Xian dared to refine the energy in the evil monarch crystal in front of them, and their lungs exploded with anger. The spiritual energy in their bodies boiled and almost burned. "Today, even if I have to risk damaging my origin, I'll catch you." Jade-faced playboy went completely crazy. The peach blossom conception around him bloomed with dazzling light, and traces of pink mist merged into jade-faced playboy's body. Suddenly, the cloud-faced playboy's aura skyrocketed, and his speed also rapidly increased. Boom! The air behind him exploded, and jade-faced playboy burst out in an instant, quickly rushing toward Lin Xian. The blood-robed man was not willing to fall behind. The blood waves behind him slapped and merged with his body, turning into a scarlet blood light, rushing toward Lin Xian. This kind of speed made Lin Xian and Zhao Xue's expressions change. It should be known that their speed was already fast enough, so Jade-faced playboy and the blood-robed man could not catch up for a while. However, spirit-transforming realm martial artists were really crazy when they went crazy. Their speed of improvement instantly surpassed Lin Xian's. Seeing that the distance between the two was getting closer and closer, Lin Xian seemed to be able to feel the terrifying aura behind him. Blood sacrifice cloak. Lin Xian pulled Zhao Xue and used a secret technique. His body turned into a blood light, and he instantly appeared far away. After appearing, Lin Xian's face was a bit pale. The two did not stop and continued to escape into the distance. Chapter 419. What? This brat also has a secret skill. Jade-faced playboy saw Lin Xian widen the distance between them once again. He was both shocked and angry. After fusing with the peach blossom concept, his speed surpassed most spirit transformation realm cultivators. Even so, he still couldn't catch up to Lin Xian. Damn it, this brat has too many secrets. I must kill him. The blood-robed man's eyes lit up. Not only the evil monarch's crystal, if he could kill Lin Xian, then all of Lin Xian's treasures would be his. At that time, he might be able to awaken all 3 heads of the 3-headed vermilion bloodbird. Once all 3 heads were awakened, his mission would be complete. He could then leave the Tianan region and return to his family. Thinking of this, the blood-robed man's body became excited. He used the monstrous blood sea with all his strength and increased his speed with the 3-headed vermilion bloodbird. Lin Xian absorbed the energy of the evil monarch's crystal with all his strength. At this time, a faint voice suddenly entered his mind. "Fated person, congratulations on obtaining my crystal. If you can complete my last wish, you will receive all of my inheritance." Hearing this, Lin Xian's body suddenly trembled. He then looked at the evil monarch's crystal in his hand with vigilance. The evil monarch, is he still alive? Lin Xian was shocked. He died a long time ago. This should be a spiritual imprint he left behind, Wine Lord said. Hearing Wine Lord's answer, Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. If the evil monarch was still alive, he wouldn't hesitate to throw away the evil monarch's crystal. But fortunately, this was only a spiritual imprint left behind by the evil monarch. No matter who it was, as long as they obtained the evil monarch's crystal and absorbed the energy inside, they would trigger this spiritual imprint. Last wish, what last wish? Lin Xian maintained his speed and asked in confusion, "Send my body back to my hometown." The evil monarch's voice was filled with fatigue. "If you can do it, I will pass on all of my knowledge to you. If you can't, then put down the crystal and wait for the next fated person. Don't doubt my ability. If you absorb more energy without my approval, it will cause an explosion. Even a spirit-detecting realm martial artist wouldn't be able to survive that kind of attack." Motherfucker, what a lunatic. Lin Xian cursed in his heart. At the same time, he asked via voice transmission, "Wine Lord, is this true?" Indeed, Wine Lord nodded. "If you really can't do it, just throw this Diablo crystal away." Xian's heart thumped when he heard that. This damned evil king is indeed abnormal. He actually used such a method. If he did not agree, then he would not be able to obtain a trace of energy from the crystal. If that was the case, the crystal would become a useless rock. Not only that, but he was also being pursued by the two people behind him. Lin Xian was unwilling to just throw it away. After all, the Diablo crystal contained pure energy. If he could absorb all of it, then his cultivation would reach the late harmonious spirit realm. This was a terrifying speed of improvement. Even if it did not stop, it would save Lin Xian tens of years of hard work. Moreover, it would greatly increase his chances of winning the Azure Dragon Assembly. Therefore, Lin Xian could not give up. "Send your body back to your hometown." "Tell me, where is your hometown? What do I have to do?" Lin Xian asked. At the same time, he separated a part of his soul power to maintain his speed and deal with the group behind him. "My hometown is in the Sky Martial region. You just have to put my body in the ancestral land of the Yu family in the Tianxiang country." Sky Martial region, Tianxiang country's Yu family. Lin Xian frowned and thought quickly. This request was not too difficult. He just had to send the body there. Moreover, he would have to go to the Sky Martial region sooner or later. It's that simple? No other requests? Lin Xian was puzzled. Simple. The Diablo remnant was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed happily. "Yes, it's that simple. As long as you can do it, all of my things will be yours." "All right, I promise you," Lin Xian quickly said. "Then, can I absorb the energy of the crystal now?" "Don't worry. It's not enough to just promise. What if you go back on your words?" The Diablo remnant said, "But I'm already dead. Even if you go back on your words, I can't do anything to you. So, you have to make an oath first." "Oath?" Lin Xian's expression was strange. "That's right. Oath. Blood, sacrifice, curse." The Diablo remnant said, "Now, drop your blood essence into my body and leave the rest to me." After saying that, the Diablo remnant became silent. "Brat, you have to think carefully," Wine Lord reminded. "The blood sacrifice curse is very effective. If you can't do it, I'm afraid there will be a great disaster." "Is it really that effective?" Lin Xian didn't believe it. In the past, there was a venerable who surpassed the spirit-detecting realm. He once made this oath, but in the end he didn't do it. Later, he was attacked by an unknown creature, and his body was split into several pieces. A venerable who surpassed the spirit-detecting realm also died? Lin Xian felt a chill. However, since he dared to promise, he would definitely be able to do it. Moreover, the Diablo remnant crystal was very important to him. Therefore, Lin Xian thought for a moment and agreed. Since he agreed, He needed to use the blood sacrifice curse. He had to return to the Diablo tomb and obtain the Diablo remnant Will's corpse. Let's go. Lin Xian pulled Zhao Shui and suddenly changed direction. Zhao Shui didn't know what happened, but he still chose to believe in Lin Xian. Behind them, Jade-Faced Playboy and the blood-robed man saw Lin Xian suddenly change direction. They didn't think too much and continued to follow. Lin Xian didn't immediately turn back. Instead, he kept changing direction and circled around. If he went back directly, it was very likely that he would attract the attention of Jade-Faced Playboy and the blood-robed man. If the two of them were guarding the tomb ahead of time, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Therefore, he gradually changed direction in order to numb the two of them. After many changes, Lin Xian finally flew back in his original direction. However, Jade-Faced Playboy and the blood-robed man weren't fools. They observed for a moment and discovered Lin Xian's goal. He wants to return to the tomb. Could it be that he found something in the Diablo remnant crystal? Jade-Faced Playboy's expression was uncertain. Back then, he was chasing after the Diablo remnant crystal and didn't carefully investigate anything else. However, it seemed that there was something more important in the tomb. Otherwise, Lin Xian wouldn't risk his life to turn back. On the side, the blood-robed man had the same idea. His whole body was covered in bloody light as he increased his speed again. Lin Xian had comprehended the concept of wind. His speed far surpassed that of a normal spirit transformation realm martial artist. In addition, he had the black cloak and the dragon rebel step. Therefore, Jade-Faced Playboy and the blood-robed man couldn't catch up to him. After a long time, Lin Xian came to the vicinity of the tomb again. Whoosh! Lin Xian turned into a sword light and quickly entered the tomb. Behind him, Jade-Faced Playboy suddenly shouted, "Junior sister, quickly stop him!" In the tomb, there was a green figure looking for other treasures. At this moment, the figure heard Jade-Faced Playboy's roar and immediately looked up. Chapter 420. She did not follow Jade-Faced Playboy and the others. Instead, she chose to stay in the tomb to search for treasures. At this moment, Lin Xian returned and coincidentally met her. Why did this little thief come back? The green-clothed woman was shocked. However, since Jade-Faced Playboy had spoken, she could not disobey. Although she knew that Lin Xian was very powerful, she was confident that she could block him for a while. The green light was hazy as it transformed into a large dark green snake that surged forward. The terrifying figure circled and blocked the path in front. There was no need to fight with Lin Xian. She only needed to make Lin Xian stop, and Jade-Faced Playboy would naturally catch up. It had to be said that the green-clothed woman's method was very clear. Not only could she ensure her own safety, she could also block Lin Xian. However, she still underestimated Lin Xian's strength. "Get lost!" Lin Xian angrily shouted as the wind shadow sword was suddenly unsheathed. A terrifying sword intent surged and transformed into a 100-meter-long sword light. It collided with the dark green snake shadow and produced a shocking explosion. Boom! The large, dark green snake was instantly slashed apart and fell to the sides. The green-clothed woman was also affected by this wave of energy and flew out while vomiting blood. Lin Xian was not affected at all. He flew past quickly and did not stop at all. Seeing Lin Xian enter the tomb, Jade-Faced Playboy's expression turned crazy. Going in is easy, but coming out is difficult. The blood-robed man beside him sneered. His palms held up the sky as the sea of blood surged behind him. Waves of blood quickly surrounded the entire tomb. The sea of blood instantly enveloped the tomb, and the blood-robed man revealed a cold smile. Jade-Faced Playboy also let out a carefree laugh. His palms danced and shot out countless flower petals, forming a solid cage outside of the sea of blood. "Humph! Stupid kid, let's see how you escape this time." Jade-Faced Playboy sneered. The two of them planned to catch a turtle in a jar. With a flash, Jade-Faced Playboy and the blood-robed man entered the tomb. Inside the tomb, Lin Xian's figure quickly shuttled and approached the black coffin in the center. He naturally knew that it was very likely that he would be surrounded if he entered the mausoleum. Even so, he still wanted to give it a try. Lin Xian, what are you trying to do? Zhao Shui was very confused and finally asked, Take away the black coffin. Lin Xian's answer was very simple. What? Zhao Shui covered her mouth and exclaimed. This was too crazy. Not only did he take away the inheritance, he even wanted to steal the corpse. For a moment, Zhao Shui looked at Lin Xian with a strange expression. It's not what you think. Forget it. I'll explain it later. Lin Xian approached the coffin. Behind him, Jade-Faced Playboy and the blood-robed man quickly rushed over and blocked Lin Xian. Boy, let's see where you can run this time. Jade-Faced Playboy laughed wildly. Hand over the evil monarch crystal, and I can consider giving you a quick death. Kiki, regardless of whether you hand it over or not, your body belongs to the three-headed bird. The blood-robed man stroked the three-headed vermilion bird with a cold expression. Fated person, it seems that your situation is rather dangerous. Let me help you. The evil monarch's remnant consciousness voice sounded in Lin Xian's mind. Many thanks. Since someone was willing to help, Lin Xian naturally would not refuse. Open my coffin and temporarily place the crystal on me. This way, I can help you control one of them. Lin Xian was clearly stunned. This evil monarch was strange in every way. If he placed the energy essence on him, there was no telling what would happen. Don't worry, I'm already dead. I won't come back to life. This is only my remnant soul. The evil monarch seemed to have sensed Lin Xian's apprehension and explained. Little Xian, it's impossible for this corpse to come back to life. Wine Lord confirmed once again. Hearing this, Lin Xian slapped open the black coffin, revealing the corpse inside. This action directly frightened Jade-Faced Playboy and the others. They stared blankly at Lin Xian, not knowing what he was going to do. Lin Xian quickly placed the crystal on the forehead of the evil monarch's corpse. Traces of pure, white energy seeped into it. The originally dead evil monarch suddenly opened his eyes and sat up abruptly. A corpse coming back to life. Zhao Shui's little face was pale with fright. Her hands tightly grasped Lin Xian. Even Jade-Faced Playboy and the blood-robed man were shocked. Their expressions were filled with horror. The evil monarch, the spirit-detecting realm master, whose name shook the Dragonstar Nation, had actually come back to life. What did this brat do? The blood-robed man felt a trace of fear. He moved his feet, ready to escape at any time. There was no other way. The evil monarch was too terrifying. When he was alive, he was already a master at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. He even almost took that crucial step. This was far from what they could resist. "Ma Master." Jade-Faced Playboy's voice trembled as he looked at the figure in front of him in horror. He no longer had the arrogance he had before. "I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be you, the evil disciple. What, you finally can't hold back and want to dig up my grave?" The evil monarch slightly turned his head and sent out a trace of spiritual fluctuation. "Ma Master, I don't dare." Jade-Faced Playboy lowered his head. The spiritual fluctuation snorted coldly. "Now, my inheritance will be left to the fated one. Don't think too much." After that, the evil monarch's corpse looked at Lin Xian next to him. "What, the fated one?" Jade-Faced Playboy suddenly raised his head. Two cold lights shot out from his eyes, stabbing at Lin Xian. "I'm not satisfied. I'm your disciple. Why should I leave the inheritance to others?" "Disciple?" The evil monarch sneered. "Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Since we're master and disciple, I won't kill you. Get out of here." At the same time, the evil monarch's voice sounded in Lin Xian's mind again. The fated one should quickly sign the blood sacrifice agreement. I can't hold on for long. Lin Xian nodded slightly. He cut his finger and quickly drew a strange blood rune on the back of the dead body, sinking into the corpse. After doing all this, Lin Xian's face turned slightly pale. Blood sacrifice agreement, the crimson-robed man exclaimed. He had a mysterious origin, so naturally he had heard of the blood sacrifice agreement. What evil monarch? How can a dead person come back to life? No matter what the hell you are, the evil monarch's crystal is mine. The crimson-robed man understood and immediately stretched out his bloody hand to grab the evil monarch's crystal. Next to him, Lin Xian took a deep breath. He had just completed the blood sacrifice agreement and lost about 1/3 of his blood. In addition, he had used the blood sacrifice cloak not long ago, so he still had about half of his blood essence left. It was a bit too much for him. Fortunately, he still had a few drops of earth spirit liquid on him. He immediately swallowed a drop. Sword intent surged. Lin Xian wanted to slash at the bloody hand in the sky. However, the evil monarch suddenly made his move. He pointed his finger and instantly pierced through the bloody hand in the sky. Then he covered the crimson-robed man. The fated one, since you've signed the blood sacrifice agreement, I'll give you a part of the crystal's energy. After saying that, a jade-white energy ball gushed out of the evil monarch crystal and quickly entered Lin Xian's body. Buzz! Lin Xian's body trembled. Then a powerful aura burst out from his body, forming waves of energy that swept in all directions. Mid-harmonious spirit realm, Zhao Shui exclaimed. Chapter 421. In the distance, jade-faced playboy looked at Lin Xian, who was increasing his cultivation. His heart was bleeding. It was supposed to be his. If he could get it, he would be able to enter the spirit-detecting realm in a short time. But now, Lin Xian had taken advantage of him. Old bastard. You are already dead, but you are still not at ease. Why do you have to jump out and seek death? Jade-faced playboy also realized that the evil king was not really resurrected. He was in some kind of abnormal state. Although he was afraid, the greed in his heart overcame his reason. The evil king's crystal must be mine. Beside jade-faced playboy, the peach blossom conception suddenly spread out. It formed a huge pink folding fan in the air and slashed down. Wind Slayer! Lin Xian had entered the mid-harmonious spirit realm. His strength had increased greatly. He quickly pulled out the wind shadow sword and waved out a sharp sword chi. In a flash, the huge folding fan in the sky was torn apart. What a terrifying sword chi! The evil king's spirit sense fluctuated. Fated one, according to our agreement, I will control this bloody freak. As for the others, I can't do anything with my current strength. It's enough. Lin Xian's eyes emitted a shocking light. He was already satisfied to be able to trap a spirit transformation realm warrior. As for jade-faced playboy, he was able to resist before he successfully broke through. Now that he had successfully broken through to the mid-harmonious spirit realm, it would be easier to deal with him. Lin Xian's aura was strong. He slashed open the huge peach blossom folding fan. Brat, although you are powerful, you can only tie with me at most. Moreover, once I use my trump card, you will definitely not be my opponent. How about this, you give me the evil king's crystal and I will let you live. Jade-faced playboy said. Humph, no way. Lin Xian sneered and completely ignored him. Since you are courting death, then don't blame me. Jade-faced playboy waved the peach blossom conception with all his strength. It emitted a strange fragrance that filled the air. Not good, the fragrance is poisonous. Hold your breath. Zhao Shui's face changed. You and I will work together to kill him. Lin Xian turned his head and said. Then 70% of the great dragon's sword intent in his body surged out and a huge dragon shadow appeared behind him. At the same time, streaks of green ripples flickered as the concept of wind was unleashed. With a wave of the wind shadow sword Qi shot out in all directions. Zhao Shui took out the stone bead and poured her soul power into it, pushing it with all her might. The stone bead trembled, and the central eyeball emitted light. Countless symbols flew out, forming a terrifying killing move. The two of them joined forces to fight Jade-Faced Playboy. In the distance, the blood-robed man had been imprisoned by Evil King, and no matter how he struggled, he couldn't escape. Beside him, the 3 vermilion bloodbirds kept chirping. Boom! There was a huge explosion in the air, and the 3 figures quickly separated. Jade-Faced Playboy floated down, with shock in his eyes. He was actually being suppressed. How is that possible? Jade-Faced Playboy's heart was in turmoil. In fact, this was very normal. Lin Xian's Wind Shadow Sword was a high-grade, spirit-grade artifact, and he had the support of a 70% sword intent and small success wind concept. His strength was very strong, comparable to a spirit transformation realm martial artist. Zhao Shui also had the mysterious stone pearl, and her soul attack was even more bizarre. When the two of them joined forces, they put a lot of pressure on Jade-Faced Playboy, both physically and spiritually. Jade-Faced Playboy's face was gloomy, and the folding fan in his hand was creaking. Now that the blood-robed man was under control, he couldn't do anything even if he wanted to. Do I have to use my trump card? But the side effect of using my trump card is very big. Jade-Faced Playboy hesitated, and finally decided to use his trump card first to get rid of Lin Xian. Thinking of this, he looked at Evil King. Evil King was also looking at him with a faint smile. Jade-Faced Playboy felt his heart tremble, as if he had been seen through. Don't worry, I won't interfere in your battle. If you have the ability to kill them, then Evil King's crystal is yours. Evil King's voice had a trace of indifference. Hearing this, Jade-Faced Playboy sneered. Boy, let's see who can save you this time. Without the threat of Evil King, Jade-Faced Playboy felt a lot less pressure. As long as he used his trump card, he would definitely be able to kill Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. Jade-Faced Playboy took out 2 red elixirs from his storage ring and quickly swallowed them. The next moment, his momentum increased greatly, and his skin turned pink, as bright as peach blossoms. A shocking power gushed out from Jade-Faced Playboy's body. He has reached the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm. Evil King was surprised. The middle stage of the spirit transformation realm. Lin Xian was shocked. Hurry up! He shouted and waved his sword with all his strength. There was a huge gap between the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm and the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. If Jade-Faced Playboy reached the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm, then they would have no chance of winning. The stone pearl vibrated, and Zhao Shui launched a soul attack. The inscriptions in the sky condensed into beams of light, bombarding Jade-Faced Playboy's soul. Ah! Jade-Faced Playboy's body trembled, and his face became ferocious. His aura also stopped. Although he hadn't reached the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm, he was not far from it. Next, I will let you know what fear is. Jade-Faced Playboy's whole body turned pink, and he was surrounded by the essence of peach blossoms. He grinned and stepped out. In an instant, he was in front of Lin Xian. So fast! Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He quickly performed the dragon inverse steps and dodged quickly with the help of the black cloak. The air fluctuated, and a dazzling light burst out from Jade-Faced Playboy's palm. Boom! Lin Xian tried his best to dodge, but his body was still grazed by the palm wind. Suddenly, he felt that all his internal organs were shaking, and his body was about to explode. You can't even withstand a single blow. Jade-Faced Playboy's voice was cold. Boom! Lin Xian's body hit the wall, and he became a pile of rubble. Lin Xian, Zhao Shui shouted anxiously. Jade-faced Playboy moved again. The folding fan in his hand drew a strange arc and instantly covered Zhao Shui. Illusory fish hand. Zhao Shui waved her hands, and an illusory palm shadow appeared. In an instant, countless illusory arms appeared in the sky. Moreover, these arms carried the power of the soul, which was impossible to defend against. Cut! The peach blossom folding fan was like a scythe of death. It cut off all the palm shadows in the sky and then hit Zhao Shui. Zhao Shui quickly formed a hazy moonlight to protect her body, but she was still sent flying by the terrifying force. Ha 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 ha. Even if you two ants have treasures in your hands, you still can't withstand a single blow from absolute power. Next, I will let you know what hell is on earth. Jade-faced Playboy grinned as he walked toward Zhao Shui. At this moment, a cold light flashed from his left. It's useless. Jade-faced Playboy's 5 fingers formed a claw, and he quickly reached out and caught the sword Qi. Buzz! The air trembled, and Lin Xian appeared in the air with the wind shadow sword in his hand. He had been hit by a palm, but fortunately he had the golden inner armor and the silver thunder body, so his body wasn't seriously injured. Humph. Chapter 422. Lightning Storm. Thunder suddenly appeared. Lin Xian's body was covered in thunder. Countless silver thunderbolts surged, turning the surroundings into a sea of thunder. However, the peach blossom aura was derived from peach blossoms. Although Lin Xian's thunderbolts were powerful, he hadn't comprehended the essence of thunder. Therefore, in terms of attack, Lin Xian's silver thunderbolts were not enough to resist the peach blossom aura. In an instant, the silver thunderbolts were wrapped by the peach blossom aura and quickly dissipated. Wind, thunder, lightning ring. Seeing that the thunderbolts were ineffective, Lin Xian had to use the essence of wind. The combination of wind and thunder formed a powerful force that blocked the peach blossom aura. Moreover, he activated 70% of the great dragon sword intent, making the wind shadow sword shine brightly. Countless sword auras flew out, rushing toward Jade-faced Playboy. Although Jade-faced Playboy had temporarily increased his cultivation to the peak of the initial stage of the spirit transformation realm, 70% of the great dragon sword intent was still a threat to him. The peach blossom aura protecting his body was cut open, and the endless sword auras flew toward his palm. He had no choice but to step back. Jade-faced Playboy waved his sleeve, shooting out several cold lights that disappeared into the peach blossom aura. This was his hidden weapon, the peach blossom poisonous needles. Even a warrior of the spirit transformation realm would be seriously injured if hit. He wanted to use the peach blossom aura to cover the traces of the peach blossom poisonous needles. However, Lin Xian's soul power was extremely powerful. With a slight perception, he found the hidden attack. Returning wind whisks willow sword. Fine sword auras like willow branches appeared around his body, forming a sword curtain that blocked all the attacks. At the same time, he held the wind shadow sword tightly with both hands and suddenly stabbed out. Wind Emperor's sword. Endless wind surged, and the sword auras flew toward Jade-faced Playboy. On the other side, Zhao Shui waved her hands and used the illusory fish hand. The black and white yin-yang fish rotated together, forming the yin-yang illusory fish picture. At the same time, it also carried a strange illusion. Peach blossom cut. Jade-faced Playboy's body formed a peach blossom armor. He held a huge folding fan in his hand, and all the attacks were blown away. However, he was also pushed back by the two forces, and several shocking cracks appeared on the peach blossom armor on his body. Impossible! His sword intent has become stronger. Jade-faced Playboy frowned as he looked at the cracks on his armor. Slash! Lin Xian used the Dragon Rebel step to give chase. Streaks of swift and fierce sword techniques rapidly unfolded in the air. At the same time, he used the concept of wind, causing the surrounding air to condense. Suddenly, Jade-faced Playboy felt an inexplicable power on his body, making his movements slow down. This is the small success concept of wind. Jade-faced Playboy was shocked once again. He didn't expect that Lin Xian's artistic conception of scenery had reached the small success realm in just a few days. This kind of concept could completely affect his attack. Jade-faced Playboy's face was gloomy as the aura in his body surged. He used all of his strength to activate the peach blossom conception and struggled with all his might. The folding fan in his hand even slapped towards Lin Xian. The two concepts collided, causing the air to ripple. The terrifying waves spread out in all directions, causing the ground to crack. It was as if the entire mausoleum had been split open from the middle. Cracks that were nearly 1,000 meters long appeared on the ground. As the sword light flashed, Jade-faced Playboy was enveloped in it. Fantasy moon concept. On the other side, Zhao Shui quickly rushed over. A hazy bright moon rose behind her and pressed down on Jade-faced Playboy. Another small success concept. Jade-faced Playboy felt the pressure increase, and his face became abnormally ugly. The petals that filled the sky became dim, as if they had lost their luster. "You've gone too far." Jade-faced Playboy's lungs were about to explode. The swift and fierce aura on his body quickly fluctuated, and the peach blossom conception became even more unstable. Is the effect of the medicine about to end? Jade-faced Playboy's heart tightened. The reason he could have such a cultivation was all because of the 2 pills. However, this kind of trump card had a time limit. Once the time was up, he would enter a period of weakness. Fight! While the medicine was still effective, Jade-faced Playboy decided to go crazy. He began to burn the spiritual power in his body, deciding to fight to the death. Is he going to fight to the death? In the distance, the blood-robed man was controlled by the evil king and could not move. However, he still paid close attention to the battle. When he saw Jade-faced Playboy burn his spiritual power, his heart beat wildly. This kind of method was extremely harmful to a warrior's origin. If it was not life-threatening, a general warrior would not use it. Obviously, Jade-faced Playboy was forced into a desperate situation. It was not surprising. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui had a conception that was not inferior to Jade-faced Playboy's. In addition, they both had treasures in their hands, so their attacking power was close to that of a warrior in the spirit transformation realm. Under the joint attack of the two, Jade-faced Playboy was suffering unspeakably. If he had not taken the pills in advance, perhaps he would have been seriously injured and dying. I didn't expect that after dozens of years in Jianghu, I would be bullied by 2 little devils in the end. Today, I will pay a painful price to kill you 2. Jade-faced Playboy was completely out of control. The surrounding air vibrated, and the surrounding spiritual chi quickly entered his body. Jade-faced Playboy's body was full of spiritual chi, like a dancing flame. Not good. This guy is going to fight to the death. Lin Xian shouted in a low voice, "Attack with all your strength. You must kill him." Jade-faced Playboy had chased him several times, so Lin Xian had long wanted to kill him. Now was the best time to get rid of him. The spiritual chi in the sky gathered into Jade-faced Playboy's body, forming a 100-meter-long folding fan behind him. There were countless peach blossoms engraved on it. "Take my strongest attack. Peach blossom destroy the world." Jade-faced Playboy waved his hands and fell toward the front of the battle area. The 100-meter-high huge folding fan behind him also fell with his movement. Lin Xian looked dignified. The wind shadow sword quickly drew some inexplicable tracks in the void. The clouds in the sky rolled, and a huge heavenly sword was formed. It carried a horrible pressure, as if it could destroy everything. Gale lightning sword. One sword breaks mountains and rivers. As the wind shadow sword fell, The huge, heavenly sword in the sky also chopped down with endless momentum. On the other side, Zhao Shui merged with a stone bead and shot out a strange talisman. The talisman looked simple, but it contained a horrible aura. It didn't seem to be any weaker than the Gale Lightning Sword. The three violent forces collided with each other. Suddenly, countless gusts of wind swept through, and a horrible energy wave quickly spread out. The entire mausoleum was enveloped and turned into fragments. Boom! The destruction continued and spread out to an extremely far distance. Lin Xian's entire body emitted silver lightning. He pulled Zhao Shui and quickly retreated. When everything calmed down, he looked ahead with a dignified expression. The entire mausoleum was cut open, and horrible cracks spread out in all directions. Other than the place where the evil king sat, the other places had turned into ruins. In front of him, there was a horrible deep pit with a trace of destructive aura. It was caused by the Gale Lightning Sword and the stone bead talisman. In the deep pit, a figure with disheveled hair stood there with blood all over his body. His body was trembling, as if he could fall at any time. Earth rank martial art. It's actually an Earth rank martial art. Jade-faced Playboy's face was pale, and his eyes were filled with fear. Under the attacks of the two, he suffered severe internal injuries. Fortunately, his cultivation was profound, so he managed to survive. Chapter 4:23. Earth-level martial arts were extremely precious martial arts in the entire Tianan region. Only a few top sects had access to them. Moreover, only a few disciples of the sects could learn them. You are about to die. You don't need to know anything. Lin Xian slowly walked over with the wind shadow sword. Don't kill me. I don't want it. I don't want anything. I beg you to let me live. Jade-faced Playboy's body trembled as he began to beg for mercy. Now you know how to beg for mercy. Don't you think it's too late? Lin Xian sneered. When you were chasing me, did you ever think that you would one day be killed by someone else? Lin Xian was like a god of death, carrying an endless murderous aura. However, when Lin Xian was 10 meters away from Jade-faced Playboy, who was originally begging for mercy, revealed a gloomy expression. Brat, even if I die, I will drag you down with me. He opened his arms and pounced at Lin Xian like an octopus. Moreover, he burned all of his essence blood, turning into a bloody red ball and quickly pouncing over. Jade-faced Playboy actually wanted to perish together with Lin Xian. Not good, retreat. Zhao Shui anxiously shouted from behind. Perish together? Lin Xian's expression was indifferent. He quickly waved the wind shadow sword and countless cyan sword shadows flashed in the air. I will not give you any chance. The cyan sword shadows that filled the sky merged into one and instantly slashed through Jade-faced Playboy's body. Jade-faced Playboy's body that was flying in the air suddenly stiffened and then slowly slid down. An extremely fine sword mark appeared between his eyebrows. Plop! Jade-faced Playboy fell to the ground, but no blood flowed. A spirit transformation realm expert died. Just like that. The blood-robed man's face was full of shock. He felt that it was unreal. He actually killed someone who was a realm above him. This brat's strength is too heaven-defying. He was extremely shocked. Now he was in a very dangerous situation. If the evil king made a move, he would most likely die here. Just as he was struggling, a cold gaze looked at him. Suddenly, the blood-robed man's body trembled as if he was pierced by thousands of swords. Lin Xian! He roared through gritted teeth. At this moment, Lin Xian was too sharp. He was like an unsheathed divine sword, causing people's hearts to turn cold. The crimson-robed man felt a trace of fear in his heart. He looked at Lin Xian, who was gradually approaching him, and secretly channeled his spirit energy, preparing to launch his strongest attack. Little Xian, kill this three-headed crimson blood bird first. Its body contains the wind and thunder attribute, which can further enhance the power of your wind and thunder dual swords. Wine Lord transmitted his voice. Another upgrade. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He stared at the 3 crimson blood birds beside the blood-robed man. Immediately, the strange bird felt uneasy and began to cry out. The head in the center emitted purple flames that crashed into the restrictions in all directions. Brat, what do you think you're doing? The crimson-robed man was shocked. Lin Xian's gaze was too frightening, giving him a bad premonition. Let me tell you, this 3-headed bird has an extraordinary background. It's not something you can provoke. I advise you to give up on this idea. Otherwise, a great disaster will befall you. The crimson-robed man wasn't lying. Although he was a martial artist in the spirit transformation realm, his true identity was the servant of the 3-headed crimson blood bird. His purpose in coming to the Tianan region was to awaken all 3 heads of the 3-headed crimson blood bird and then bring it back to his family. However, Lin Xian didn't care. This crimson-robed man had tried to kill him many times, so he wouldn't show mercy. Can you release this strange bird alone? Lin Xian looked at the Diablo's corpse and asked. The Diablo's remnant consciousness paused for a moment, then said, These 3 crimson blood birds indeed have an extraordinary background. If I remember correctly, they should also be from a terrifying family in the Tianwu region. Fated One, are you really going to kill them? If you kill them, you might encounter unexpected dangers when you go to the Tianwu region in the future. Don't worry, Lin Xian said in a low voice. Only one of us can survive. Hearing this, the Diablo's corpse sighed and didn't force him. He waved his arm and forcibly separated the 3-headed crimson blood bird. Brat, how dare you? The crimson-robed man shouted crazily as he used all his strength to resist the Diablo's restriction. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't escape. The 3-headed crimson blood bird landed on the ground and let out a sharp cry. Purple, inextinguishable flames rose around its body, exuding a terrifying heat. Its cold eyes stared at Lin Xian full of malice. It took the initiative to attack. A purple flame as thick as a chopstick flew out and instantly arrived in front of Lin Xian. He pulled out the wind shadow sword and quickly stabbed at the purple flame. The Wind Emperor's sword flashed and slashed at the purple flame. Instantly a sizzling sound was heard. Lin Xian's great dragon sword could destroy everything. Back then, he had extinguished the 5-colored peacock's eternal flame. Now that his strength had increased greatly, it was easier for him to deal with the purple flame. The sword fell, and the purple flame was cut in half, dissipating in the sky. What? Impossible! The crimson-robed man in the cage was shocked. He knew the power of the purple flame. Even a warrior of the spirit transformation realm would find it difficult to destroy it. However, Lin Xian had extinguished the eternal flame with a single slash, which made him feel even more desperate. Brat, if you hurt it, the Divine Bird Clan won't let you go. The crimson-robed man's voice was unusually cold. Is that so? Lin Xian sneered. He didn't know how the dead would send the news back. He held the sword with one hand and used the dragon counterstep. He quickly arrived in front of the 3-headed crimson blood bird and stabbed with the wind shadow sword, carrying a terrifying swordwill. For a moment, the 3-headed crimson blood bird's feathers stood up. Purple flames the size of a fingernail rose from each of them, forming a sea of purple flames in front of them. At the same time, flames flew in all directions. Returning wind whisks willow sword. The sword light circled and formed a solid defense. Lin Xian faced it head-on. Countless sword chi slashed down, tearing the void like a cloth. It couldn't be helped. The 70% dragon sword was too terrifying. Moreover, the 3-headed crimson blood bird hadn't really grown up yet. In an instant, the dazzling sword chi split the sea of purple flames and slashed toward the head in the center. Whoosh! The 3-headed crimson blood bird flapped its wings and dodged quickly. Moreover, the second head on the left trembled slightly, as if it could wake up at any time. Seeing this, the crimson-robed man let out a sigh of relief. Although the three-headed crimson-blood bird needed a large amount of energy to wake up, he would also wake up the second head in a critical moment. Doing this would cause a lot of damage, but it was worth it to save his life. Brat, if it wakes up the second head, I'm afraid that even a warrior of the spirit transformation stage would have a hard time fighting against it. Wine Lord reminded him. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned and sped up again. He turned into a beam of sword light and attacked the three-headed crimson blood bird. Little White, Lin Xian shouted. The little white monkey's body shook and disappeared instantly. When it reappeared, it was already beside the three-headed crimson blood bird. Its furry little paw slapped the second head that was about to wake up. Buzz! An extremely strange dizziness was unleashed by the little white monkey. The second head that was about to wake up fell asleep again. Chapter 4:24. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be any external factors that could stop the second head from waking up. However, the little white monkey had interrupted the awakening process with one claw, which had completely overturned the blood-robed man's understanding. The three-headed crimson blood bird was both shocked and furious. The head in the middle let out a piercing, demonic sound that spread in all directions. As an ancient species, its potential was limitless. If it could wake up the second head, it would be as easy as blowing off dust to kill the abominable human in front of it. However, the little white monkey was like its nemesis. It was able to stop its awakening. The three-headed crimson blood bird was very intelligent. Its eyes were filled with malice. If it didn't succeed this time, it still had a chance to wake up again. The three-headed crimson blood bird moved quickly, preparing to wake up the second head. At this moment, Lin Xian's long sword arrived. The sword light was like a rainbow as it instantly pierced a head in the middle. The 70% dragon sword essence condensed into an illusory azure dragon and sank into the head. Puff! There was a flash of blood as the head in the middle was mercilessly cut open. No! The blood-robed man screamed crazily. The sea of blood around him was tumbling as he crazily attacked the restriction. Ripples floated and appeared on the restriction. The evil king frowned slightly. Fated one, hurry up. I don't have much time left. Hearing this, Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. He rotated his long sword, and the head in the middle exploded completely. Kid, you're dead. No one can save you. The blood-robed man quickly burned his spiritual power and made a terrifying attack. The sea of blood in the sky hit the restriction. With each hit, the light of the restriction dimmed a little. Don't even think about leaving today. Lin Xian's voice was cold. He took out the black scabbard and absorbed the purple flame in the middle head according to the method taught by the wine lord. Then the long sword moved again. Lin Xian chopped at the second head. The head split open, and a dark blue airflow spun quickly. Its power was far above his wind essence. The second head contained the wind attribute. Lin Xian was as fast as lightning as he absorbed the wind into the black scabbard. The black scabbard was indeed mysterious. After absorbing the terrifying energy, it did not have much of a reaction. Only a faint glow appeared on its surface. The blood-robed man had gone completely mad. He burned his essence blood without any regard for his life, unleashing his strongest attack. Boom! The evil king's restriction was broken, and the blood-robed man appeared in the sky again. Fated person, I can only help you to this extent. After saying that, evil king's corpse fell back into the coffin. After the blood-robed man broke free from the restriction, he pounced on Lin Xian like a madman. At this moment, Lin Xian sliced open the third head with his sword. A streak of golden lightning flashed and was absorbed into the black scabbard. Since then, the three heads of the three-headed crimson blood bird had been completely destroyed by Lin Xian, and the three types of energy had also been absorbed by him. The crimson-robed man's body trembled. He threw himself to the side of the three-headed crimson blood bird, hugging the blood-red corpse and howling into the sky. His voice was like a demonic diamond, causing people's scalps to go numb. "Brat, even if you die 10,000 times, you won't be able to make up for your sins." The crimson-robed man was like a demon, his entire body covered in a layer of scarlet blood. An aura that far surpassed jade-faced playboys gushed out from his body. Burning spiritual power. Lin Xian frowned. The wind shadow sword quickly drew strange strokes in the air. It was obvious that the crimson-robed man didn't care about his life anymore. He just wanted to kill Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian also used his most powerful attack, the Gale Lightning Sword technique. In the clouds, the firmament giant sword flashed again, emitting a mysterious and ancient aura. The wind shadow sword fell, as if it could cut through mountains and rivers. Blood stains the firmament. The crimson-robed man ignited the qi and blood in his entire body. He blasted both his hands toward Lin Xian. In the sky, a blood-red waterfall hung upside down. An extremely strange and terrifying energy gushed out, as if it was going to tear it apart. The Gale Lightning Sword slashed down quickly. The sea of blood surged, and countless blood flowers appeared. However, this was an attack that the crimson-robed man used with all his might. It was far stronger than before. Although the Gale Lightning Sword technique was an earth-tier martial art, it was still blocked at this moment. "Brat, I'll kill you." The crimson-robed man's voice was vicious. Gale Lightning Sword technique. Dual sword star annihilation. Lin Xian let out a low shout. He pulled out the star extinction sword and swung it again. In the sky, a huge sword shadow appeared next to the firmament giant sword again, tearing the sky apart. The dual swords seemed to be able to destroy the stars. An extremely terrifying energy gushed out and enveloped the crimson-robed man in an instant. Sword light danced, blood light filled the air, and a shocking explosion occurred in the air. Zhao Shue's face was slightly pale. She quickly retreated with the evil king's coffin. The entire evil king's tomb was completely destroyed. The dual swords were too powerful. Even the crimson-robed man who burned his blood essence couldn't resist. Lin Xian's face was slightly pale. Although the dual swords were powerful, they consumed more than half of his spirit power in an instant. Sheathing the wind and lightning swords, Lin Xian quickly searched in his soul. The 3 vermilion bloodbirds had been killed, and the crimson-robed man beside him was also split in half. Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. He turned around and quickly left the place. Then he put away the evil king's coffin and quickly left the evil king's tomb with Zhao Shui. Not long after the two left, the remaining blood on the crimson-robed man's body quickly rolled and wrapped around the 3 vermilion blood birds' bodies, disappearing. In the terrifying Demon Mountain, there was a colorful palace. It was full of multicolored light, like an immortal palace. However, there was a roar in this seemingly sacred palace. The disciple who was training in the Tianan region has fallen. No matter who killed him, bring him back and accept the death sentence. Everything related to him must be destroyed. I want the world to know that the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace can't be killed just because they want to. This voice carried boundless pressure and spread to every corner of the palace. Suddenly, several fiery red figures with extremely powerful auras quickly left the palace. Lin Xian naturally didn't know what happened far away. He had already left the evil king's tomb and was meditating in a nearby cave. This training could be said to be a great harvest. Not only did he find a lot of treasures, but he also obtained 2 supreme treasures. One was the Wind Shadow Sword, a high-grade spirit treasure. This treasure sword was extraordinary, allowing him to fight against spirit transformation experts. The other was the evil king's crystal. As long as he was given some time, He could use the energy inside the crystal to break through to the late harmonious spirit realm. The evil king's crystal not only contained pure energy, but also all the inheritances of the evil king. This included cultivation methods and martial techniques. In terms of cultivation methods, Lin Xian's art of long life was very powerful, so he didn't need other cultivation methods to replace it. However, he could use martial techniques for reference. Moreover, this evil king also cultivated both sword and soul, very similar to him. One of them was the phantom sword art, which was a unique sword art that combined sword arts and illusions. This sword art made Lin Xian very happy. He had high attainments in both sword arts and soul arts, so he quickly mastered the phantom sword art. In addition, Wine Lord also created a lightning sword art for his star extinction sword, the 3000 Lightning Haste. Chapter 4:25. The three-headed vermilion blood bird was indeed amazing. The three attributes in its body were very unique, allowing Lin Xian's Wind Shadow Sword and Star of Extinction sword to improve. Although the grade did not change, the quality had improved by a large margin. Moreover, the black scabbard had also changed greatly. Other than the wind and thunder attributes, there seemed to be a ball of fire attribute slowly forming. Other than that, there was another martial art that made Lin Xian's heart beat faster. The Phantom Demon Steps was an earth-rank martial art known for its speed and agility. It was one of the Diablo's ultimate arts. An earth-rank martial art was a martial art that could tempt even spirit illumination martial artists. There were only a few earth-rank martial arts in the entire Dragonstar Nation. Back then, the Diablo had relied on the Phantom Demon Steps to escape the pursuit of powerful enemies. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. Lin Xian knew the power of an earth-rank martial art. His Gale Lightning Sword was an earth-rank martial art. It was extremely powerful and could kill enemies above his level. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to learn the Phantom Demon Steps to replace the Dragon Rebel Steps. However, he kept the powerful Dragon Rebel 7 Steps. After sorting out his gains, he gave some of the treasures to Zhao Shui. "What do you plan to do next?" Zhao Shui asked with a smile. "I came to Dragonstar Nation to get a spot to join the Azure Dragon Association. I'll be going to Desolate Flame City next." Azure Dragon Association? Hee, I want to join too. You have to be merciful when you meet sister. Zhao Shui glanced at him seductively. "You want to join too? Do you have a spot?" Lin Xian asked. "I should have enough this time. Those who join the Azure Dragon Association are all peerless geniuses. Their strength is far beyond your imagination. You can't be careless." Zhao Shui reminded him seriously. Then the two chatted as they ate. Before they knew it, the night had passed. "Sister is leaving. Don't miss me," Zhao Shui whispered into Lin Xian's ear. Then she quickly left. Lin Xian also sorted out his emotions and prepared for what to do next. There was only half a year left before the Azure Dragon Society, so he had to make the best use of his time. However, before that, Lin Xian was prepared to find a few demonic beasts in the nearby forest to practice his swordsmanship. He mainly wanted to test out the power of the two sword techniques he had just learned: Phantom Sword and Lightning Haste. The former was soft and sinister, and even had an illusory attack. The latter was violent and domineering, and its attacks were bold and powerful. The two sword techniques were completely different, and the way they were executed was also very different. In the forest, a 30-meter-long illusion demon butterfly flapped its wings and stared at Lin Xian. This was a type of demonic beast that specialized in illusions. Its attacks were very strange, and ordinary harmonious spirit realm warriors were no match for it. Lin Xian planned to use it to test the Phantom Sword. As he swung his long sword, sword shadows filled the air. Among the sword chi, there were both real and fake. It was hard to tell what was real and what was not. Moreover, although these sword chis appeared to be chaotic, they actually contained an illusory formation. which could often cause the enemy to inadvertently fall into an illusory formation and be easily killed. This sword technique could be said to be Evil King's famous sword technique. The illusory swordsmanship deceived the illusion demon butterfly. That strange attack gave the illusion demon butterfly a headache. The illusory sword chi formed a strange sword formation and killed the illusion demon butterfly. Lin Xian put away the illusion demon butterfly's demon crystal and started to search for demonic beasts again. This time, he wanted to test the power of the lightning haste. With the help of his soul power, he quickly found a demonic beast that he was satisfied with. The rock tortoise was a demonic beast that was famous for its defense. It was as hard as a diamond, abnormally hard. It was said that although this demonic beast was only at the 7th grade, a harmonious spirit realm warrior of the same level would not be able to break its defense. Only a spirit transformation realm warrior could kill it. The rock tortoise that was like a small boat looked at Lin Xian with disdain. It directly ignored Lin Xian. In its eyes, a mid-harmonious spirit realm human was not enough to break its defense. That attack was just like scratching an itch. Lin Xian moved quickly and pulled out the star extinction sword. The sword chi turned into a thunderclap that shook the sky. The sword slashed through the air and turned into lightning. The rock tortoise shrunk its body and hid in its hard shell. Boom! Like 3,000 lightning bolts, the terrifying sword light bombarded the rock tortoise's shell, emitting a dazzling light. This sword was too violent. Countless sword marks were left on the tortoise's shell. The rock tortoise's body was severely injured and blood kept flowing out. At this moment, it finally showed a terrified expression. The human in front of it was too strong. The power of that sword strike was even more terrifying than a spirit transformation realm warrior. Luckily, the human did not have any intention to continue attacking, so it was able to keep its life. Lin Xian was very satisfied with this result. Whether it was the phantom sword or the 3,000 lightning haste, the power of the sword art was beyond his expectations. He used to mainly use the Wind Emperor's 1 sword and the 9 azure cloud swords. He also had the Outer Sky Meteor. Now that he had 2 more sword arts, it could be said that he did not have any weaknesses in sword arts. In terms of body movement, he had a new earth, rank martial art, the Phantom Demon Steps. Perhaps even a spirit transformation realm warrior would not be able to withstand it. In terms of defense, he had the silver lightning body and the golden inner armor. With the combination of the two, he could withstand the attacks of a spirit transformation realm warrior. It could be said that Lin Xian's current state was at the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. Next, it's time to go to the desolate Flame City. Lin Xian summoned Xiao Jin and rushed toward the desolate Flame City. The Star Dragon Strong Country was divided into 8 counties. The desolate Flame City was one of the more famous cities in the Heaven Desolate County. After leaving the forest, Lin Xian saw a huge city standing on the plains. The dark red city walls were like a 1,000-year-old volcano exuding an ancient aura. Entering the city, there were many people coming and going. It was very lively. There were young warriors coming and going everywhere, talking and laughing with a sense of vitality. As Lin Xian passed by, he heard a few words. It seemed that the desolate Flame City had a gathering of young warriors recently. That was why there were so many young warriors gathered here. However, this had nothing to do with him. He came to the desolate Flame City to find Iron Hand and fulfill his wish. It was easy to find the Great Banner Sect. Lin Xian only needed to see which building had the symbol of the Iron Blood Banner. Moreover, with the Great Banner Sect status, it would definitely not be in an ordinary corner. Therefore, Lin Xian directly went to the most prosperous area in the city. Sure enough, Lin Xian saw a magnificent building in the center of the city. There was a bronze banner on top of the building. The blood-red banner fluttered in the wind, making a loud noise. "Stop! This is the Great Banner Sect's restricted area. Unrelated people, leave at once." The gatekeeper shouted coldly. I'm looking for Sir Iron Hand. Lin Xian took out the Great Banner token and placed it in front of him. Great Banner token! The guard's pupils shrank as he looked at Lin Xian in astonishment. A moment later, he respectfully said, "Young master, please forgive us. We were reckless earlier. Please come in." The Great Banner token was not an ordinary item in the Great Banner sect. Normally, only the elders with high status could issue it. Lin Xian's token was even more peculiar. It was obviously issued by Sir Iron Hand himself. Chapter 4:26. After leading Lin Xian to a living room, the guard respectfully said, "Young master, please have some tea. I will inform Sir Iron Hand." Lin Xian nodded and slowly sat down. Soon, a beautiful maid came in and carefully served him tea. Lin Xian calmly waited and soon raised his head, because his soul power sensed an aura quickly approaching. "Young Master Lin, please follow me to the study," the previous guard respectfully said. Under his lead, Lin Xian arrived in front of an independent attic. "Young master can go to the 3rd floor." Lin Xian nodded and pushed the door open. He steadily walked to the 2nd floor. Sure enough, in the study on the 2nd floor, he saw a stalwart figure, dressed in a black robe. His face was as cold as a knife, and he carried the dignity of a superior. It was Sir Iron Hand. "Greetings, senior." Lin Xian slightly bowed. "You came." Iron Hand slightly nodded. "You helped me take out the blood-red flag. So, if you have any request, just say it. Then I thank Senior." Lin Xian smiled and said, "I want to ask Senior to help me find a person." "Oh, who?" Iron Hand was slightly surprised. He originally thought that Lin Xian would ask for a treasure, martial arts, etc. He didn't expect that Lin Xian would ask him to find a person. This person is called Zhang Sanfeng. He is over 50 years old and has been to the Heavenly Mountain country. Hearing this, Sir Iron Hand's body stiffened. His aura suddenly erupted, shattering the nearby tables and chairs. However, his face quickly returned to normal, and the violent aura also disappeared. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't know why Iron Hand would have such an intense reaction. Could it be that Jiang Sinfeng had a grudge against him? For a moment, his heart was filled with anxiety. This was almost his last chance. The remaining time didn't allow him to find another way. If this time didn't work, he could only try the dragon platform. Iron Hand slowly stood up and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was startled. Although Iron Arms did not release any aura, he felt as if there was a mountain in front of him, suffocating him. However, he had seen many big scenes. Moreover, he had the great dragon sword intent, so he was naturally immune to such pressure. Therefore, in front of Iron Arms, he was calm and collected. Seeing Lin Xian's performance, Iron Arms was slightly surprised. To be able to have such willpower at such a young age was truly commendable. "Who allowed you to come here? Why are you looking for Zhang Sanfeng?" "Master Han Lei, the alchemy master of the Tianshan Kingdom, asked me to come," Lin Xian said as he took out the token that old man DK had given him. "I came to look for Zhang Sanfeng because of the Azure Dragon Association's quota." Seeing the token in Lin Xian's hand, Iron Hand's eyes narrowed, as if he had fallen into deep thought. After a while he sighed and said slowly, "Don't look for this person anymore. Jiang Sanfeng is already dead." "Dead?" Lin Xian was flabbergasted. The person he was looking for was dead. What about his quota? However, Iron Arm's next words made him feel much more at ease. "Although I can't help you find Jiang Sanfeng, I can help you with the quota for the Azure Dragon Association." "Really?" Lin Xian was overjoyed. He was looking for Jiang Sanfeng because of the Azure Dragon Association's quota. Now that Iron Arms could help, it couldn't be better. Iron Arms said in a deep voice, "As one of the 6 top forces of the Longxing Kingdom, the Great Flag Sect has a quota for the Azure Dragon Association every time." I can recommend you to participate in the competition for the quota, but you have to show me your strength. Otherwise, I can't help you." "My strength?" Lin Xian was puzzled. What kind of strength do I need? Although he didn't know the top forces of the younger generation in the Longxing Kingdom, he was still very confident in his own strength. "I want you to be famous in the desolate Flame City," Iron Arms said. "If you can't even do this, then I can't help you." "Famous in the desolate Flame City?" Lin Xian muttered, then his eyes shone with a shocking light. "I promise you. Recently, there's a tea garden competition in the city. Can you go there and try?" "Yun Duo!" Iron Arms shouted. Immediately, a young girl came into the study and said respectfully, "Sir, please give me your orders. Take him down and arrange a place for him to stay. Also, bring him to the tea garden competition in 2 days." Yun Duo looked at the broken pieces of the table and chair on the ground in astonishment. Then she respectfully agreed. "Young master, please follow me." After bidding farewell to Iron Arms, Lin Xian followed Yun Duo out of the pavilion and walked into the depths of the palace. "This is your room. If you have nothing to do, just stay inside. Don't run around. I'll bring you to the tea garden competition in 3 days." After saying that, Yun Duo turned and left. "Wait a minute," Lin Xian said. "What's the matter?" Yun Duo turned around with a trace of impatience in her eyes. When she saw the broken table and chair in the study, she guessed that it was caused by Sir Iron Arm's anger. A person who could make Sir Iron Arms angry was definitely not a good person. Therefore, Yun Duo didn't have a good attitude towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't mind and asked in a deep voice, "What is the purpose of this tea garden competition?" "You don't know." Yun Duo was astonished and then looked at him seriously. She sensed Lin Xian's mid-harmonious spirit realm cultivation and saw his plain clothes. She shook her head slightly. Although this kind of cultivation wasn't bad, it would be difficult for him to do anything in the tea garden competition. She really didn't know why Sir Iron Arms would let this kind of person participate in the tea garden competition. Wasn't this just throwing away the face of a famous sect? Yun Duo said coldly, "The tea garden competition is a small gathering of the younger generation of the Heaven Desolate County. It gathers the young geniuses of the Heaven Desolate County." So that's how it is. Lin Xian understood. This was a meeting between the young warriors. "Is there anything else?" Yun Duo said coldly, "If you have any questions, it's best to ask them all at once. It'll save you the trouble. That's all." Lin Xian shook his head. Lin Xian didn't care about Yun Duo's attitude. He didn't need to be angry with a little girl. What he needed to do now was to adjust his condition and prepare for the tea garden competition in 3 days. In these 3 days, Lin Xian fully comprehended the earth, rank martial art, phantom steps. With his comprehension and Wine Lord's guidance, he could be considered to have grasped the first step of this martial art. In the blink of an eye, the day of the tea garden competition arrived. On this day, the desolate Flame City was unusually lively. Countless young elites flocked to the Breeze Tea Garden in the north of the city. This was a grand event. It was a competition between the younger generation of the Heaven Desolate County. The hosts of this tea garden competition were 2 top powers, the Star Ocean sect and the Duan family. The Star Ocean sect was one of the 3 great sects of the Dragon Star country, one of the 6 top powers. The Duan family was also one of the 4 great families with a prominent position. Chapter 4:27. At this moment, the Breeze Tea Garden was already crowded with people. It was very lively. As far as the eye could see, they were all young warriors. These people had strong qi and blood, and their cultivation were all above the harmonious spirit realm. With this kind of strength, they would be at the level of sect elders in Xia country. One had to admit that the martial Tao of Dragonstar country was very strong. This morning, Lin Xian followed Yun Duo out. The 2 of them went to the Breeze Tea Garden. Along the way, Yun Duo was excited and kept repeating Duan Wuqing's name. This made Lin Xian a little curious. Who is Duan Wuqing? Humph. If you don't even know who Duan Wuqing is, then why are you participating in the tea garden gathering? Yun Duo snorted. Listen carefully. Duan Wuqing is the young master of the Duan family. He has a prominent background. He is one of the hosts of this tea garden competition. He is my idol. Yun Duo's eyes were full of stars. So that's how it is. A disciple of one of the 4 great families and a host of the tea garden. It seems like his status is very high. If I defeat him, I should be able to become famous in desolate Flame City, right? Lin Xian thought. The fastest way to become famous was to challenge a famous warrior. And this Duan Wuqing was one of the best targets. A smile appeared on the corner of Lin Xian's mouth. He was looking forward to the tea garden gathering. Seeing Lin Xian smile, Yun Duo snorted disdainfully. Country bumpkin. Young Master Duan can defeat you with just 1 finger. Also, although I don't know why Lord Iron Hand wants you to participate in the tea garden gathering, I still have to warn you. This tea garden gathering will gather many geniuses. You should go and gain some knowledge. Don't fight with others, or else you will embarrass the Great Flag Sect. After saying that, she ignored Lin Xian and quickened her pace. Lin Xian shook his head and calmly followed behind her. Miss, please wait. Do you have an invitation? At the entrance of the tea garden, 2 young men in embroidered clothes smiled. The tea garden gathering was very high standard. Not everyone could participate. These 2 people were responsible for chasing away those who tried to sneak in. Yun Duo took out an invitation and handed it over. So you're from the Great Flag Sect. Please come in. The 2 young men smiled warmly. Like a proud little princess, Yun Duo walked into the tea garden with her head held high. At this moment, a voice came from behind again. Dear guest, where is your invitation? Lin Xian rubbed his nose helplessly and said, I came with her. He pointed at the clouds. Together. The young man's face revealed a suspicious look, as if he didn't believe it. It was no wonder. The guests who came and went were all dressed in luxurious clothes. They were either rich or respectable. It was rare to see someone like Lin Xian who was dressed simply. What was the cloud wearing? That was made from precious, demonic beast materials. They all had a certain defensive function. On the other hand, Lin Xian's clothes were ordinary clothes. How could the 2 of them come together? Brat, this is the tea garden gathering. I advise you not to cause trouble here. The 2 of them sneered. Cause trouble. Lin Xian was displeased. These people really looked down on him. Yun Duo heard the commotion and turned her head. She sighed. Let him in. The 2 young men were slightly surprised. They unwillingly made way for him. How can this poor brat be related to Great Flag? I think he's most likely a servant. The 2 of them whispered to each other. They agreed that Lin Xian was Yun Duo's servant. All right, since you're in the tea garden, you can take a look at the rest. I'm going to find my sisters to play. Don't make a move. Go back after you're done. Yun Duo hurriedly ran away after giving her orders. Lin Xian found a pavilion and prepared to conserve his energy. There were exquisite snacks and spirit wine in the pavilion for the young martial artists to enjoy. After he sat down, he began to secretly size up these martial artists. Then he was slightly speechless. These martial artists were all at the harmonious spirit realm. Most of them were at the mid-harmonious spirit realm. There were also some late harmonious spirit realm martial artists. Could it be that Yun Duo didn't allow him to make a move? A mid-harmonious spirit realm martial artist was nothing here. As expected of the young generation's geniuses, there are so many young experts. Lin Xian was surprised. One had to know that these were only the experts of one county. There were 8 counties in the Dragon Star country. Moreover, the core disciples of those top sects wouldn't participate in this kind of gathering. At least, Lin Xian didn't see any disciples from Great Flag sect participating. I wonder how strong the top young experts of the Dragon Star country are? Thinking of this, his blood boiled. Speaking of which, Lin Xian was only 18 years old this year. He had just joined the youth team. Although he looked calm, he also had a hot-blooded and battle-hungry heart, fighting against peerless geniuses and comprehending the supreme martial Tao. This was the goal that every martial artist pursued with all their might. However, at this moment, an extremely discordant voice was heard. "I'm so tired. Senior brother, I want to rest. I want to sit there." A coquettish voice was heard. "All right, junior sister, as you wish." Then a young man walked in front of Lin Xian and shouted coldly, "You get lost!" Lin Xian frowned and looked back. He saw a man and a woman standing behind him. They were dressed in luxurious clothes and wore luxurious accessories. One look and one could tell that they were from a prestigious family. The two of them had arrogant expressions and looked at Lin Xian with disdain. How can a country bumpkin come in? What are those gatekeepers doing? The flirtatious woman mocked. "Kid, I'm in a good mood. Get lost. This isn't a place for you to sit." The young man was very arrogant. Lin Xian didn't cause trouble, but he wasn't afraid of it either. He was sitting there perfectly fine. How could he not be angry when he was threatened and looked down on for no reason? He immediately snorted coldly. "Apologize, or you'll have to bear the consequences." "Are you threatening me?" The young man was so angry that he laughed. "Do you know who I am? How dare you ask me to apologize to a servant like you? You have a death wish. Get lost, or I'll slap you to death. No one will care about a nobody like you even if you die." The flirtatious woman sneered as well. "Senior brother, why are you wasting your breath on him? Just slap him to death." Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. "Am I that easy to bully? Aren't you afraid of kicking an iron plate?" "Iron plate." The young man laughed arrogantly. In the Heaven Desolate County, other than the Star Ocean sect and the Duan family, there is no one that my Yen Ling school is afraid of. Who do you think you are? How dare you call yourself an iron plate? Late, harmonious spirit realm. Is this what you get for being so arrogant? Lin Xian sneered. "I won't leave. If you want to fight, you can try." After saying that, he ignored the two and slowly tasted the spirit wine. Who is this kid? Isn't he too arrogant? The others in the pavilion looked over. Isn't that Luo Yang from the Yenling school? I heard that he is one of the top young experts in the Yenling school. He reached the late harmonious spirit realm at the age of 20. Yeah, I heard that his comprehension is very high. He has a high chance of entering the spirit transformation realm. Chapter 428. The surrounding cultivators discussed among themselves. Apparently, they all knew this arrogant young man. Reaching the late harmonious spirit realm at the age of 20 was indeed a genius. That kid is dead for sure after offending the genius of Yenling's sect. That goes without saying. Look at his clothes. He's definitely not a disciple of any sect or aristocratic family. He's probably a rogue cultivator. A rogue cultivator is still so arrogant. Look at his chi. He's only at the mid-harmonious spirit realm. Who knows? Maybe he's just an ignorant kid who doesn't know how powerful Luo Yang is. Kid, did you hear that? I'll give you one more chance. Kowtow and admit your mistake, and I'll spare your life. Luo Yang was unusually arrogant. Get lost. Lin Xian's expression was cold as he spat out the words clearly. The surrounding crowd was shocked. Who is this kid? He still dared to scold Luo Yang even after knowing his identity. Kid, you're courting death. Luo Yang was furious. He raised his palm and a terrifying force gushed out. Lin Xian bent his fingers, ready to shoot out a sword chi at any time. If Luo Yang really attacked, he wouldn't mind crippling his cultivation. Just as Luo Yang's palm was about to land, a loud laughter came from outside the pavilion. Haha, isn't this Brother Luo? Where have you been? I've been looking for you. A young man in white walked through the crowd and slowly walked over. The young man was wearing a white robe with the word Duan on his chest. He grabbed Luo Yang with a warm expression. Brother Luo, come. Let's have a few drinks. Oh, it's Brother Duan. Luo Yang put down his palm and smiled. When the crowd saw the young man in white, they looked at each other and didn't dare to make a sound. Kid, you're lucky this time. I'll let you live a little longer. However, I'll let you know how powerful I am later. Luo Yang looked at Lin Xian and sneered. What's going on? Who dares to offend Brother Luo? The young man in white's face darkened as he looked at Lin Xian with cold eyes. Forget it. I'll deal with this myself. Luo Yang revealed a sinister smile and left with the seductive woman beside him. Lin Xian sneered. This guy didn't know that he was still alive. If the other party dared to make a move, he would teach him an unforgettable lesson. This small disturbance passed quickly, and the whole tea garden was bustling with noise and excitement. Soon, two young men appeared with a large group of supporters behind them. Look, young Master Wu Qing. It's young Master Wu Qing. Suddenly, screams rang out in the tea garden. The young girls were screaming crazily. They wanted nothing more than to throw themselves into the arms of the young man in white. Lin Xian looked up and saw two figures standing proudly in the crowd. The person on the left was a young man in a white robe. He had a handsome face and a graceful bearing. When he raised his hand, there was a noble and arrogant air about him. Needless to say, that person was Duan Wu Qing. Peak Harmonious Spirit Realm, I hope you won't disappoint me. Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself. Then he looked at the person on the right. It was a blue-robed youth with a saber on his back. His appearance was ordinary, but his eyes were as sharp as swords, making people not dare to look at him directly. There was a sharp aura circulating around his body. Saber intent. This person has comprehended saber intent. Lin Xian secretly observed. He had comprehended sword intent, so he was very sensitive to both sword intent and saber intent. In addition, the blue-robed youth didn't deliberately hide his sharp aura, so Lin Xian could clearly sense it. This person is also at the peak of Harmonious Spirit Realm, but with saber intent, he should be able to fight against a spirit transformation realm warrior. I wonder what level his saber intent has reached? While Lin Xian was observing, Duan Wu Qing slowly opened his mouth. This isn't the first time that everyone has participated in the tea garden gathering, so I won't go into the details. I hope that everyone will know when to stop and don't hurt each other. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. All right, let's begin. Then Duan Wu Qing and the blue-robed youth sat down and began to watch the competition. Lin Xian wasn't clear about the rules of the tea garden gathering, but luckily there were many first-timers like Lin Xian who explained it to him. The rules are actually very simple, that is, challenge by name. The named cultivators can choose to accept the challenge or not. There's no need to force them to do so. Moreover, if the one who accepts the challenge wins, he can continue the competition. The others can also go back and rest. What kind of rules are these? Isn't this just no rules? Indeed, this is equivalent to no rules. To put it bluntly, this tea garden gathering is for people to interact with each other. Some people want to become famous. Some people want to find a partner. That's why the tea garden gathering isn't as strict as other competitions. However, for the sake of face, almost everyone who is named will accept the challenge. After listening, Lin Xian silently nodded. It turned out that he only needed to challenge by name. This was really convenient. He looked at Duan Wu Qing and the blue-robed swordsman in the distance. If he challenged these two and won, he should be able to become famous in desolate Flame City. However, he wasn't in a hurry to challenge them. He just silently watched. There was a special place in the tea garden for martial arts competitions. At this moment, there were two people fighting fiercely. Purple ripples were floating like silk. carrying an endless amount of spiritual energy, sweeping in all directions. On the other side, the sky was filled with palm shadows. The two fought fiercely, setting off a terrifying wave of chi that rushed to the sky. In the end, the warrior who used the palm technique won and defeated his opponent with a single palm strike. However, his strength was very precise and didn't injure his opponent. I welcome everyone to challenge me. The victorious, yellow-robed youth laughed. Let me. A warrior jumped up high. The long spear in his hand was like a dragon, thrusting forward. Boom! The dazzling spear light was like a rainbow, piercing through the void. Haha, good one. Stormy waves. The yellow-robed youth waved his hands. The wind from his palms contained the sound of waves. The palm shadows were like waves, each wave higher than the previous one. In the end, 7 waves overlapped, forming a terrifying wave that crashed onto the long spear, forcing the spear-wielding warrior to retreat. This is the Stormy Waves palm. Is this youth a disciple of Heavenly Sea Pavilion? Everyone was discussing. What a terrifying palm force. I seem to hear the sound of waves crashing. That spear-wielding warrior should be a late harmonious spirit expert, but he was sent flying. The Heavenly Sea Pavilion disciple stood in the middle of the field and laughed loudly. Who else wants to challenge me? This was a good opportunity to become famous. He wanted to strike while the iron was hot. What bullshit, Heavenly Sea Pavilion, lose. An extremely domineering voice sounded. Then an illusory figure quickly floated over, moving as fast as a ghost. Mountain embracing palm seal. The figure was unusually domineering. He suddenly launched an attack in the air. The air vibrated, a mountain was formed. It was like a real mountain, pressing down on the crowd. Everyone was shocked. They felt an endless pressure rolling towards them. Mountain embracing palm seal. That's the secret art of Yenling sect. Could it be Luo Yang? Chapter 429. Toppling the mountains and overturning the seas. Wave after wave swept across the sky as if the ocean was descending. The collision between the ocean and the mountain created a loud noise. The entire void trembled incessantly as ripples of energy swept out in all directions. Some of the martial artists nearby were sent flying by the force. Boom! The ocean was torn apart as the yellow-robed young man was sent flying. I've lost, he said bitterly as he prepared to leave. However, the mountain in the sky did not disappear. It continued to press down on him. What? The crowd exclaimed. Puff! The yellow-robed martial artist was sent flying by the mountain. You! He landed on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Senior! The Celestial Sea Pavilion disciples rushed out and surrounded the yellow-robed young man anxiously. My senior lost in a sparring match. How could you be so ruthless? You've broken the rules. That was indeed the case. Although the yellow-robed martial artist had defeated his opponent, his attacks were accurate and did not injure his opponent. Yet now, there was actually someone who disregarded the rules and continued to heavily injure him even after he had admitted defeat. This was simply going too far. What do you mean by ruthless? That was just an ordinary palm strike. He can only blame himself for not being strong enough to take one of my palms. Luo Yang sneered as he landed on the ground. The Celestial Sea Pavilion disciples were furious. Luo Yang was the one who had broken the rules and attacked, but he had twisted the facts. This was simply blatant bullying. If you're not strong enough, go back and train for another 2 years. Don't embarrass yourself here, Duan Tianlang sneered. The Celestial Sea Pavilion disciples trembled with anger. However, they did not dare to speak up against the Duan family. Shut up and help me back, the yellow-robed martial artist said with difficulty as he propped himself up. He knew that Luo Yang was a genius from the Yen Mountain sect and had the support of the Duan family. If he persisted, the Celestial Sea Pavilion would be at a disadvantage. The crowd was silent, although they sympathized with the Celestial Sea Pavilion disciples. No one dared to persuade them. Lin Xian frowned. That guy was really arrogant. He dared to hurt someone so brazenly. Thinking of that, he sighed and shook his head. It seemed that other than him, no one dared to provoke Luo Yang. Luo Yang looked at the Celestial Sea Pavilion, disciples, leaving, and sneered. Then he placed his hands behind his back and swept his gaze across the crowd. Immediately, everyone lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. What a joke! If he fought with Luo Yang, he would definitely be injured or killed. Luo Yang's gaze lingered on the pavilion as a sinister smile appeared on his face. "It's you." He slowly extended his finger and pointed at a figure in the pavilion. The cultivators, who were far away from the pavilion, suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and looked over curiously. As for the warriors in the pavilion, their hearts were hanging high in their throats. However, when they saw who Luo Yang was pointing at, they all had strange expressions on their faces. It was a young man in black. He had a delicate and pretty appearance, but his clothes were extremely ordinary. With this kind of attire, it was very likely that he would be mistaken for a servant in a crowd. Who is he? He doesn't look like much. He's only a mid-stage Zhong, spirit, realm martial artist. Did Luo Yang make a mistake? Everyone was puzzled. However, the conflict between Lin Xian and Luo Yang quickly spread. When the crowd heard that Lin Xian had refused to give up his seat and had even scolded Luo Yang, their jaws dropped. Fuck, this brat is so fierce. He's definitely going to die this time. That's right. He dares to not give face to Luo Yang. I'm afraid he'll suffer in this competition. Brat, I've said that you'll see my true strength. Regardless of whether you agree or not, you have to participate in this competition. Luo Yang's voice was unusually arrogant, as if he was the controller of the tea garden. Who do you think you are? Do you own the tea garden? Or are you the host of this competition? Lin Xian sneered as he raised his wine cup. Hearing this, the crowd was shocked. Lin Xian's words seemed to imply something. As expected, the blue-robed swordsman and Lord Wu Qing frowned slightly and looked over. This Luo Yang is getting more and more arrogant. The blue-robed swordsman said coldly, Brat, you want to sow discord? You're too weak. Do you think you don't have to compete just because of this? Luo Yang sneered as he walked over step by step. Immediately, the crowd made a path for him. Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He put down his wine cup and slowly stood up. This brat must be crazy. Does he know who he's talking to? Does he have a trump card? It doesn't look like it. The crowd was puzzled. They didn't know why Lin Xian was so calm. In the crowd, when Yun Duo saw Lin Xian's bold and arrogant behavior, she was so angry that her face turned pale. D***MN brat, didn't I warn you not to fight? You didn't listen and provoked Luo Yang. I'm so angry. Yun Duo was going crazy. Hey, Yun Duo, what's wrong with you? You don't look too good. Are you not feeling well? A woman beside her asked. It's nothing. I'm just a little tired. Yun Duo shook her head. She looked into the distance and wondered if she should stop this competition. Forget it. It's good to teach this brat a lesson. I don't want him to cause more trouble for me. Yun Duo made up her mind. However, she wouldn't directly attack Luo Yang. Luo Yang revealed a cruel smile when he saw Lin Xian walk out of the pavilion. Brat, you have guts, but your brain isn't working well. How dare you provoke me? Today, I'll make you crawl away. Luo Yang's voice was cold. Obviously, he didn't care about the rules. He had decided to seriously injure Lin Xian. You're a late, harmonious spirit warrior. It's not good to challenge a mid-harmonious spirit warrior, Yun Duo said from the crowd. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Although it was the truth, no one dared to say it out loud. Who was this person? How bold! Luo Yang also turned his head abruptly. His eyes were as cold as a poisonous snake as he stared at the person who spoke. But then he was stunned. Although he didn't know Yin Duo, he knew the logo of the Great Banner Sect. The Great Banner Sect was one of the 6 top powers. Its strength was far beyond the Yen Mountain Sect. Even the Duan family was no match for it. Therefore, no matter how arrogant he was, he didn't dare to go against Yin Duo in public. Humph. Since the beauty has spoken, then I'll only use one hand. How about that? Luo Yang sneered. Even if he only used one hand, he could still crush Lin Xian. Lin Xian was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Yin Duo to speak up for him at this moment. He smiled faintly. Since you're only using one hand, then I'll thank you. But you'll regret it. You're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. I'll let you know that I can easily kill you with one hand. Brat, don't say that I didn't give you a chance to attack first. Come on. Luo Yang was very generous. In his opinion, Lin Xian was no match for him. Since you're so enthusiastic, then I won't hold back, Lin Xian said with a smile.